headset doesn't have a mic. It's just earbuds.
To the PHNX Cardinals podcast, your premier Arizona Cardinal podcast. Like and subscribe. Leave us a 5-star wherever you get your podcasts. Johnny Venerable, Bo Brock, NFL Draft, live here at Four Peaks in downtown Tempe. We're sweating it out, but in the best possible way with our friends at Four Peaks, Bo Brock.
Yeah, some more than others, including my co-host here, Johnny Venerable. And it felt like hours ago the Arizona Cardinals were on the precipice of making a deal to trade down something we've been talking about all offseason long. And in the way of that deal is those pesky Houston Texans.
I'll tell you what.
Smoke screening all draft season long till the bitter end, and seeing that there's all this interest. My God, is there really interest in a franchise caliber quarterback in the top 5 of the first round of the NFL draft? And they're realizing that there might not be a quarterback on the board for them when they get back on the clock at 12. So now there's a little still no idea what's going to go on. But I'll tell you this, Johnny. As far as the Monti Ossenfort era, it kicks off tonight officially.
It does, absolutely. The Cardinals, assumingly, are going to make one, if not multiple picks. There potential for a DeAndre Hopkins pick swap at some point or a trade down. I had a source before we came in today. The Cardinals were talking to a team coming up to number 3 overall, potentially to take C.J. Stroud. That team, of course, Monti Ossenfort's former team in Tennessee. That has not happened as of yet. And the Houston Texans' original plan was we're going to take Will Anderson Jr. at 2. Then we're going to go from 12 and see what remnants are remaining.
Yep.
And then they heard. Their owner, Cal McNair, who's very reactionary, very impulsive, said, why are we letting Tennessee take this kid if he's any good? They've pivoted hard. And I know there was some, let's say, hesitation on their part. C.J. Stroud holds the same agent as Deshaun Watson. That was a factor. It's a factor that they feel like they could be competitive without a franchise quarterback, at least in this rebuild for DeMeco Ryans. But right now, if you're hoping that the Arizona Cardinals trade down, it was looking much more promising, Bo, about 2 to 3 hours ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's being too smart for the room, right? It's a little bit arrogant, naive, right? All those words come into play when you think about how Houston is approaching the 2 pick, if they think that they can take Will Anderson Jr., Tyree Wilson, and not take a quarterback, right? And set themselves up for success, to continue their rebuild and do it with the most important position, where after pick 2, you've got Davis Mills and Case Keenum on your roster. That's negligent, basically. So now, like what everybody else knew, and Houston didn't, is that people are going to prioritize getting quarterbacks. And Mike Vrabel, looking to his alma mater, the head coach of the Tenesse Titans, saying this is a guy that can jumpstart our own rebuild.
Right.
And that put the pressure on Houston. And now they're balking, right? And that puts the Arizona Cardinals in a tough situation. It's not without some sort of option. As Jonathan Gannon told us a couple weeks ago, that he and Monti Ossenfort have been going through every scenario possible. So it's not like Monti Ossenfort is going to say, oh, shit, what do we do now? He pivots, and he looks to plan B.
Well, and the Cardinals have been talking to teams for the better part of 6 to 8 weeks without, fault. They've been talking to teams following the Chicago Bears and Ryan Poles' big trade down. And I do think they have contingency plans, but is it worth maybe passing on a Will Anderson Jr.? Right now, our friends at BetMGM Sportsbook have the Alabama pass rusher, the standout, to go to Arizona, minus 160 roughly, so you can't even get even money on that. However, when you look at the landscape of the betting market in the top 10, that's the most fluid spot. Now, we've heard from our guy Jordan Schultz, friend of the program, of The Score, saying that Howie Roseman, Philadelphia Eagles general manager, wants to come up for Jalen Carter. You would assume that would have to be a pick 3, with the Seattle Seahawks and the Detroit Lions at 5 and 6, respectively, waiting in the wings. And To me, that's a move that makes sense, potentially parlaying 3 to 10 and 31. I don't think that's off the table. Cardinals are going to have options when they're on the clock. I don't think this is easy as they're just going to submit the card for Will Anderson or Paris Johnson Jr. This seems more telegraphed than I think it actually is, Bo.
Yeah, it becomes a lot more complicated with a prospect the caliber of C.J. Stroud off the board, right? There's a lot more questions maybe than answers with a prospect like Anthony Richardson, who, as far as this pre-draft process goes, he was outstanding, right? He's got everything you want, the size, the arm strength, but then you look at the tape and you look at the performance, the production or lack thereof at Florida.
Hang on, we have breaking news. The Philadelphia Eagles and the Arizona Cardinals have settled a tampering investigation today involving the hiring of head coach Jonathan Gannon. This is breaking news. The terms, the Eagles have traded pick 94 in this draft and a 2004 fifth-round pick to the Cardinals for 66. What is going on? The Arizona Cardinals already without numerous headlines throughout the course of this offseason. This has to date back, stemming from the fact that Philadelphia thought Jonathan Gannon was going to remain with their franchise. The Cardinals waiting in the wings to swoop and pounce and grab him during Super Bowl week. The Cardinals have subsequently had to trade a top pick in the third round for a bottom-tier third-round pick. And if there was ever an incentive for this franchise to get their shit together and trade down for more picks, it's right now. What is going on?
This is completely on brand. And would you watch your mouth to the great audience here at Four Peaks? I mean, as far as what's going on, it's completely on brand. And if you look at how things went down this coaching search, you thought it would be unreal. They could wait as long as they did to talk to Jonathan Gannon. It wasn't the first time. You can probably assume that they talked to Jonathan Gannon after the Super Bowl on Monday.
They tampered. The Arizona Cardinals tampered, and the Eagles made them pay for it.
They did, and they didn't. They pressed them when they could, and they were able to get out of there. The Arizona Cardinals basically, figured out like a plea deal with the Philadelphia Eagles, so the NFL didn't have to get involved. And it's now, unfortunately, Monti Ossenfort he's going to miss his high-end third-round pick.
I mean, you have to trade down at this point if you're Monti Ossenfort.
I don't know if that necessarily is what
you're going to go from pick 34 to 96.
I am so tired of this.
What is going on?
We can't. I said it 10 minutes ago, and it couldn't even stand the test of 10 minutes that this organization was going to be a good day with the Monti Ossenfort era. We're going to see potentially them trade down, and they can't get out of their own way already. They're agreeing to a deal on tampering with Jonathan Gannon because, and this is on the NFL and their stupid rules.
Right.
As far as when you can talk to a coach throughout the postseason process, and they couldn't get a first interview with him because they didn't get to him, week one of the offseason, and now they have to pay the price in almost a full round's worth of picks.
I mean, 66 to what?
94.
So you're talking about 28 spots they have to go down. And that's the difference between a high third and a low third. That's not nothing. And for a franchise already that needed just about everything in this draft, I disagree. I think it puts more emphasis on this team trying to make a move down, trying to find some scope of a trade partner to be able to supplement now the picks that they've lost. The Cardinals, again, in the headlines for all the wrong reasons.
This puts a lot of pressure on their new head coach, though, doesn't it? I mean, the fact that you had to part with 28 picks in this draft, 28 selections between when you were supposed to pick and when now you're going to pick from 66 to 94. If you had your reservations about Jonathan Gannon, now you put a little bit more pressure on his shoulders to perform in a rebuild year. And now you have you don't have the luxury of picking almost another selection in the second round. You got to deepen the third round. Now you have two third-round picks still. Yeah. But now they're late. You got the compensatory, and then you got to
recoup. You got to recoup another mid-round pick. That's what makes the Hopkins deal that much more, I think, apparent that you get something of significant value. The Philadelphia Eagles thought that Jonathan Gannon was going to be hired as the next head coach of the Houston Texans. That did not happen. The Arizona Cardinals were screwing around with Sean Payton. They were screwing around with Dan Quinn. The Eagles thought they were out of it in terms of losing their all-star defensive coordinator. Then something happened. The Cardinals intervened, and it became a problem.
It's a joint statement from both organizations, the Cardinals and the Eagles. They've agreed on the settlement. The issue concerning an instance of impermissible contact by the Cardinals during its head coaching search this past January.
Yeah.
So, shocker to nobody that there was contact before Jonathan Gannon post-Super Bowl met with Cardinals brass on Monday morning. Cardinals self-reported it to the NFL. GM Monti Ossenfort had phone conversation with Jonathan Gannon days following the NFC Championship game.
Yeah.
So that week hiatus between, you got 2 weeks before the Super Bowl, it does seem like that should be a fine time to talk to somebody because of the dumb NFL rules.
Yeah.
The Arizona Cardinals are paying the price for it. We go out to the Cardinals facility in Tempe. We've got our Cardinals beat writer, Howard Balzer, joining us here. Howard, what's the feeling around that organization, the facility, after this report came out that the team is having to pay the price and trading down in the third round for tampering for Jonathan Gannon?
Howard, can you hear us, bud?
It doesn't look like we got Howard there. We'll cut there. We are actually going to go out to KC2 a little bit later.
We are,
Hopefully
yeah,
it works
absolutely.
a little bit better than it did with Howard at the facility. Technical problems probably on that end. I don't know, maybe the Cardinals cut the cord. They don't want to talk anymore about this.
Would not surprise me.
Yeah.
But in this franchise, you try to have a moment or a period of about 24 to 48 hours of positive news with an influx of new players, and we're still going to have that. But goodness, dropping 28 spots, and then you've got this Michael Bidwell, Terry McDonough situation hanging over this franchise for the better part of the next couple of months while the NFL decides what to do in terms of if any punishment needs to go down. We cannot focus on football for whatever reason.
Yep.
This franchise is hell-bent on giving us headlines for all the wrong reasons, and something as precious as draft capital, albeit 28 spots in the third round, that's not nothing. I mean, you look at the top of the third round has produced good players year after year. Zach Allen was at the top of the third round. This is a plug-and-play starter. Now we've got Howard Balzer here. He's available. Howard, what's the mood like at the Tempe facility with the Arizona Cardinals now being docked 28 spots in this draft following the tampering charge against this franchise with the Philadelphia Eagles? I don't think he can hear us quite yet.
No, not yet. Howard, can you hear us? He gone. Look, it's completely on brand with this offseason.
It is.
It's like when you feel like you can celebrate and you've got the third overall pick, potentially getting a haul of picks in return.
Yeah.
And you've already got a misstep. And, the rules are the rules. Unfortunately, they didn't follow them. Even your first-year general manager, you can't say that he didn't know what they were. We all knew what they were.
Yeah. We've known for a while that the Eagles were unhappy with and owner – who's their owner for Philadelphia? Jeffrey Lurie was incredibly upset with the way that Jonathan Gannon was poached from Philadelphia. He thought he was safe. They assumed they were going to lose Shane Steichen to somebody. He was getting interviews. The problem with the Cardinals is they did not conduct their first interview with Jonathan Gannon until, the week after the Super Bowl?
Day after.
The day after. And the Cardinals attempted to do so.
And then he was hired less than 24 hours later.
And so there's your tampering. The Cardinals needed to get that precious week one interview done with Gannon, but they screwed around. What did they do that week? They interviewed Frank Wright and they interviewed Vance Joseph.
What was he supposed to do? You had to look for a new GM, right?
Yeah.
So they go out and they hire Monti Ossenfort in a pretty timely fashion, right? Within a week.
Yep.
But during that week, the first week of the postseason, you couldn't set up interviews with guys like Gannon.
Yep.
And then Gannon thought he was going to Houston. So he talks to Houston, right? And he's really not talking to anybody else. And then you start to make your way throughout the playoffs. And then if you don't have a first interview, you haven't conducted a first interview, you can't have you can't talk to a guy like Gannon unless it's a second interview during that week of the Super Bowl.
They fumbled the beginning of the interview process. Don't interview Vance Joseph for your head coaching job. Don't interview Frank Wright. Don't interview these guys that aren't serious candidates. Go talk to Jonathan Gannon when you have an opportunity that first period, so you're not bitten in the tuchus, 4 weeks later, and you're trying to piece this back together. I think this goes to show you, like, they were in play for Dan Quinn. They thought they were in play for Dan Quinn. Maybe they thought they'd have Dan Quinn secured. I don't know, but to your point, a lot of people thought Gannon was a lock to go to Houston. I know Houston was in the mix until I think public opinion and DeMeco Ryan stepped into the picture. But man, not with this franchise.
What the hell are we
needed.
doing? We're rehashing the coaching search.
15 minutes before
we can't
this
even talk
starts.
about the draft. The Carolina Panthers are almost officially on the clock. We got all these great listeners and viewers that RSVP'd and are joining us here at Four Peaks for this great draft party. And then the team does what it's done, really since the last 18 months. So
they can't help themselves.
Let's get this behind us. The Arizona Cardinals, let's make this the last time we talk about it until tomorrow as we do our watch-along. We got our guy Howard. Howard, can you hear us, my man?
I can. Can you hear me?
So tell us about the vibe there at the facility. The news came out, the joint statement from the Cardinals and the Philadelphia Eagles. Cardinals are going to go down 28 spots in the third round because of tampering, self-imposed tampering during the Jonathan Gannon coaching search.
Yeah, what can you say? I mean, is there any more that can be added to this soap opera that is the Cardinals? I mean, that's just pretty wild. And for us to learn it now on the day of the draft, of course, that won't affect anything until tomorrow. But that's pretty significant to move down basically almost an entire round when you were counting on having a pretty early pick in that third round.
So the Cardinals, I was told, Howard, driving in today to Four Peaks here in Tempe, they had a trade lined up with a team that wanted to come up to 3. Houston, the preemptive favorite to take Will Anderson. It does feel like, based on the betting markets, our friends at BetMGM, Houston's going to go with C.J. Stroud. They felt the pressure of public opinion. Cal McNair, the owner there, very impulsive. What does that do for the Cardinals' options to trade down? You would assume with this news now and not having a pick to start the beginning of the third that they are scurrying to find a trade partner of any kind, because if they don't now, they're going to go from pick 34 to all the way near pick 100, and that's not ideal.
No, it's definitely not ideal, and obviously I think we all believe that they were scurrying to make a deal anyway. But now, like you said, losing almost an entire round, what you wanted to do coming into this was to pick up as many extra picks as you can, and so it's if the Texans do in fact take Stroud, then it all comes down to how much value is in that third pick in terms of the other quarterbacks, or could there be a team that wants to trade up to get the best non-quarterback in the draft? Obviously, the package for that is not going to be as good as the one you would get for a team that wants a quarterback. But that's when we'll really learn how many of these other teams really like these guys that have been pushed up in the draft, like Anthony Richardson, like Will Levis, and those two guys. So it's until Houston does it, who knows? I mean, I don't think it's out of the question that maybe one of the teams that the Cardinals were talking to was the Texans to get a deal done, because they have the 12th pick in the first round, and they can then control number 2 and number 3. But, of course, the cost to move up that high would have been something that perhaps, obviously, the Texans wouldn't want to do.
Howard, do you anticipate this tampering to sully this draft day for the Arizona Cardinals? I mean, still hold the 3rd overall pick, could potentially trade down, but I'm sure when Gannon or Monti Ossenfort meets with you in the media, that this is going to be a question that's going to be asked, and who's at fault for this?
Yeah, well, I don't know if they're ever going to identify specifically who was at fault, but the bottom line is everybody knows the tampering rules, and this is just another black eye on the Cardinals in an offseason and a year and a half of dysfunction that has included charges against them for cheating and lying, and here they apparently cheated. I mean, that's the only thing that you can take out of this. And was it really necessary to tamper with Jonathan Gannon? I mean, the coaches, all the coaches were hired, and pretty much everything was done. And so once they were waiting for the Super Bowl to do anything, you kind of felt something, was there. But, once again, like I said, another black eye on an organization that has a lot of them, not only right here in Arizona, but outside this area. It's just, it's kind of like what do they call in basketball, all these things, unforced errors? Yeah. This one definitely, feels exactly like that.
Well, no doubt about it. I didn't have it on my Cardinals draft night bingo card, but unfortunately, here we are.
Very on brand. Well, we know, Howard, that this team, they were interviewing Vance Joseph and other I would say, realistic candidates early on. We had Benjamin Albright on our show that first week of the coaching search saying they put in a request to interview John Gannon, and then they didn't. And it's going to cost them now 28 spots. I mean, This is on Monti Ossenfort, is it not?
I would think so. Yeah, I mean, you would think that it was him, maybe someone else, whoever it was. I don't even matter if it matters who it is specifically, but it doesn't look good. And here's Monti Ossenfort's first draft. We're all wondering what that's going to look like, and how they go about it, and all those things. We've all raised our eyebrows in free agency about the way they've approached that. But something like this, like I said, you just wonder, what was the point? What was the point? And everyone knew that, and anybody in the Super Bowl could not be interviewed until after the game. And so but what's interesting though about it to me is that I can remember this clearly numerous years ago when Romeo Crennel was hired by the Cleveland Browns, and I don't remember the team he was with at the time. Might have been the Patriots, but it was announced the night of the Super Bowl that he was going to be their coach. Now, are you telling me that there wasn't anything that happened before that game that might involve tampering? But who knows? Maybe this is just something. This is just another message sent to the Cardinals that, hey man, you better mind your P's and Q's when it comes to NFL business. Otherwise, you're going to get hit for it. And certainly that's what's happened here. Some will say, well, they didn't. I remember the Chiefs. The Chiefs lost. I think it was the 5th round pick numerous years ago for talking directly to Jeremy Maclin, I think when he was going to become a free agent. But that's the 5th round, but they lost an entire round, an entire pick. Here you still have a 3rd round pick, but like you guys pointed out, it's way, way down. That's a lot of picks. It's almost an entire round.
The Cardinals, though, Howard and Bo, every time we talk about them, it's like they feel there's a sense of entitlement, like we know something you don't, they withhold information, right? And it's like, they don't want to give out information on the injury report, right? We never knew exactly what was going on with this team. How about this tweet from Josina Anderson? League sources on the Eagles agreeing with the Cardinals on the swapping of 3rd-round picks. Quote, they initially were not truthful about their interest in Gannon over and over again. And the Cardinals' self-ignorance is going to cost them 28 picks. And so when we talk about the issues with the administration, let's go back to everything. They need to completely remake how they are with people, with the public, with public affairs, with the league, with other teams, because you've got Pinocchio's nose growing every day, and you won 3 or 4 games last year. That something doesn't add up.
Right. If you're gonna do that, if you're gonna try to go against the grain that much, you better win. And they're not. It unfortunately comes with them having to concede 28 spots, fall down the draft board. And it's a bad start to the Ossenfort Gannon era.
Yeah.
Howard Balzer's out at the Arizona Cardinals facility all 1st round and beyond. He's going to be out there all 3 days. We're going to check in with him periodically throughout the night. Howard, always a great insight. We look forward to talking to you here down the line.
All right, guys, take care. Have a good one.
Just did not anticipate this. I mean, but I should have. I should have anticipated.
Well, we thought
like
we were going to telegraph it with the uniform announcement,
right?
And we got through that without a hitch. They didn't fumble the bag there. We love the new uniforms, but we know about a week later they would parlay the uniforms into this 15. I mean, how do you announce this? How does this get announced 15 minutes before the draft?
I mean, it would have been easier to probably take tomorrow when the pick swaps were going to happen, right? But maybe Philly put the pressure on him. Maybe the conversations about, because Jordan Schultz was saying Philly wants to move up from 10 to become a player for a guy like Jalen Carter. Maybe the conversations during that was like, hey, speaking of which, let's press you a little bit. We got this thing. And Monty's like, let's just release a joint statement.
Yeah. Albert Breer reporting 3 things in the top 10. The Cardinals, newsflash, Seahawks, Falcons, they're trying to trade down. The Titans have talked about going to number 3 and to 8. The Eagles have talked about going to 5 and 8. So just to confirm our earlier report, the Titans have been in touch with the Cardinals about trading up to pick 3. What C.J. Stroud potentially going to Houston and pick 2 does to that reality, I think, is significant. I don't know how Tennessee feels about Anthony Richardson or Will Levis. I would imagine not as infatuated. And when Houston flips the script and says, we're going to take Will Anderson, no, we're going to take C.J. Stroud, if you're Tennessee, you're probably just like, well, is it worth trading up now?
Yeah, I mean, it is Monti Ossenfort's wanted to be patient with this, slow play this, maximize his hand. It could burn him at the end of the day, but that's also due to how much of a wild card Houston's been throughout this draft process. But speaking of the draft, as it's getting underway from KC, we're going to go live to KC. Our guy Justin Spears joins us. We have Justin. Yeah, let's get Justin on here.
There he is.
Get a live look from Kansas City. He's probably got barbecue all over his fingertips because he's diving into that great KC barbecue. Justin, what's up, my man?
What's up, guys? And yes, you were absolutely correct. I got into some barbecue, and I don't think I'm coming back to Arizona. I think I'm going to stay here in Kansas City. I like Mexican food. I love Sonora hot dogs, but barbecue is way better.
There you go.
Well, I mean, they're showing off the Lombardi Trophy right now, too. They've got a football team that's not going to get charged with tampering minutes before they're on the clock again at 3.
They're not charging for meals either for their players. They got it figured out in Kansas City. I would not be surprised if we lost Justin to Kansas City after this weekend. But in all reality, what's the vibe there? Have you seen many Cardinal fans? I saw a report earlier today, not a ton of representation for the Redbirds. Any red and white that's not affiliated with Kansas City that you've seen?
Unfortunately, guys, I have not seen any Arizona Cardinals fans out here.
Wow.
And if I've taken away anything from this trip so far, is that Kansas City is obnoxious about the Kansas City Chiefs. I have not seen a single Kansas City Royals shirt, hat, anything. I've been here for 3 days, and it's in the middle of baseball season, and I have not seen a single Kansas City Royals garb. It's all Chiefs here. They're obnoxious about it, and they're very passionate. But no Arizona Cardinals fans out here.
I would be. If my team was that good, I would be that obnoxious. I would be insufferable. You would not, Justin, you would never have me on your radio show there in the ESPN in Tucson. You would never let me talk about the Cardinals because I would be insufferable. Let me ask you this. As far as being boots on the ground in Kansas City, it seems it's got to be the Houston Texans, the talk of the town there, what they're going to do at 2.
Yeah, so a lot of people are closing in on maybe C.J. Stroud, the quarterback out of Ohio State. I think that's a safe pick because it looks like Bryce Young's going to be going number 1 overall. And you know how I found out that Bryce Young's going to the Carolina Panthers? Through the NBA guy. Sham Charania tweeted that the Panthers are closing in on Bryce Young. And I'm like, man, Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport, they got to be looking at Shams like LeVar Ball on FS1 on the Cowherd Show saying, like, stay in your lane, okay? Don't be bringing NFL news. You're the NBA guy. Stay in your lane. But so it looks like, the Panthers are going to take Bryce Young, number 1. And then I think with the Houston Texans at number 2, they got to go quarterback, right? And you look at the next best one available. Do you go Will Levis, who kind of is like a Josh Allen type of player, or do you go to the guy who gave you a bunch of production at Ohio State? And I think C.J. Stroud is that guy.
What about the Arizona Cardinals at pick 3? Our friends at BetMGM Sportsbook say smart money right now, although slightly, is on Will Anderson Jr. Justin, we know the Arizona Cardinals' preference, especially in light of this tampering news, losing 28 spots in the 3rd round. Their preference is to trade down. Do they still have time to pull something off, and potentially who do you think it would be with?
I really like Will Anderson, the edge rusher from Alabama. But, I mean, if they ended up trading down, what do they go offensive lineman? Do they get the Paris Johnson? I don't know exactly what they would get. I mean, but if I were the Arizona Cardinals, if I were in their shoes, I would go defensive line because, as you guys know, losing J.J. Watt, losing that depth up front, you need to get some guys in. And I think Will Anderson is a solid choice if he's available. But, I think if they end up trading down, I would say offensive line. But they stick around at number 3. I like getting a defensive lineman.
Justin, you're there covering a Tucson native and one of the best players in this draft. I don't think he's an option for the Arizona Cardinals unless they pick up more draft capital in the 1st round. But Bijan Robinson, the Texas running back, what are you hearing around the prospect you're there to cover?
So I'm going to put on my tinfoil hat on here for a second, guys, all right?
Okay.
I looked at his mother wearing a Kelly Green dress. Who's got the number 10 overall pick? That's the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah.
So maybe the Robinson family, maybe they know something that we don't. And I look at all these mock drafts, and the Philadelphia Eagles love them some Bijan Robinson. They were just one of 2 teams that Bijan visited. The other team was the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I don't imagine him going to Tampa. So you visit Philly. They had the number 10 overall pick. And you think about how Bijan can fit in with that offense. I mean, you don't have Miles Sanders anymore. And you put a guy like Bijan, who is the Swiss Army knife of a running back, a guy who can catch out of the backfield, a guy who can also run through you, run around you. He's a very patient runner. He's not the kind of guy who wants to rush and try to do too much. He's very smart. He's a very smart football player. And so when you pair a guy like that with Jalen Hurts, who's an offensive MVP and one of the most high-powered offenses in the NFL, I think you're going to get a lot of magic out of this. And getting a running back like that on his rookie contract while you have A.J. Brown still in his prime, while you have Jalen Hurts still there, I think it's going to be go time in Philadelphia if they were to pick Bijan Robinson. And the good thing about if Bijan goes to Philadelphia is he doesn't have to do too much. He's not going to be the bell cow running back.
I hate Philly, and I wish them no success for what's going on with the tampering situation. I hope they don't get a player the caliber of Bijan Robinson.
We're already betting the unders on Philadelphia next year. We're facing them hard. The Cardinals gutted their defensive staff. They took Nick Rallis, and they lost Shane Stetson to Indianapolis.
In fact, that Bijan Robinson's mom's wearing Kelly Green, it's tampering. Somebody get them, and let's make sure
Philly,
we get picks from
We
them.
got 4 wins under our belt, 3 to 4 wins. You were in the Super Bowl, won the NFC. Like, calm down. Let us have our rebuild. Stop screwing with us. Justin's not screwing with us. He's our man on the ground in Kansas City at the 2023 NFL Draft. We're going to talk to him right after our guy, Bijan Robinson, is drafted, the Tucson native. Justin, thank you so much, my man.
Appreciate you guys. Love you. Thank you.
Carolina Panthers officially on the clock. They're halfway through. Johnny, what the hell's taking so long?
Oh, you know what it is. They string
Shams
this out.
Charania is breaking, and it's like, look, I could have broke the story that Bryce Young was going to go #1 overall.
Yeah.
While he was still playing at Alabama last November.
Yeah, you couldn't even get, I think it was plus 2,000 by the time the day started at our friends at BetMGM. Producer Emma, I would love to read some super chats if I can find them here on my old computer.
Well, Johnny, if you just take a look to your left.
Oh, perfect.
I got them for you.
Let's do it. Libertarian Sasquatch, our friend of the program, Super Chat $4.99. Thank you so much, my man. I had absolutely zero expectations for Ossenfort, and he still let me down. Again, I think to Bo's point, had this happened tomorrow, it would have still stung.
Yeah.
But the fact that it literally happens before he makes his first pick as the GM of this franchise, and it's directly his fault, not good.
I like our guy Hector here. Thank you for the $2 super chat, trying to get our vibes back on track. It's draft day. Let's go, baby. Yes, absolutely right. The Arizona Cardinals are soon going to be on the clock. Are they going to make the pick at 3? I love this little Carolina on the clock.
Yeah.
There it is. And let's go to Dale here. Thanks for the $5 super chat. It's hard to be a Cards fan sometimes. Feel that. I absolutely feel that.
We're gonna drink through it with our friends here at Four Peaks. We're gonna get better because we've got all the specialties on tap tonight. And premium drinks is not a premium price. If you've got an opportunity to come down to Four Peaks in Tempe, we're at not max capacity yet. So get your butt down here. Let's root on the Cardinals. Attempt for a trade down, Bo.
The pick is in for the Carolina Panthers, so we are going to find out shortly what suit color Bryce Young's wearing, because that's the only thing that's up for debate. I haven't seen him yet, but he's going to be on the stage soon. He's going to be bro-hugging Roger Goodell, and then the Arizona Cardinals are going to be 10 minutes from being on the clock, and we're really going to see Houston, they hold everything as far as the draft goes for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
If they go C.J. Stroud, the quarterback, then they're going to have to pivot. If they take Will Anderson Jr., Monti Ossenfort phone blows up, or the deal that they reportedly had in place with Tennessee comes to fruition. But look at Stroud's kind of wearing a pink suit a la Kyler Murray back in 2019. But he's going to be wearing that Carolina blue that they have there. So
we got another super chat here that I think we missed.
Let's get to it.
Producer Emma, Cardinal Sin, that's never reigned truer. 21, $5. Thank you so much. I feel like I'm the only one that doesn't want to trade down, and I just want to get Anderson. Great content as always, gents. Well, thank you so much, Cardinal Sin. I don't think you're the only one. I think now, though, with the fact that you lose that premium third rounder, it becomes more apparent. But then in an effort to not fumble all over yourself if you're the Cardinals and save face, a la what they did with J.J. Watt so many times, it's like, you could do a lot worse than trotting out Will Anderson Jr. with a Cardinal jersey tonight. Just saying, we're going to let Will take over, model citizen, model player, somebody that they're going to build this franchise around. That's I think the preference for most Cardinal fans, assuming you can't get a big package.
So do you kind of you get a little bit conservative, right? You get a little safer as far as what prospect you want to bring in. I think the optics at this point are important. So officially off the board, Goodell made the announcement. It is the Alabama quarterback, took home the Heisman Trophy. a year ago, a year removed.
Yeah.
You look at the size there, 5'10", 204, but the playmaking ability, got every pass you want. He can make every pass, right? I mean, he's athletic. You got to love that Carolina identified this guy. They went up and got him. They gave the haul to Ryan Poles and the Chicago Bears, and now Bryce Young is making the long stroll up to the podium, and now a Carolina Panthers quarterback.
I think Kyler Murray has helped the Bryce Youngs of the world be able to pave the way to be a top 1 to 3 draft pick. I think Bryce Young, to me, if he's able to stay upright, is going to be a really good player. And I think the NFC South is ripe for the picking in terms of being a young quarterback and making your mark. He does not have to go to the AFC gauntlet of quarterbacks. And he gets an offensive coach now in Frank Wright, who's had a lot of success in this league as a head coach, albeit with veteran players. So I like the pick. Now it just becomes the draft really begins. CJ Stroud, is he going to be available for Houston in terms of taking him, or is he going to be available for the Arizona Cardinals to dangle at pick 3? And if he's not, what do the Cardinals do? Houston, are they infatuated with CJ Stroud? Lovie Smith put a knife in the back of the Houston Texans by winning that final game of the regular season and subsequently costing the Houston Texans Bryce Young. So have they had enough time to vet the standout passer from Ohio State? Remember there was that smear campaign for CJ Stroud that he, wasn't looking good on all the advanced metrics, the testing, and that was probably
the C2 test.
Yeah, whatever that is. Teams attempting to smear his potential at the NFL level to get him to fall to picks 3, 4, 5, whatever. And I do think Will Anderson Jr. was going to be the pick as of this morning. And I think it's going to be C.J. Stroud now because I think Cal McNair and Houston, they're especially reactionary.
Yeah. No, they are. They are. And that's where you look at that franchise, and they are going to be swayed. And you might you'll probably kind of figure out who was trying to create the smoke screens or the indictments on the character or the skill set for a guy like C.J. Stroud and making sure he could potentially be available beyond 2.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
In trying to play this game where, unfortunately, it didn't matter until the Texans the pick was in, right?
Yeah.
Because they are a team that's going to be swayed by, the public arena, and unfortunate to the Arizona Cardinals that happened in the 11th hour.
And we've heard for some time that the Cardinals were not infatuated with Will Anderson Jr. like maybe the public was. And then you think about also the fact that they like Tyree Wilson out of Texas Tech. Now there's reports, Bo, that he's got a foot that's been a flag for some teams. And we knew he's had a foot for some time, a foot issue. He's got 2 feet from what I'm told, but one of them not so
that's
good.
That's big if true.
So I've heard that he could have a Jermaine Johnson kind of fall, the Florida State pass rusher from last year.
Wow.
If the Cardinals don't pick Will Anderson Jr. here, and if they can't trade down, I mean, you talk about all hell breaking loose. I can't even imagine what it would be like if they went with a different player other than Will Anderson Jr. here if he's available. If we're just assuming right now Houston's going to take C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, and you look at the Cardinals board, and you're trying to decipher, do you go offense or defense, right? And I think the offensive player here is the one that has made himself in the headlines as far as Kyler Murray likes Paris Johnson Jr., the Ohio State tackle, or is it going to be Will Anderson Jr., the edge rusher out of Bama? And I think that's what Monti Ossenfort, outside of taking all those calls during the 10 minutes, and I expect him to use the full 10 minutes, maximize it to see what he could do if there's a deal to be made.
Yeah.
But
I would say right
just trying
now,
to figure that out.
If the Cardinals are able to trade down, if the Cardinals can expect it to be.
Yeah, Shams is breaking more news. He's saying it is Stroud.
So I would say if the Cardinals are able to trade down, that this franchise, they're going to try to get 60, 70 cents on the dollar. I mean, teams know Cardinals are vulnerable. They're vulnerable for a lot of different reasons. This is not the news that they wanted to start today. They had an agreement, I'm told, with Tennessee to come up. Is that agreement still good? Do they have interest in Anthony Richardson? Back-to-back quarterbacks, Levis, Richardson, now remaining Bo Brock. Are teams infatuated with either for the Cardinals to, let's say, become whole? Can they become whole again and make their money back as it relates to the precious pick spots that they have lost? We're gonna wait to see. I'm with you, though. I think take the entire time, vet your board, vet your phone calls, and try to make a deal. And if not, you take Will Anderson. It's that simple.
It is that simple. It also becomes complicated to where which team, it's not as clear which teams love Richardson or which teams love a Will Levis and feel like if they wait that they could be caught without getting their guy, right? So Does Indy, do they still feel like that's off the board, right? Unless they feel like somebody's a threat to them getting their guy
I don't think it's off the board
forward.
completely. I think everything's on the table. I think Indianapolis, you could still sway them from flipping from 3 to 4. I don't know if I buy the Philadelphia Jalen Carter coming up to 3. I think that's a little aggressive. I still think the relationship that Ossenfort has with the people in Tennessee, do you try to throw a Hail Mary here and just say, hey, you guys, can we talk you into Will Levis? Can we talk you into Anthony Richardson? You're not going to have to give up the Trey Lance package of multiple 1s and a couple 2s. I mean, the Cardinals right now, I would imagine they would take 60 cents on the dollar for another trade down option, Bo.
And that's in line with what Daniel Jeremiah was saying about a week ago. And, as far as the Arizona Cardinals, they're not going to get this extravagant trade package that you saw with the San Francisco 49ers trading up to 3 and Miami trading down back in that Trey Lance draft. It's a big-time bummer for Monti Ossenfort, who held on until the bitter end, trying to maximize the trade package that he could get in return for this 3rd overall pick. So now you're starting to see your two top assets as far as what you took over from the previous regime, and that was basically it, right? You had DeAndre Hopkins, and you had the 3rd overall pick, and you're not going to get maximum value. Now you're going to have to lean on your scouting background and identifying who's going to be the top, probably premier position player that you're going to have here 3rd overall or potentially trade down for.
I don't want to be.
It just murkies the waters a little bit.
It does. I don't want to doom and gloom, though, because there are plenty of people in this chat that want Will Anderson Jr. I would say it's at least 50-50. If he's available, he's presumably will be with C.J. Stroud going 2nd to Houston. And, again, he's the safe pick for this franchise. The franchise right now that is staring down a rebuild without their franchise quarterback, without now a top 3rd-round pick. I mean, it's dicey for this team right now. And so you could do a lot worse than taking the star edge rusher from Alabama. But we're about to see the Arizona Cardinals on the clock. C.J. Stroud taking the stage with Commissioner Roger Goodell. This team now.
Let's take the temperature of the room here at Four Peaks.
Yeah.
If it's stick and pick and it's not Will Anderson Jr., are we going to boo that pick, or are we going to applaud a Paris Johnson Jr.?
We're
seeing people thumbs down.
Not ideal.
The crowd is pretty quiet. I think they're stunned as far as how things have transpired here, and I think they should be. I mean, not only do you have the trade that was contingent on C.J. Stroud being available fall through, but you also had the bomb that dropped before the draft even began that the team was going to be hit for tampering and drop down 28 spots in the 3rd round.
So far, there's no word on the Twitter streets as it relates to the Arizona Cardinals trading or making the pick. So, again, the Cardinals are going to use every little bit of time to be able to try to squeeze this out. Their preference, again, as it has been for the better part of 2 months, is to trade out. So you would assume they're going to use all this time, Bo Brock, be diligent, work the phones.
Less than 5 minutes to go here.
Oh, we have under 5 minutes here. We're at 4 minutes and 20 seconds. The pick is not in yet. The pick is not in for the Arizona Cardinals as they attempt to make, God willing, they're going to make a pick here. If it's not taken away for tampering again, they're going to make a pick within the Ossenfort Gannon era, or they're going to trade down. And I say as the clock ticks, we're under 4 minutes now.
Does Houston become a player to trade back to try to get Will Anderson from 12 to 3?
They were interested in doing Will Anderson and then coming up for Stroud. Maybe they feel like, well, we don't have to trade as much now. I think that's on the table. Cardinals want to move out. Everybody knows they want to move out. So it's in their best interest to field all the offers, and they're probably getting lowballed right now. They have probably seen their leverage go down a tick, Bo.
Monti Ossenfort calls like you do from your alma mater looking for money. He's like,
3.5 minutes left. Look, the pick is not in yet, so you would assume they're trying every little bit they can to move this pick.
If this thing doesn't go under 59 seconds without the pick is in before like under a minute, I'm going to be upset and there's no trade.
If the pick is in, then we're all on Will Anderson Jr. Correct?
The worst of all realities is a stick and pick, and they take the tackle out of Ohio State, right?
No, that's not the worst. The worst is Tyree Wilson. Tyree Wilson, 3rd overall, is the worst reality. You can't take
I thought that wasn't going to happen. I didn't even have that.
I'm just saying that's the worst reality. Because the group of players that the Houston Texans were deciding upon was going to be it was going to be Will Anderson Jr., Tyree Wilson, or C.J. Stroud. So until it happens, I'm not going to discount anything. Look, there's 3:40 left on the clock.
2.5 minutes.
They have not made the pick yet because they're trying to trade it by hook or by crook if they're not penalized yet.
I hope it's taking this long because Monty's like, yeah, give me how many first?
Paperwork.
That?
Can we get the paperwork filled out? 2 months leading up to this. We're in Indianapolis. This team has been gifted the 3rd overall pick after a disastrous 2022 season. They're starting to try to start anew here. Again, 2-12. What's happening?
There's Adam Schefter's getting news.
Let's get a trade. Let's get a trade. Do we have a trade? Oh, Houston Texans have traded up. I think I was trying to read his lips here on the television.
I don't know if you're a professional lip reader, but
Houston is trading up. Arizona is trading the pick. The Cardinals did it. They've traded the pick.
Okay.
Clap it up, everybody. 4 picks. They did it. They did it.
The Arizona Cardinals are trading to the Texans. Ian Rappaport tweeting that out. It's becoming more and more. Let's go. Everybody's getting pumped up here.
4 Peaks is electric right now.
We're still awaiting what could be in return. Anything you'd like to say to me for bringing that up minutes ago?
Listen, I'm not going to try to take credit saying this team had an agreement because it didn't. They fumbled the bag with Tennessee. The Cardinals are now going to pick 12th overall with additional picks coming back their way. We don't know definitively what the package looks like.
We keep getting conflicting reports.
Okay. I'm conflicted right now.
With
Trade
who?
alert.
Are we conflicted on which team traded up? I've got the Houston Texans, according to Ian Rappaport.
It is Houston. It's going to be pick 12. It's going to be pick 12, but what else are they going to add to it? We need to pull up the Houston Texans' available draft picks.
Yeah, Schefter just confirmed it as well. We're not seeing any draft compensation as far as what the Arizona Cardinals are going to receive in turn. But we do not. The Texans, as far as draft capital, one of the most rich teams in this draft.
Monti Ossenfort picking himself up by his britches, dusting himself off after that little minor tampering period that we had to sulk over for about a half an hour here on PHNX Cardinals Live here at 4 Peaks in downtown Tempe. Cardinals are back in the game. They're back in the game. They trade down officially. Pick 3 goes to pick 12. You would assume they're going to get a 1 next year. Would you assume that?
Yeah, to go from 12. I mean, unless the Stroud deal, that would have been a masterclass by Nick Caserio as far as the Houston Texans, and it's kind of done out of negligence, right? Because he was thinking that he was going to get out of here not having to take Stroud at 2. But
we do not have the package yet.
Yeah, we're still waiting for what's going to come the way of the Arizona Cardinals as far as this trade goes. Looking for just feverishly looking at Ian Rappaport's Twitter timeline.
Didn't Daniel Jeremiah predict this yesterday? And wasn't it something to the effect of a 12 and a 2 and a 2 next year?
There was a future 2. There wasn't a future 1. So that's
the Cardinals did everything they could to trade that pick, didn't they?
They
put up that white flag and they said, "Please, somebody save us," and they were saved by the team picking right in front of them. And I love the optics by Houston too. You got to go with your franchise quarterback before your edge rusher.
Yeah, I think it's a big win for the Houston Texans as they bring in an exciting coach. They kind of had a VIP access to one of the top coordinators on the market, D'Amico Ryans. And not only were they able to do that they're going to bring in 2 really exciting. Here's what the Cardinals get. They get the 33rd overall pick.
Nice. Clap it up for the 33rd overall pick.
They get a first in 2024.
Woo! Yeah, Cardinals.
They get a 3rd in 2024.
That's what I'm talking about.
And the Texans get the 3rd and 105th pick in this draft. So the Arizona Cardinals, to recap, they slide down to 12. They give up the 3rd overall pick.
Wow.
They get the 2nd pick in the 2nd round. They get a
that.
1st in 2024. They get a 3rd in 2024, and the Texans also get a 3rd round pick on top of that. Monti Ossenfort, he's Matt Damon in Rounders. He slow played it, and it worked out to perfection. Pay that man his picks.
Yep, you'd love to see it. This franchise needed a shot in the arm. They now have back-to-back picks to kick off round 2, 33 and 34. I'm going to make a prediction right now. They're not going to make both those picks. One of those 2 picks is getting traded tomorrow. I'll go on the record. This franchise not had a lot to
You think they
cheer
trade
about.
back into the first round?
No, I think they trade down again tomorrow.
Okay.
The DeAndre Hopkins trade, by the way, could still be in effect tonight. Could the Cardinals potentially go up from 34 to 22 with Baltimore for DeAndre Hopkins? But right now, the Cardinals secure a first next year a team in Houston that we all assume not going to be very good.
Yeah, and the pick is in. The Houston Texans officially have tabbed Will Anderson Jr. I don't know if we got lost in our own excitement, but Will Anderson Jr., as expected.
Good luck to Will.
He's going to be wearing a Texans uniform, probably the best pass rusher since J.J. Watt to wear that uniform, right?
Yep.
And as far as the quarterback position, you've got Stroud taking over where they've been looking for the successor to Deshaun Watson after he fell unceremoniously out of grace and made his way to Cleveland for a package of picks. But Monti Ossenfort taking advantage of a team that was rich in picks.
So 105 goes to Houston from this year, correct? So that's the pick at the top of the fourth.
That was a compensatory pick. Thank you, Christian Kirk, right?
So that was so they gave up a third this year to get a third next year? Are we sure 105? I think 105 is their fourth this year.
Okay, you could be right.
Let me look that up.
I don't know as far as compensation goes. I saw a Christian Kirk jersey here in the crowd, and
you might be
that
right.
person
Hang
that's
on.
wearing it.
So the Arizona Cardinals pick 105 is their fourth this year.
Okay,
so the Cardinals have pick 12. They've got pick 33. They've got pick 34. They've got, unfortunately, now pick 94 and 96. But they've got a first next year.
Yeah. So saved a little face on what was it was an ugly start. It was an ugly start, but the Arizona Cardinals were able to figure it out here. And now we start to try to forecast who's going to be there at 12. You know, as we start to look at this, Will Anderson Jr. goes 3. You have to imagine Indianapolis goes with probably a Will Levis over an Anthony Richardson.
Yeah.
We've heard that they like Levis's ability to maybe start early over Richardson, but I don't think Richardson's out of the conversation here. And then you have Seattle. They could potentially go Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
Right? And then, I mean, you look at the Detroit Lions at 6. 7, Las Vegas Raiders. Do they become an Anthony Richardson landing spot? 8, you've got the Atlanta Falcons, and then you've got 9, 10, 11, and then 12, the Arizona Cardinals picking.
Yeah, to me, it goes back to they were hell-bent on trading down, and to get a future first from a team like Houston, similar spot to that of Las Vegas or Tennessee, that's not going to be competitive in the AFC, that's a win. So as frustrated as we are with this tampering charge, they're going to have 2 premium first-round picks next year. Book it. They're going to have their own, and they're going to have Houston's, and it's going to be early and often. I mean, they're going to have 2 premium picks in a draft that has a surplus of quality players, including Marvin Harrison Jr. out of Ohio State. Right now, the Arizona Cardinals, it looks like, are up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 picks in this draft. And again, I do not anticipate this franchise picking back-to-back tomorrow. I have immense confidence they're going to trade down.
The same amount of draft capital that they had going into it, but as far as moving up inside the top 50 picks.
Yeah.
And that's where you can find some impact makers year one. And, you know, the pick is in here as far as with the Colts. The Colts are running to the podium, basically. I mean,
Anthony Richardson, maybe?
I got to imagine it's a Levis guy. It's Will Levis, right? He just exudes Indianapolis Colt, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But we'll see if it's Richardson or Levis. But I think that the ability to get another top 50 pick is important there, and especially since you just lost 66 to drop down to 94.
Well, you got 333. You've got 12, 33, and 34. There's 3 starters right there, and then you've got a first next year. I mean those are impact players. These are players that they're going to be able. And we've got the Hopkins deal that's coming, where that could conceivably be a pick relatively high.
And the Arizona Cardinals, with those 3 picks within the first 34 selections, right? They can immediately, like, say at 12 they take a tackle, right? And then they're looking at that center position, and I think that's right in the ballpark where you can get a John Michael Schmitz at 33 or 34, and you can get a top edge rusher at that spot too.
Yeah.
And that would look really good to start off the Monti Ossenfort era.
This team needs young talent on the cheap, and you do that with top 100 selections. And right now, they've got 5 top 100 selections. They've got 3 in the top 34 picks, and they've got a future 1. They have 2 first-round picks next year. You cannot underscore that, Bo Brock. You talk about expediting this rebuild. You do it with premium picks on days 1, 2, and then early on day 3.
Yeah. Let's see what the Colts did. They've got a change of regime, or at least it's the coaching staff. Shane Steichen, the OC of the Philadelphia Eagles. There's no tampering as far as their courting of their new head coach. they look at the green room here on ESPN, and they got Richardson. He's kind of raising his eyebrows. Looks pretty happy, like he might be the next player off the board here. But we'll see. The pick is.
You want to get a look at our big board right now?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's get a look when producer Emma gets a chance. Take a look at our big board for the
we
Arizona Cardinals.
We do have the commissioner coming up to the podium here.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's take a look at that big board.
Skoronski, Paris Johnson Jr., Devin Witherspoon, Christian Gonzalez, I would say is the big four for this franchise to look at, with the next tier of a Lucas Van Ness, defensive end from Iowa, or a Darnell Wright from Tennessee. Bo, before today, would you have signed up for that trade the Arizona Cardinals just
got?
You would have,
no
100%.
Doubt about it. Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to see that from Tennessee, and you're just falling one spot down.
Yeah.
So the pick that we anticipated, it didn't come to fruition, but they're still pulling off the right move. It is the quarterback out of Florida, Anthony Richardson, just an absolute tool shed as far as what you get from the quarterback position, 6'4", 244. You got to love it. What Shane Steichen was able to do with Jalen Hurts in that Philadelphia offense, and then to see what he can do with Anthony Richardson, it's going to be just downright scary.
Well, and if you're a team in the bottom half of the top 10 now, you snooze, you lose. I mean, as Ian Rappaport just tweeted out, the phones are ringing in Seattle. Hey, Tennessee, wake up. Hey, Las Vegas, wake up. These teams now that thought, well, these quarterbacks are going to fall. We're going to have a smear campaign for C.J. Stroud. Where Anthony Richardson, he's going to be a bust. Will Levis eats bananas with the peel on it, puts mayonnaise in his coffee. These quarterbacks are going early and often. That's what happens after last year when Kenny Pickett, the first quarterback off the board, didn't go until the early 20s. Now the flip is switched here. I have another thing to report. This is the first time a team on draft day within the first round has traded up into the top 5. Do you know when? Since Sammy Watkins with the Buffalo Bills. Think about that for a second. This is the first time.
That's a deep cut.
It's been a long time. What was that, 2014? Since a team has gone, when the NFL draft has started, into the top 5 to get a player. So the Cardinals, they bucked a lot of trends tonight. I'll give them credit. Now they picked 12, as Bo mentioned, the names to watch. Paris Johnson Jr. is their preference. I think that's going to be tough when you've got teams like Chicago and Tennessee in front of you, both needing left tackles.
Yeah, especially with Chicago there at 10. I mean, I would bet you've got Detroit and Vegas, two of those teams going to go defense. Yeah. If Vegas doesn't go quarterback, and I don't see them as players for Will Levis. This is, then you start, I mean, the sweat for the trading down the 3rd overall pick now becomes the sweat of which prospect lands at 12. Yeah. And that's the fun. It's a fun game now. Now that Monti Ossenfort was able to finally pull that off, just a Houdini act as far as getting out of the 3rd overall pick and doing what was, he had his blanker on the entire offseason. The Arizona Cardinals is an organization.
Hello, wake up.
Yeah, we want to trade down. McShay called them desperate, and they were able to still pull it off with, to your point, I mean, people need quarterbacks. Well, you need a good quarterback to contend in this league, and they don't take that for granted.
If it makes you feel better, the Twitter streets analysts are saying the Cardinals wholeheartedly won this trade.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Horrific trade for the Houston Texans. We like Will Anderson. Is he a generational prospect? We're going to find out. But to give up essentially what Houston did, Cardinals gave up a 4, and they gave up the 3rd overall pick. They got what equates to, I think, 3 ones. Pick 33 is basically a first-round pick, and then they get a 3rd on top of it, which could be an early 3rd. I mean, the Cardinals are going to come out of this draft with a top 12 player on their board, probably a top 10 player, in a group of players that they all felt were categorized together. Yeah. Tyree Wilson, Will Anderson Jr., Paris Johnson Jr., all these guys they lumped in together.
Do you feel like Tyree Wilson comes back into play?
100%. Tyree Wilson, the defensive end, is 100% in play at pick 12.
I'm going to pander for easy likes here, but Monti Ossenfort pulling off the heist of the 2023 draft, trading down. Hit that like button. We appreciate everybody tuning in. We appreciate everybody here at Four Peaks enjoying those $3 Redbird Lagers. Of course, you got $5 pitchers of Redbird Lager. You got $3 kilts, $3 Wow Wheats. Cash in on that while you're here, while enjoying some great food. Incredible atmosphere. Big thank to everybody that came out here. People pumped to the Arizona Cardinals and their new architect of their roster. Monti Ossenfort was able to pull off the deal.
Standing room only here. We got a packed house. Come down and hang out with us. And in the meantime, check out the big board for PHNX Cardinals. We've got it up and running here. This is who we pegged as the best top 30-plus players in this draft. Our big board for PHNX Cardinals with the Seattle Seahawks now on the clock. Emma, do we have that big board by chance? Big board? Yeah, we got the big board.
It's on the big board.
I'm on a delay. So ignore what I'm saying. None of it's relevant. Will Anderson Jr. was our best overall player, the second best. Jalen Carter still available, although we don't think he's going to be a realistic option for this franchise. Then it gets interesting. Bryce Young, of course, off the board. Christian Gonzalez, the outstanding outside corner for Oregon, still available. Devin Witherspoon, corner Illinois, still available. Skoronski, guard tackle from Northwestern, fantastic prospect. Tyree Wilson, Paris Johnson Jr., Bo.
Oh, talk.
As we're being joined by the GM Saul Bookman, there's about 4 to 5 guys you can talk yourself into.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that with the trade down, that gives Monti Ossenfort a little breathing room and people being content or excited about what his haul is that he comes away with here in the 2023 draft. We do have the GM, Saul Bookman, a guy who was out there in the on the hot stands at Sun Devil Stadium cheering on the Arizona Cardinals, the Phoenix Cardinals back in the day. As you see this, the first time the team goes external for a GM since 1994. You see him pull off a trade with seconds on the clock to make a deal. He pulls it off, and he pulls off a huge heist, gets a big haul in return. What are your thoughts on that?
Fantastic, man. Fantastic. It's about time something good happened. I mean, listen, when you get a haul like that, plus we still have D-Hop, and we don't know how that's all going to work out. I think this could turn into a pivotal moment for this franchise at this moment.
I love in the chat Michael Dobson saying Monti Ossenfort greater than Sonny Weaver Jr. of draft day. Steve Keim gets that reference. Let's take a look at these super chats real quick.
He sure does.
Well, we got the Seahawks on the clock. Where should we start? How about wrenches and rants? We've got finally we're here. Let's go, Monty. No ACC players. No Miles Murphy from Clemson. We've got Frankie. Thanks for the $5 super chat. Appreciate the coverage, fellas. We appreciate you tuning in that super chat. Little Dreezy 13 going all the way to 12 sucks a little. I don't disagree with that, but I think
now with this group,
as far as 20 first-round grades for this draft class by a lot of teams in the league, you're still going to be in a position to put yourself to get yourself a player early here in the draft.
Let me ask you this: so we're assuming it's going to be Houston's first next year. Is it theirs or is it Cleveland's in the Deshaun Watson deal? That's something that has not been reported yet. We do not know yet. It was pointed out to me by a friend of the program that Cleveland, their first next year belongs to the Houston Texans because of the Deshaun Watson deal. We assume Cleveland's going to be better than Houston next year. That is something that has not come out yet, so we're going to have to wait and see on that.
It's tough to forecast because you've got the AFC North, which is kind of it's a murderer's row, right? You've got Cincinnati, who's always going to be in play there. I think Pittsburgh's on the up, and then Baltimore continues to do things as far as they sign the extension to Lamar.
A first is a first.
Right, the first is a first. So, do they cannibalize each other? And then you've got Houston in an opportunity-rich AFC South, right? You've got Jacksonville who won that thing, but, can they stack wins and get themselves out of a top 10 pick potentially? I think that's a possibility.
How about this? Seattle Seahawks, they're going to take cornerback Devin Witherspoon out of the University of Illinois.
Oh, boy. The Legion of Boone returns.
I'm not a huge fan of that pick.
Wow.
You should be.
As a Cardinal fan or just in general?
I was more afraid they were going to go Jalen Carter. I think Jalen Carter with Seattle scares me more than Devin Witherspoon.
You still can't. I actually applaud Seattle in looking at the red flags and saying with the top 5 pick, you can't take a prospect with the red flags that Jalen Carter has.
He didn't take top 10.
Tyreek Woolen and
visits.
Devon Witherspoon.
What I'm saying.
Are you kidding me?
That is a ridiculous secondary.
Yeah, that's true. You know what though? Here's the deal. They're still quarterbacked by Geno Smith, and I think he's going to come back down to earth. When the Cardinals get Kyler Murray back, they're going to be able to overtake Seattle.
First of all, you better get some other receivers because the receivers they got right now are not matching up very well against those two
We got 2-2s tomorrow. We'll take care of it.
Here's what the pick from the Seattle Seahawks tells me is the Arizona Cardinals need to get a ground and pound offense going soon because throwing the football against them at least 2 times
Push
a year.
these tackles down to 12, please. Paris Johnson
Get
Jr.,
that tackle.
Skoronski, get these guys down.
Hey.
Take the corners now. Take the off-ball corners. That's fine.
Take the tackle at 12 and then maybe 33, 34, maybe F around and get maybe Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah. If it's your guy Jody Ehrler, well, let's just trade 33 and 34 come up for Bijan Robinson. How about that?
That's it. It's that simple. I don't know what are we debating here?
Paris Johnson Jr., you get him at 12, it's a home run day.
We got a long way to go.
We can put aside the tampering charges, which are egregious, and we can celebrate in Paris with Paris.
Look, I don't think they're that egregious. I think these NFL rules are dumb. Look, I still think you need to abide by the rules, no doubt about it. And to get caught, it's embarrassing. But the NFL needs to retool how they do the head coaching searches. It doesn't make any sense that the week that he didn't even have a game, that the Cardinals reached out to him, and they're going to get knocked for that is ridiculous. But at the same time, I'm not going to just give them a pass.
I'm going to give this man his flowers.
Yeah,
so
let's do it.
The week of the Super Bowl, Bo and Saul were at an event, and the Cardinals had not had ties with their head coach, Jonathan Gannon.
Okay.
And you guys, this man in particular, Saul Bookman, saw the Cardinals sniffing around JG. And it hadn't been reported that Jonathan Gannon was a factor, even though it had been hinted by. Like, the Cardinals knew this was their guy for forever.
Yeah, for sure. No, hey, listen, we were at the Super Bowl. It was fun. And then I saw an individual or two that is associated with the Cardinals. I'll just say it like that. And I was like, how about this? This is a little weird. And I talked to you, Bo, immediately. I was like, dude, I think there's something there.
Yep.
And sure enough.
Well,
a couple days later.
if you remember that timeline, the news had just come out that that Brian Flores, the now defensive coordinator of the Minnesota Vikings, had said thanks but no thanks to even being a finalist for the coaching position. But we had heard through a couple different people, like Benjamin Albright told us in January that Gannon was going to interview for the job, but it never materialized, right? And the opportunity it passed because they need to get a first interview before a second interview. Yeah, it just became messy. But for the NFL to have such strict rules as far as this goes,
and to put this out, we've had all offseason. Put this out the day of the draft, 15 minutes before it starts. Yeah. I don't want to dwell on it because they rebounded quickly. I mean, hypothetically, and I hate doing this game, if they had done the trade, but then they had swapped third rounders and this was the equation, we'd be all celebrating. Like if that was somehow built in, where the Cardinals went from 66 to 90 something as a part of their trade down, and then they still got all the package of picks that they got, everybody would be like, fantastic trade. Yes, of course they would.
I don't agree, because if you waited that long, you literally were the last franchise to get a head coach.
Yeah.
You waited that long, and then you gave up draft capital for it?
Right. No, I get it.
That's gross negligence, John.
It is. It's not. Well, listen, they don't do things the right way.
They got their guy. They got their guy regardless.
Yeah.
I was looking at this Sean Clement, actually, on Twitter. Yeah. And a big thanks to one of our listeners. I don't know if I can say his Twitter handle because it's ridiculous. But Sean Clement, he's a data analyst, data scientist.
Yeah.
And he said that the Texans lost in excess of the #1 overall pick in trading back up to 3 with the Arizona Cardinals as far as value.
You love to see it. And we've got a big announcement to tease on this show.
Yeah.
Huge announcement.
So I'm not sure. Do we have our announcement ready, producer Emma? So today we got word of a brand new piece of sweet, sweet goods from the PHNX merchandise locker to celebrate the return of the Bird Gang.
Give it to me.
No. After pick.
Okay. So we're not going to do it right now.
But, yeah, okay.
There's the ultimate tease right there.
Okay, cool. Oh, we just traded up.
No way.
That's what everybody's saying in the chat.
The Arizona Cardinals
are on the clock at 6. They trade 12 and 34. So as you mentioned, they're not making that pick. Who do they like at 6? Is it Paris Johnson Jr.?
I'm guessing it's going to be Paris Johnson
It's
Jr.
Going to be Will Levis.
Or Christian Gonzalez.
Christian Gonzalez is the one that I want this high.
I'm not sure I love this move. You're going to give up a premium second-round pick to come up and trade? You just traded down. I mean,
it costs you a second.
But we knew
cost you the second you got from the Texans.
We knew that they loved the draft next year, and so the big piece was getting that first next year.
So I bet it's Paris. We've got a trade alert here. So the Arizona Cardinals have traded back into the top 10 from 12 to 6 with the Detroit Lions.
I bet it's Paris Johnson Jr.
And they're going to give up the 12th overall pick and the 34th overall pick. So the second that they got in return for trading down, they're sending the Detroit's way. Assistant general manager Dave Sears' former franchise. And they're going to go get a guy.
Jumping Vegas.
Ooh, I'm a little thrown off by this because I did not see this coming.
No,
because
we had some time to take this in. Listen, there ain't anything
Tyree
if not
Wilson?
entertaining. I hope not. Who are you hoping for?
I hope it's Paris Johnson Jr. I think that they're convicted as far as this guy as a tackle. You're going to get him on a 5-year contract, barring him playing well. So if going into his 4th season, you pick up that 5th-year option, you got to pay Kyler Murray a lot of money come next season, right? He's going to take up a significant amount of that salary cap.
It is Paris Johnson Jr.
Are you sure?
Who's reporting that?
I'm pretty sure.
Sure?
Albert Breer reporting Paris Johnson Jr. right now is scheduled to be the pick. Let me double check.
And he's an Ohio State guy, so he has sources as far as that.
Here it is.
That school goes.
Arizona Cardinals are trading back. Oh, no, I'm sorry. They've had their eye on Paris Johnson Jr.
People in the chat are saying Carter.
Jalen Carter, huh?
No way.
Well,
if they take Jalen Carter,
no way.
People might lose it
I'm
first.
gonna lose it
because it's definitely going to give him Robert Kondichi vibes.
Yeah, it's got to be Paris. I like Christian Gonzalez. I'm not trading up to 6 to take Christian Gonzalez.
Can't believe I'm hitting up Shams' Twitter account for Draft Insight, but he's had it all night.
This is wild. This team.
Yeah, Schefter's saying that he thinks it's going to be Paris Johnson as well.
Yeah, that's the smart move. The franchise left tackle. Cardinals basically got the Texans first rounder. Just listen to this. Cardinals basically got the Texans 2024 first rounder just not take Will Anderson.
Yeah,
Jr.
the pick is in officially. So the Arizona Cardinals on the clock. The pick is in. We're going to see the first selection for the Arizona Cardinals. The only selection here in the first round is they trade up from 12 to 6. They give up the extra second.
They are taking Paris Johnson Jr., the standout left tackle for Ohio State.
We all asked for it. Let's take our medicine. Let's get an offensive lineman. Something the previous regime didn't do until its first
look
draft.
At this monster.
I don't think everybody accepts this fact right now because nobody responded at all when we said it's going to be Paris Johnson.
How are we feeling about Paris Johnson, Four Peaks?
I think that's fantastic. Clap it up.
There we go.
We don't like seeing our franchise quarterback on his ass every Sunday and in the training room. We like to see him upright. So basically, you got a first-round pick in trading down, and then they went back up and got their franchise left tackle because he wasn't going to be there at 12.
No, he wasn't.
I mean, it's smart.
Yeah.
You got assets. You got you got draft capital for what's supposed to be a much better draft next year.
Yep.
So you'll have 2 picks in the first round. You're going to continue to build. Here we go, and here it is, Roger Goodell.
Wow, this franchise. Roger Goodell at the podium right now. The Arizona Cardinals on the clock, making their first official selection.
There we go.
Look at the big man. The people at Four Peaks are going absolutely wild.
That's JG energy, Johnny.
Yeah.
That's JG energy right there.
He's
love it.
He's almost 6'7". He's got the feet of a ballerina. We did a draft breakdown on our YouTube page. A phenomenal prospect that's going to slide right in and is the cornerstone piece to begin this rebuild. Look, I mean, he's cut up. He doesn't even look like a tackle.
No, look at that suit. We joked around, the Arizona Cardinals' new white road uniform is fire, and he's got the all-white suit. Looks just as clean.
Look at these highlights, baby.
Yeah, look at this guy just manhandle Big Ten pass rushers. Playing some tackle, probably going to play some guard early on, don't you think?
That's no problem. But what he did against Michigan and Georgia, I know they lost both of those games, but you see these highlights now. Not only a fantastic run blocker, but, I mean, C.J. Stroud keeping him upright. They play the same style of play in Ohio State that the Cardinals try to do, and it's an easy conversion now, trading the silver and white and black and red for the silver and white, black and red
Maybe
uniforms.
that's why they changed the uniform
There
to
you
Ohio
go.
State vibes.
Makes him feel right at home, right?
He's an ass kicker.
Yeah,
that's exactly what you need. You need a bunch of just maulers up front. And we did not have.
They were soft. Cardinals were soft for so long, and now they get a player of this caliber to come in. I mean, like, you check them boxes. They didn't need a franchise quarterback, otherwise they would have taken one. So you go down, and it's like, clearly they thought Paris Johnson Jr. was worth it over taking somebody like Will Anderson Jr. And now we get to make a special announcement, right? Live now at the PHNX merchandise locker to kick off the Paris Johnson Jr., Monti Ossenfort, Jonathan Gannon era. Bird Gang is back, baby.
Ooh.
The fresh new release, white, red, and black. Bird Gang till I die, Bo Brock.
Absolutely. You've endured so much as a as a fan of this organization, right? As far as what they're doing off the field, but on the field, what do we got?
Cardinals get pick 81 in exchange for this. They give up pick 1234 and 168. They get pick 81 back.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
Go ahead.
Take that, Philadelphia, and your tampering charges. We're back closer in the third round.
We're creeping. We're going to creep, baby. We got 4 picks tomorrow.
Look, but this shirt, unbelievable. Bird Gang till I die. I'm going to get it tattooed on my arm if this team makes the playoffs, I think. It's unreal. It's a clean white T-shirt. We don't even have that many white T-shirts in the locker.
We had one other one.
Right, and then the old lawyers from some school down south said, can't do that. But this one, get it. Can we get it now? Can you go order it, PHNXLocker.com?
PHNX Locker right now.
Celebrate Paris Johnson Jr. protecting the blind side of Kyler Murray for the foreseeable future with this clean shirt, Bird Gang till I die. You can do it now. Excited about it, Johnny.
The Cardinals subsequently went from making no trades to all the trades. They have since traded down. They've traded back up. They've got 3 picks in the third, and they've got 1 to start the second round of pick 34, and they still have a D-Hop trade telegraphed later tonight.
Yep. It's good on Monti Ossenfort. So getting back into the top 100 as far as making deals, as you said, 81. They got the Cardinals contingent there in KC. Big hat and big play there. Got to love to see it. People are pumped about it. Man, I mean, get that extra year. And, I think Paris Johnson is going to have more of an ability to start than the last tackle they took in the first round in DJ Humphries. You didn't even see the playing field out of Florida. Yeah, knee deep. That was his nickname from the coaching staff because that's how deep you had to get to him. This is great. I mean, DJ Humphries is in his last year of his contract. The way they rework things, I mean, it just seems like it's going to be changing the guard. You expect DJ Humphries to be the consummate professional that he's always been, to help mentor this kid. Kelvin Beachum, too, on the other side of it. Yeah. He's got some great tackles to learn from, but also just take that first-round skill set and then become better than those guys.
I don't think this takes them out of the equation for a early to mid-round guard center prospect. You've got Will Hernandez.
I mean, 34 is still in play, don't you think?
Absolutely. And while I think they're going to get an additional day 2 pick for DeAndre Hopkins, we know they like John Michael Schmitz. We know they like Steve Avila from TCU. He can play center. DJ Humphries is on a 1-year deal. He has no guaranteed money after this year. Beacham's year to year. Will Hernandez makes very little money. I mean, Paris Johnson Jr. is the only gem right now on that offensive line that needs completely rebuilt and gutted. And this franchise is showing you the days of tweener, off-ball, star linebackers and undersized wide receivers early. Those days are over. It's time to start checking blue blood prospect boxes. Ohio State, SEC caliber players, perennial contenders, and then taking positions that matter. Edge rusher, defensive tackle, left tackle, right? This franchise has just been so poorly constructed under Steve Keim. Monti Ossenfort's cleaning up the mess tonight.
Yeah, he is. He's not messing around. I mean, premium positions. That's what it's about. You know, they're not going to mess around, take an inside linebacker at this spot. They're taking a guy that's going to help keep your number one asset, Kyler Murray, upright and make sure he's not running for his life any longer, especially coming off a serious knee injury. I mean, that's number one priority for this organization.
So Ian Rappaport on the broadcast saying Cardinals were going to take Paris Johnson Jr. had they not been able to trade back. They were going to take him 3rd overall over Will Anderson Jr. How about that? That would have been quite the situation.
Twitter would have melted down.
Yes, that's from Rap Sheet, but they get a first and then some, and then be able to bring him back. That's fantastic.
So the pick is in for the Raiders, but let's take a look at these super chats from people and their reactions. The Arizona Cardinals going out and get a franchise caliber left tackle. We got through Little Dreezy going to 12 sucks a little. Edwin saying, how do you guys feel about sending 34 and D-Hop to Baltimore for 22 and still pick at 33 now? Well, 34 no longer in the fold for the Cardinals, but appreciate the super chat. Han getting in here saying this is the best trade the Cards has ever made. Hashtag hope. Feeling that. Thank you, Han. Dylan Richards saying, here with you from Kalamazoo, Michigan. Love you, boys. Hopefully not too much in on Michigan because we got an Ohio State guy now wearing a Cardinals uniform. Let's check in with Kev. Kev saying Paris J or Nolan or bust. So he wanted either Nolan Smith.
Ask and you shall receive.
There you go. Paris Johnson. Han back in there saying Ozzy. Oi, oi, oi. We have an effing GM. Gotta love it, guys. And then Michael Dumpson saying Paris Johnson's dad played for the Cardinals. It was meant to be. Kyle Odegaard tweeting that out. Cardinals drafted Paris Johnson Sr. in 1999.
I guess on the broadcast, he said that he was praying the Cardinals would take him.
Okay.
Said that he wanted to be a Cardinal. He wanted to come and play here with Kyler Murray. And that's not everything, but it means something. And there are too many instances now where guys don't want to be Cardinals. And now you've got a guy that can come in. He is a cornerstone player. This is a player that they hope to have under contract for the next 10 to 15 years to be able to come in and help change the culture. I put him in the lineup tomorrow. There's these days of sitting guys. This guy played for a blue blood program in Ohio State, being able to come in, play him a guard, play him a tackle. I don't care. But you trade up into the top 10. That's not a project. That's a guy who's plug and play.
The biggest thing that the Cardinals have done, or at least I hope that they have identified, is guys that actually love playing ball.
Yes,
and
100%.
they had too many guys that were on this roster that they just showed up for the check, but they didn't want to put the work in.
Yeah.
They didn't have that die-hard mentality like Buda Baker did. And you saw it during that Hard Knocks episode. You needed some guys to come in here and completely refresh it because Jonathan Gannon is of that mindset.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that they found Paris Johnson. I hope he has that DNA, and I think we're on track to kind of rebound quickly, hopefully.
Yeah, so the updated compensation going both ways here, according to Tom Pelissaro of NFL Network. Detroit gets 12. They give up 6. They get 34 from the Cardinals and 168.
Yeah.
And then the
Scraps.
Cardinals got the 6th and the 81st overall pick.
81 after right now, 34? They still have 34, right? Or do they have 33?
No,
or
they 33.
So
they have 33.
So they have 33, and then it becomes 81. They have all these picks bunched between 80
33 is the second pick off the board in the second round. So Tyree Wilson, did he just go off the board
He
here?
did, to the
Vegas Raiders.
It's funny, our guy Jalen Carter, who didn't take any top 10 visits outside the top 10, is still available. Just saying.
Could he stay in Georgia, though? Could he just go to Atlanta?
He could.
I mean, they've been revamping that
Do they have the
defense.
infrastructure, though, to handle a guy like that?
Probably not.
It doesn't feel like it.
Probably.
Coach on the hot seat.
You got Kirby Smart just like a car ride away in Athens.
Yeah, because Kirby Smart did such a bang-up job keeping him in
Look,
line.
he got 2 championships. I
Yeah.
mean, that's not too bad. I mean, but no, I hear what you guys are saying, but if somebody's going to do it in the top 10,
Our friends over at CHGO might be the group that gets a Jalen Carter.
Would be quite something to go from
you know
one
what?
to wherever.
As far as what fan base should be upset that the Cardinals were as aggressive as they were to get back in and get Paris Johnson, it's got to be CHGO or
they
the
wanted
Bears.
him.
They
They
wanted
wanted
a
him.
franchise caliber left tackle. Now you're staring down, what do you know about Peter Skoronski? What do you believe him to be? Is he a guard? Is he a tackle? Do you look at Broderick Jones from Georgia? Do you look at some of these other tackles? It screws them up a little bit, but look, same thing. Ryan Poles was able to pull off a huge deal for Chicago. They could not take it, and they're going to still get a good prospect at 10. Man, look at Tyree is a massive, massive guy.
They didn't have enough players like that getting off the bus, getting off the private jet with Michael Bidwell that were imposing. I mean, think about it. They lose J.J. Watt. They lose Zach Allen. They're year to year with so many players. You needed an impact line of scrimmage maker, and we've been talking about it for 2 months. They wanted to force a pick at the line of scrimmage, and they met with Paris Johnson Jr. They used a precious top 30 pre-draft visit with him. They met with him at the Combine. And I would imagine they decided early on, this is our guy. We cannot subject Kyler Murray to the kind of punishment he's faced these last couple of years.
Yeah. I mean, what does JG say every press conference when we ask about Kyler Murray? He wants them to be 100% physically and 100% mentally. How do you take some of that how do you take on some of that on your shoulders, right? You shore up the offensive line. You put guys in front of them, big hog mollies that are going to protect them. It's not just kind of, all right, let's see if these guys can put a hat on a hat here, if they can pick up their man any longer. It's like, okay, my blind side, it's protected. I don't think he's ever had that luxury his entire career, and now Paris Johnson gives you that potential. I'm going to say potential. I like what he projects to be, but we'll see. There's a lot between him going up to the podium, being excited, and him, becoming a solid pro.
So the Cardinals started today with the 3rd overall pick, the 34th overall pick, the 66th overall pick, 96, and they have subsequently gone from that to the 6th overall pick, 33rd, 81, 94, 96, as well as a 1 next year and a 3 next year. I mean, that's putting some work in. Yeah. You have done a masterful job, Monti Ossenfort, in being able, in the light of this adversity with the tampering charge, to trade down get your franchise left tackle, and to be able to put yourself in a position to set yourself up this year with 4 top 100 picks remaining, and next year getting a first and a third from a team in Houston that we don't think is going to be very good.
That's straight out of the New England Patriot handbook.
It is.
It really is.
100%.
I mean, that's exactly what the Patriots would do if they ever had a top 10 pick. But they usually don't because they're successful. And that's what Monti Ossenfort has done here. Fantastic job. You got to be happy if you're a Cardinals fan seeing exactly what was flipped. Don't tell me some bad news. Are you laughing?
We're going to talk to our guy Justin here in a second.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Because Bijan Robinson's going to Atlanta 8th overall.
No.
What are the Falcons doing? Can I ask that question? What are the Atlanta Falcons doing taking a running back?
So they've used 3 top 10 picks in the last 3 years on their offensive playmakers.
Tight end,
Kyle Pitts, Drake London, and then now Bijan Robinson.
That is unbelievable.
And their quarterback
that's a great threesome,
except
for the fact that they don't have a quarterback to throw to.
That's Kai-Mask.
Tyler
right
Heineke's
there.
going to love throwing too.
That's Kai-Mask.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Taylor Heineke's going to have a great season next year for the Falcons.
Oh, my God.
Desmond Ridder, Taylor Heinicke.
Oh, that is horrifying.
I will say this for Bijan Robinson. I love Bijan Robinson.
Yeah, of course. It's not a knock on him.
No. I think skill set wise, he was in the top 5 in terms of skills. He's one of the best players in the country that nobody ever really talked about too much during the season because he was in Texas, and Texas loves their quarterbacks, and that's it. Also, character wise, you're not going to find a better human being than Bijan Robinson.
No.
So to fit in that whole franchise who's had some sketchiness going on about it, I think this is a good fit. I don't agree with the reach at 8, but
running back in the top 10
it's a character
in the year of our Lord 2023. That is something else, Bo Brock. I mean that's quite the selection. That is something else.
Bad franchises make bad decisions, and they're bad for a reason.
That just means more people shift down for the Cardinals.
That's right.
At 33.
Let's see some more first-round backs.
Or if listen, DeAndre Hopkins fetching a first-round pick, potentially from let's say a team like the Ravens. Listen, if the Cardinals can't go to the table with the Ravens and be like, hey, listen, a year ago we swapped first-round pick for Hollywood. Let's do the same thing here. It's been done.
Yeah. I also think, Saul, to your point, the fact that the Cardinals guys have so many picks now at the end of the 3rd round, you can package 81 and 94 and go to the 2nd round. You can package 96 and 94 to go to the 2nd round. They don't have a 4th or a 5th. That's a little bit of a problem for a team that needs everything. But Hopkins, to me, my initial preference would be get a 2 from somebody. If you can't get a 2, instead of yet another 3rd, because you already have 3 thirds, I think I'm with Saul. I think you take 33 and you take D-Hop and you come back in and you get another ass kicker in the 1st round. You get another 1st-round pick.
If you get another premium position with another 5th-year option.
And these edge rushers are falling 100%.
I don't know if it's a Miles Murphy. I don't know if it's a Lucas Van Ness, but, it feels like those guys are falling down the draft board.
So we had no trades last year in the first, 15 picks. We've got another trade here. The Philadelphia Eagles are trading up with the Chicago Bears. The Philadelphia Eagles are now on the clock at pick 9.
So Jalen Carter time, huh?
Where the Bears picking? So they went from 10 to 9.
Yeah. Jalen's got to be this pick. A million percent that's got to be the pick.
Bears just sit back collecting more picks. Interesting. Eagles have traded up. Eagles are up at 9. They better have to give up that pick they stole from the Cardinals. This is one of the most unprecedented top 10s I've ever seen. And you talk about the movement from these teams, the drama now with Bijan Robinson going 8th overall here to Atlanta. I mean, that's incredible.
So they trade up from 10 to 9, and they get a 4th-round pick in 2024. So 4th-round pick next year.
So basically the Bears said, we don't like who you're going to take. We'll just give us a free pick.
Yeah.
Is basically what happened.
Bijan going off officially. Twitter streets had it.
They have.
So Bijan Robinson goes from Tucson to Austin to Atlanta.
Yep.
I mean, that's 3 great cities, fellas. That's 3 great cities.
One is not like the others. No, I'm kidding. It's
Atlanta sucks.
Austin. Great playmaker. I mean, you take the pressure off a second-year quarterback in Desmond Ridder. You give him somebody he can just hand the football off to in tough times. it's, Terry Fontenot, the GM down there, aggressive as far as rebuilding this offense post Julio Jones, post Matt Ryan. And here they are with Bijan Robinson and Philly making the trade up. What are you hearing, Johnny?
Well, a lot of people saying via the trade calculator that the Houston Texans trade with the Arizona Cardinals is one of the worst draft day trades of all time. What the Houston Texans did to come up for Will Anderson Jr. And I don't know if they just got caught up in the moment. Maybe they didn't love a lot of these secondary picks, or they were just infatuated with Will Anderson Jr. But for the Cardinals to get the package that they did, and I don't want to harp on it because it was before Paris Johnson Jr., but to trade and get the package that they got with 1 minute left on the clock, you talk about hitting a buzzer beater for a team coming up for not a quarterback. That is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. That's something the Cardinals would do in the flip side. They would try to grab all the headlines, right? Look what we did, the splash that we made. Monti Ossenfort, new name, should be the architect, because right now what he's building is going to be something sustainable. You don't flip a rebuild in 12 to 18 months unless you have draft capital. This franchise is going to have at minimum 3 firsts in 2 years that are going to be within the top 12 to 16 picks. And after a Hopkins trade, we could see them have 4 picks in the first round.
So what you're saying is anytime the Cardinals trade with the Texans, it's always a good fucking thing.
That's
for
right.
us. Sorry.
We'd like to steal your players.
We fleece the Texans
That's right.
every single trade.
Yep. It's a good organization to do business with, right? I mean, it just is. I mean, we saw the picture before the draft. You just look at who's in charge there, and Caserio comes over from New England. It seems like they're on their right track. They luck into a guy like DeMeco Ryans. They usually don't have any business having a coach the caliber come in, but they had VIP access because where his wife grew up, and he played football there. And sometimes it's better who you know than what you know. And as far as the Texans, the Arizona Cardinals were able to take, just heavy advantage of that. And a tip of the cap to Monti Ossenfort, to be as patient and to ride this thing out.
It's a home run.
You see the GIF of Airplane where the guy's just sweat just coming down his face, or the Jordan Peele sweating GIF, right? And that's Cardinals fans all the way. And then Monti Ossenfort, he's able to kind of pull this off, this rabbit out of the hat, and now he's got a franchise caliber left tackle in Paris Johnson and a future first next year.
A future first from a team that we don't think is going to be very good. And again, that could be Cleveland's.
Look at this stiff-ass war room with everybody in their suits and stuff. Like, dude, can you relax? You're going to be in there all night. You don't need to wear your freaking slacks.
Serious business.
Jeez.
Serious business.
Lighten up a little bit.
So Philadelphia is on the clock now, our friends at CHGO. So let's assume it is Jalen Carter. I haven't seen that reported yet. Chicago Bears, CHGO, is as easy as Skoronski. Our guy Christian Gonzalez now slipping out of the top 10, a player that we thought the Cardinals liked a lot. Well, it's clear. Devin Witherspoon, by this, is the number 1 corner in this draft by NFL teams, Bo Brock. A kid out of Champaign, Illinois, that played for the University of Illinois, was a top 10 pick. And then really, I think what we considered, he's 4th on our big board, CB1 Christian Gonzalez, falling a little bit.
Yeah. The skill set, you love it, right? 6'2", 200 pounds, sub 4'4", 40.5-inch vertical. Does everything you like. As far as a ball hawk, that's what he is at Oregon, transferred from Colorado. Stop me if you've heard that before, as it's a mass exodus these days.
Well, for the wrong reasons now. It's like, hey, I just got beat out by a transfer. I got to get out of here.
Christian Gonzalez, his bags are Louis too, and they're going to be by the end of this thing. But it is kind of surprising to see him slide down. He's gonna fall in the lap of a team that didn't expect him to be there, but. The Arizona Cardinals identified their guy in Paris Johnson Jr.
Yeah.
And they got that premium position and checked that off. And now, Monti Ossenfort, it'd be interesting to see how he navigates the rest of this draft. Like, how many more times? So what are we looking at, 9 picks total?
Let me count, because it's going to be more than that, at least right now. The Cardinals, after 2 top 10 trades, which is just Looney Tunes, they have pick 33, 81, 94, 96, 180, and 213. 213 needs to be DTR, by the way, out of UCLA. They've got 6 picks remaining, but you would assume DeAndre Hopkins is going to net you at least 1. But at the very least, they're going to have 6 entering tomorrow, Bo Brock. 6 picks. I don't think that's enough. I thought they needed to reach double digits with this roster. They want to throw a bunch of lottery tickets out. No 4th or 5th.
They're not big believers in this draft, though. They don't think there's that much talent in this draft. You've heard that.
We have, yeah. We have that source. That they like next year. And you know what? They have a 3rd and a 1st next year to add to what they already have. Mm-hmm. And they're going to get comp picks for Zach Allen and Byron Murphy. Is it inconceivable for this team to be back in playoff contention sooner than we thought with the moves that we're making.
I think you're in a position like Chicago is this year, don't you think? Like they lost a lot of heartbreaking games, but it was to the benefit of the team, to where they were picking where you want them to pick, right? They weren't just winning some games and kind of middle of the road. So they're going to have an exciting group, an exciting core that they're building throughout this draft and going to be able to develop 1 year without any expectations. Kyler gets healthier, and then you've got a haul of picks. So like you think you're excited this year about the draft? Next draft, you're going to be pumped about this because of you've got a full year of Monti Ossenfort under your belt and the correct way of team building. He's done 365 plus days of it.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's night and day from where it used to be, which is great.
Yeah,
which is great. Like, but again, I do want to caution. You know, at the beginning of Keim's tenure, he made some good shrewd moves.
He did.
You know what I mean? And so it's exciting right now. But the thing with Monti that you kind of feel like he's always been known to be a great evaluator of talent, especially in scouting, and especially not necessarily the first, second, third rounders. It's more at the end of the draft, 6th, 7th rounders, undrafted guys. He has an appreciation for guys. Listen, if you think Greg Dortch isn't seeing the field about 100% of the time this year, you're out of your mind.
Starting next receiver, I bet.
There's no way that's not happening, not under this regime, which is fantastic because the best players will truly see the field and play. And that's what you need for this franchise.
Yep. I absolutely echo what you said earlier. This is like Patriots-esque. It feels like New England with what Belichick used to do when you're flipping picks and you're coming back and you're taking a Chandler Jones and you suddenly look and they're flooded with a bunch of day 2 picks. The Cardinals, the days of tweener off-ball linebackers and reaches in the first, they're just done. They've been so poorly run for so long. Mm-hmm. And, you know, Michael Bidwell, kudos to him. He's taking a lot of shots. Here's what I will say. He stepped out of the picture, and he's letting his football people do the football work, finally. So I hope that Monti Ossenfort and Jonathan Gannon, tampering charges aside, which are egregious and it's unfortunate, are able to sit back and say, like, we're putting something special together here. It's obvious what they're doing.
But doesn't it transcend the playing field? I mean, I know that it's tough. They couldn't even get out of their own way, right? They get those tampering charges, and I'm sure they'll take responsibility for that. But as far as the overhaul that this organization's gone through, and they're able to put forth this effort, how stupid does Mike Florio look today, by the way?
Terrible.
So dumb.
Monti Ossenfort was able to pull this off and get an historic return. Here's my question. Do you think Tennessee's deal was better than Houston's? Is it possible?
I think you would have gotten their first, their second, their first next year.
I mean, the second's not even close to what Houston had.
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's a better deal. I mean, you went from 3 to 12, and you got their first next year, their third next year, and their second this year, which is basically a first. I mean, I know we're getting pick nerdy here, but I mean, it was an incredible value for a non-quarterback.
I'm just watching Jalen Carter get drafted. And
that was official.
He's in pure tears. I mean, I could only imagine what the guy's gone through for the last couple months, and he's been dragged. He has. Mm-hmm. He's not the one that committed the crime. You know what I'm saying? So, but he did leave the scene, and it looked really, really bad. But you could tell he's emotionally probably was worried about where he was going to go in the first round. So, I mean, like, hopefully it works out for him in Philadelphia. They're going to be ruthless, because they always are. But he's a part of a good franchise that has a pretty stable set of leaders and leadership.
His old teammate Jordan Davis, who was just drafted in the first round last year out of Georgia from Philly. You have Fletcher Cox there. He's got some great vets that he can learn under. It's kind of got like that Tyrann Mathieu type situation that he had coming to the Cardinals with a Patrick Peterson and some experienced veteran defensive secondary members. So look, I mean, he's got all the tools to kind of overcome the red flags that he kind of was part of creating during this draft process. He's a dog. There's no doubt about it. But the Arizona Cardinals had no luxury of picking a player with those type of red flags, and I think everybody knows that. But hopefully he's able to learn from his mistakes and turn it around from here.
I mean, Carter is the best player pound for pound in this draft. We heard that in Indianapolis in the NFL Combine. We thought for a long time he'd be a realistic option for the Arizona Cardinals at pick 3. And then that news broke while we were in Indy, and it became apparent that the Cardinals couldn't take him. They couldn't afford to take him. I mean, go look at Paris Johnson's rap sheet, if you would, off the field. It's immense. He's a tremendous human being on and off the field. He's somebody that bleeds elite football character. He is the poster child now for the Arizona Cardinals to kickstart this rebuild. You would have more questions with answers if you're the Arizona Cardinals taking Jalen Carter. This is like a bonus pick for Philadelphia because they had the foresight to be able to make a trade, to be able to steal. Who's first did they get for this top 10 selection?
New Orleans.
New Orleans pick because they're incompetent. Philadelphia is well run, so this is a bonus. So if it doesn't work out, there's still a team that's in the Super Bowl and in contention every year. That's a kudos to Howie Roseman and the company. The Cardinals want to be in that position. They are not in that position. Their roster has, Buda Baker's upset. Isaiah Simmons, no fifth-year option. Kyler Murray's on the mend. It's a meat and potatoes draft for the Cardinals on and off the field. You got to be able to look at every player that the Cardinals draft and say, were they a team captain? Do they have immense high football character? Do they love football right? Because you have questions about any of that. With a locker room as fragile as the Cardinals have, it's going to deteriorate. But Jonathan Gannon has put an immense amount of emphasis on character. The guys they bring in free agency, Zach Pascal, Kaiser White, maybe not household names, but guys that are going to contend for captainship for this team.
Yeah.
We're going to look at Paris Johnson Jr. in probably 12 to 18 months, future captain, right? Speaking of Paris Johnson Jr., the franchise quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals, tweeting out his support for Paris Johnson Jr., saying, LFG, let's get to work, big man.
I get texts from our guy, Saul Bookman, all the time saying LFG.
Let's go.
You like it? Look, when Monti Ossenfort had his introductory press conference, he said they're going to be a unified front from top to bottom.
Yeah.
Jonathan Gannon echoed those sentiments as well in his introductory press conference, and they've done nothing but walk the walk and talk the talk throughout their early tenure here with the Arizona Cardinals. And to kind of see that it's resonating, it's going throughout this organization, and to see him, Monti Ossenfort, listen to his franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
Imagine that, listening to your franchise quarterback about who he wants the team to draft. When the previous GM said, Tristan Wirfs or CeeDee Lamb, I don't know about those guys. I'm going to take a Swiss Army knife guy without a true position at the NFL level, 8th overall instead. It paid off.
It did. It paid off. Big thanks to Monti Ossenfort. Big thanks to the GM, Saul Bookman, coming and hanging out with us.
Guys. Appreciate
holding down the fort.
Would you guys like some more beer?
Oh, I love it.
Of course.
I was wondering how we were going to do that, but without just saying it's. How do you order a beer without just ordering a beer?
All you got to do is tip your cap.
We need to thank Saul. We also need to thank Devin Booker and the Phoenix Suns for beating that ass in the first round to allow Saul Bookman freed up his night. So PHNX Suns, much deserved night off.
Also, I know you guys are going to do it at the end of the night, but there's a ton of work that went on behind the scenes.
Of course.
Unreal.
Emma and company just fucking knocking
our entire
out graphics.
social media, Mac putting out these beautiful graphics.
Everybody killing it. Michaela, Jacob, Emma, everybody. Sean DePaz, who makes phenomenal graphics for us. Shane Diefenbach, who's done our prospect videos. I hope he's not lost in Mexico right now.
And the homie, Eric D-Line Co. He's the one that created the shirt, and he's also the one that conceptualizes a lot of the stuff that you see on our show.
We're so fortunate to have the team that we have at PHNX Cardinals. And it's nice when the Cardinals are competent and get their act together on nights like this where our people can shine as well, because it's great to have fun stuff to talk about.
Absolutely. Even minutes before the draft kicked off, and we were eating a big old cow pie burger because of the tampering charges that in the joint statement that was released.
Not again. Is this happening again? It's Groundhog Day.
But look, I mean, Rafa's saying it in the chat. I completely agree. 100%. The Bears were going to take Paris Johnson Jr.
100%.
So Monti Ossenfort getting an unbelievable haul for 3, and then having the feel.
Yeah.
He already has the feel for the draft on prospects that he likes and he's convicted about, and making sure he gets those guys.
Universal consensus on Twitter, despite the tampering charges. Much love to Monti Ossenfort and JG for getting this done. People are like, hey, I was skeptical, but man, oh man, I'm watching this franchise act competently on draft day. Steve Keim's been running this franchise in their draft since 2013. It's a new day. It's a new era if you're an Arizona Cardinal fan. And buckle up, because we've only just begun. Producer Emma, could we see the top 10, or excuse me, the first round as it's progressed throughout this so far? Because it feels like there's been a ton of stuff that has happened. This is the first round so far. We've got Bryce Young, of course, going to Carolina, first overall, telegraphed. CJ Stroud going to Houston, which we thought would torpedo the Arizona Cardinals' opportunity to trade down. It did not, because they're those feisty Houston Texans coming up and giving a boatload of picks and assets for the Arizona Cardinals. Cardinals trade down. Anthony Richardson goes to 4. Devin Witherspoon goes to 5. GM Saul Bookman had joined us. I was just basically like, oh, we got an hour to kill before the Cardinals pick. No, they trade up from 12 to 6 and select Paris Johnson Jr. I mean, the Cardinals still wouldn't have picked by now. The Ohio State tackle. Cardinals give up a couple assets. They gain a couple. Tyree Wilson, the player who we did not want, has a little bit of a foot hiccup. Of course, goes to the Vegas Raiders. Bijan Robinson, which is the surprise of the top 10. I mean, let's just be real. It's a great player, great person, questionable positional value. And then now we've got the last 2 picks, Jalen Carter to the Philadelphia Eagles, and then Darnell Wright. Darnell Wright going over Peter Skoronski, and that is something Bo and I have telegraphed for some time. We like Skoronski.
Right.
He's a good player. He's a guard at the NFL level. If you didn't think Peter Skoronski had question marks about playing tackle in this league, think again, because there's 2 tackles that did not have his pedigree at the collegiate level go ahead of him right now.
Right tackle, Darnell Wright, correct? So
I mean, Bears need everything
right,
up front. Yeah.
No doubt about it. And you're protecting your asset. We've heard that before. I said it about Kyler Murray and the Arizona Cardinals, and they're doing that, and the Bears are doing their own work on that. And you have to appreciate that. But they're getting the second best tackle, at least on their board.
Yeah.
And you just love that. Wrecking other teams' drafts by taking the premium players first. And now you look at Tennessee, who might be the biggest loser of the first round right now.
Yeah, 100%. I would say, Tennessee Titans did not have the luxury of sitting back. Are they going to take Will Levis, do you think? Is this a Will Levis spot where you reach for the 4th quarterback in the draft? Because if Anthony Richardson is good enough for your division rival, think about if you're Tennessee. You miss out on Stroud, who goes 2nd overall. That's out of your control. You can't do anything. But then the team behind the Arizona Cardinals takes Anthony Richardson. You're going to take Will Levis? So you're going to take the 4th best quarterback and be 3rd in line in your own division? The AFC quarterback arms race is a real thing. And if you don't have one and you're Vegas or you're Tennessee, like we laugh and joke about Atlanta, the NFC is a dumpster fire. It's got about 3 good quarterbacks, 3.5. The AFC is a who's who of all pro quarterbacks. These teams in the AFC South facing down the barrel of Trevor Lawrence and Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud. Now, if you're Tennessee, that's a difficult task. Ryan Tannehill, somebody that we had heard, Bo Brock, could have been sent to Arizona as a part of a trade package. He would have had to take a pay cut. He would have been used as a bridge until Kyler Murray was healthy. Now you're just like, what are we doing if you're a Tennessee Titan fan? It's unfortunate for them.
I'm seeing people maybe cringe at that idea, but it's not taken on Tannehill as a franchise quarterback. It would be taken on Tannehill potentially as a bridge to Kyler Murray with 1 year left on that contract. You'd probably have to take on some void years and look at how you could kind of take on the rest of the money in his salary, but it never came to fruition. The Tennessee Titans, the pick is in for the Tennessee Titans. Let's get into, do we want to look at some of these super chats before we get the official announcement from Tennessee and see how they're picking up the pieces after missing out on a C.J. Stroud and a trade up with the Arizona Cardinals? We've got Osmar, started off bad, but what a way to come back. Osmar Medina, absolutely comeback kid, Monti Ossenfort, and it only went down in the first couple minutes of the draft while he was on the clock, 3rd overall. Cardinals sin, 21. Do you guys think Buddha or D-Hop involved in a future draft pick trade between now and the next day or 2? I think D-Hop, it really feels like there's something brewing there, right?
Well, the Pac-Man on Pat McAfee show said that it was going to happen tonight, and that Baltimore was in play, Kansas City, and Buffalo. And these receivers haven't been taken yet, though. That's a little bit concerning. I think if you're hoping for a quality return for DeAndre Hopkins, we need to see Jackson and some of these kids, Quentin Johnston.
Okay,
out of
we've got an update as far as D-Hop. Okay,
what's up?
Josh Weinfuss, who's at the availability, talking to Monti Ossenfort right now at the Cardinals facility, said, quote, I don't see that happening as far as trading wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins.
That's a lie. I think that's a bold-faced lie. With all due respect to Weinfuss, he does a great job friend of the program. DeAndre Hopkins is going to get traded. I think you lose leverage if you come out and say, yeah, we're going to trade him. And the teams are like, okay, here's a ham sandwich. Here's a 6th-round pick. What do you make of that?
I mean, I need to know the context. What was the question? Are you trading DeAndre Hopkins tonight?
Yep.
Are you trading them this draft? But Monti Ossenfort, we're going to continue to get context. Maybe we'll get our guy Howard Balzer on the line.
That'd be great.
As soon as this availability with Monti Ossenfort is over.
Wonderful.
As far as what the true context is why he's saying DeAndre Hopkins after an offseason of speculation. You got some update on
that?
that?
The Detroit Lions had Arizona's 12th overall pick.
Yeah.
Jahmyr Gibbs, 12th overall.
They took that's the second running back off the board now.
2 top 12 running backs.
And they're paying David Montgomery.
Man Campbell, interesting. Not ideal, and not what I would have done. But I mean, kudos to Jahmyr Gibbs. He's a fantastic, wonderful player. But a running back that's not Bijan Robinson.
So Skoronski goes to Tennessee, and then the Lions with the Cardinals pick at 12. They take Jahmyr Gibbs, the second best running back in this draft.
Unbelievable.
They've got DeAndre Swift on the roster.
That is typical Detroit. And they go from Penei Sewell, and they get Jameson Williams right, and they're doing all the right things, and then they take Jahmyr Gibbs, 12th overall. I can't get on board with that pick if I'm a Lions fan.
They go 9-8 to finish out the season. Maybe they feel like Gibbs can be like that girly guy that he was with Goff, right?
That is an egregious pick.
That's
one of the worst picks.
Seems like a reach, right?
That's one
seems like a reach.
And again, it's going to seem like I'm knocking Jahmyr Gibbs. I'm not, but that's one of the worst picks of the last 10 years in the first round. And my best friend's a Detroit Lions fan. I fear for him. They have taken so many first and second round bust running backs. Jahmyr Gibbs, 6th overall, is the shocker of the draft. I mean, I love that position. It's our favorite during fantasy football season.
Okay.
You cannot take him 12 overall.
Here's more context from Darren Urban of azcardinals.com. GM Monti Ossenfort said on a possible DeAndre Hopkins trade during the draft, quote, "I don't foresee that happening. Could D-Hop play in Arizona this year?" Ossenfort said yes. DeAndre is a Cardinal. Now, look, here's what we know as far as D-Hop.
Also, Josh Rosen's a Cardinal.
Look, we know DeAndre's in town, don't we?
Yeah.
Was there some sort of – did they iron something out in the last couple days? Did they say, look, the market just hasn't materialized?
Why is the Pac-Man saying otherwise, though? Is he trying to force Ossenfort's hand by putting that out there? Buddy of DeAndre Hopkins.
Or drive back the market?
Yeah, this is bizarre. When you got Jahmyr Gibbs going 12th overall and there's no market for D-Hop, something's not right. That's concerning.
DeAndre is a Cardinal. That was the end of the quote. DeAndre is a Cardinal.
This guy just traded twice in the top 10. He's liable to do anything. That's what I would say. I wouldn't believe anything he says.
I want to get this guy back in the kitchen.
With all due
I wouldn't
respect.
mind getting back in that first round.
Yeah. that is unbelievable. The Jahmyr Gibbs thing, I just can't get over. Somebody else needs to make a pick because that is one of the most. We talked about Jahmyr Gibbs maybe too rich at pick 34 in our mock draft.
Yeah,
and he goes 12th overall.
12th.
I mean, I guess they felt like they were playing with house money because they got that.
Robinson is this is not a polarizing take. Is one of the best prospects in this draft, and we thought it was crazy that Atlanta was using their first round pick, and then for Detroit to go out and get Jahmyr Gibbs like they did. I mean,
I guess he told our friend Jess Root of Cards Wire, he told everybody, I'll see you tomorrow. So it doesn't sound like another pick tonight, but you don't know. They could have another pick.
Got it.
Interesting.
I mean, he'll dive back into the war room and probably just see if who's calling him, but are they content with what they were able to do? And look, they accomplished a lot tonight.
They did. I mean, they set up their future. And their future was not going to be made in the first round only of the 2023 NFL Draft. We had talked about it ad nauseum. Bo Brock is a rebuild, and you got to have premium picks to be able to kickstart this thing. And they've got 2 1s next year, and they've got a franchise left tackle that we've got it confirmed now was going to be a Chicago Bear. Paris Johnson Jr. was going to be a Chicago Bear. Monti Ossenfort says I can't allow that to happen. You remember what Jonathan Gannon said at the uniform unveiling. We like some players. We want them to be Cardinals, and they will be Cardinals.
Yeah.
And that was Paris Johnson Jr. to kickstart this rebuild for this regime. You love to see it.
You do. I think a lot of our mock drafters yesterday, they had Paris Johnson on the board at 11. They just missed with 12. I think we had one person that had the Texans trading up for the selection.
Yeah.
I'd have to see who they took with that 12th overall pick. But, I mean, as far as viewers, listeners, PHNX Cardinals has some of the most informed out there, no doubt about it. And that was a fun exercise. And look, they telegraphed it a little bit, but they were still cash in more than anybody else.
Yeah. Hey, I'm cashing in right now. Producer Emma, I want to cash in with the PHNX Cardinals' newest T-shirt at the merchandise locker, by the way. For those that haven't seen this hot fire, check this out. The Bird Gang Till I Die. Bird Gang's back. So is PHNX Cardinals in your closet. Come into a closet near you. The white shirt representing that white road uni, Bo Brock. Perfect to kick off the summer season here in the desert or wherever you're at. PHNX Cardinals, Bird Gang Till I Die. Love to see it. Can't wait to pick up my copy.
Yep. Talking with our guy Howard Balzer out at the facility, continuing to give us more context on this Monti Ossenfort quote about DeAndre Hopkins. And we're going to get Howard here fired back up live from the facility after just talking to Monti. He says he's going to give us a call in a minute. He's actually on with the prospect, Paris Johnson Jr., but saying DeAndre's a Cardinal and we're moving forward. That's added on to the quote.
I think that's him playing hardball with some teams, and I think by the time we hit tomorrow night and our show is over, because we're broadcasting live rounds 1, 2, and 3, D-Hop will be traded. I think this is him playing hardball. Like, he went down to the last minute on the clock. He used all 9 of his 10 minutes to basically, splurge and steal all of Houston's draft picks, to take all of their goodies for an off-ball outside linebacker. We love Will Anderson Jr. That was an egregious trade by Houston. Masterful job by Monti Ossenfort. I mean, he's doing the same thing. Yeah. Albert Breer and company want you to believe the Cardinals are going to cut DeAndre Hopkins. This is exactly what they should have been saying. Unless we're blown away, we're not trading them. Go get your D-Hop jersey. ShopNFL.com. DeAndre Hopkins is a Cardinal until he's not, because somebody's going to say, do I want this kid out of Panera Bread State or do I want DeAndre Hopkins? And I think we know the answer to that.
Yeah, day 2, it feels like it's still in the works. It's just it's interesting. It's strange as far as Monti Ossenfort saying we haven't heard something that definitive all off season long. Yeah, and I don't know if it's just like, hey, I got work to do here. Yeah. Next question.
Yeah. Hey guys, he's on the team right now. We think he's going to be on the team.
Did you not just see what I did with Houston?
I just I took care of business in more ways than one. Do we get clarification on the penalty that they had with the draft pick and the capital with Philadelphia? Did he give any context to that to our guy Howard Balzer?
I haven't seen anything as far as that we're going to have to wait until Howard's done here talking to Paris Johnson Jr. To get more insight as far as if they took any kind of responsibility for that, if that's something that they feel was necessary, and how they kind of came. Maybe they asked how they came to the conclusion as far as Philly and Arizona working that out on their own without having the NFL to intervene.
Yeah. It's interesting, too. You think about the trade down for the Arizona Cardinals, and they really did. They had about 3 to 4 things in their back pocket. They had a trade down, we know, with Tennessee. We know Philadelphia was sniffing around, coming up to 3 for Jalen Carter. And then the biggest shocker is just Houston saying, we want our top 2 players on our board, and we're going to give you – we would have been at that point after the penalty thinking, just get whatever you can. Go down and get whatever you can. And they got a package that was better than anything we had projected for the better part of 2 weeks.
And I don't know, when this trade kind of came across the Twitter streets, 2 weeks ago? Yeah. You kind of scoffed at it. You're like, why would you give up that amount of draft capital where they are as far as their rebuild? Because of
it's a fair question.
Where people feel or how they feel about Will Anderson Jr. Yeah. In order to give that many assets, especially future assets, for a pass rusher, it really is strange that it came around. I mean, it really is. But for Monti Ossenfort to be the guy to take advantage of that, I mean, it just continues to show, as people scoffed as the Packers are on the board right now, that saying that the Packers can't get anything. They don't have any leverage as far as getting anything in return for the Jets. Yeah. And what do? They get a haul in return. Yeah. People continually count these GMs out, including Monti Ossenfort for the 3rd overall pick, and he cashes in what was valued as more valuable than the number 1 overall selection.
Well, and I think, I saw a comment in the chat saying, or on Twitter, I should say, why'd the Cardinals trade back up for Paris Johnson Jr.? Yeah. You could have used pick 34 and pick 12 and gotten 2 impact players, because the Cardinals are telling you they think Paris Johnson Jr. is going to be a Pro Bowl left tackle. Yeah. And you don't want to water down a pick. That's all we heard about Will Anderson Jr. Don't trade down from 3 because it waters down the player that you're going to take. And I think that would have rang true at 12. I mean, do you want Darnell Wright, who wasn't available? Peter Skoronski was gone by 11. And, you probably could have had Christian Gonzalez. You could have. But they were dead set on a tackle. And they would have gotten the 4th best tackle. Broderick Jones is still available from Georgia. I just, for this franchise, they had bought themselves some collateral. They had some extra picks to move, and they got what I would imagine is maybe the number one player on their board, Paris Johnson Jr.
Love it.
Yeah.
You have to love it. Something that just seemed like it was inevitable, and you felt like they were going to lose leverage because it was so transparent, but they were able to cash in and take advantage of a team that targeted a player and wanted that player. It wasn't a quarterback. It was a quarterback that was kind of the linchpin to it in C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
And maybe, credit to this entire day that was just filled with reports of the Arizona Cardinals had a deal in place, and it felt like it was Tennessee, and they were going to take C.J. Stroud, and Texans were kind of going to be sitting there looking at Will Levis or Hendon Hooker at 12 instead of a top prospect. It's really fascinating how this all came together, but throughout the chaos, to keep your poise, it has to give confidence to the Arizona Cardinals and their new general manager, Monti Ossenfort. So we missed out on an ultimate troll job here.
What happened?
The Green Bay Packers did not take the top wide receiver off the board, which would have been hilarious post-Rodgers. Right? They didn't go Jackson Jigba-Smith. They instead went with just a mammoth of a human out of Iowa, the pass rusher, Luke Van Ness.
Which we liked. We liked for the Cardinals.
Doesn't it feel, though, like him wearing the green and gold of Green Bay to go from Iowa to Green Bay?
It's very on brand for the Green Bay Packers. They do what's on brand for them. They're going to win like 7 or 8 games, so they'll be competitive.
Do you think Aaron Rodgers texted Jordan Love was like, hey, enjoy, bud?
Enjoy those meat and potato drafts and no pizzazz, no spice. Although I'd love to see them try to jump into the DeAndre Hopkins trade market, which looks like is on a little bit of a pause. But now we've got the Pittsburgh Steelers trading up with the New England Patriots. And where does Will Levis end up? Because you look, Emma, could we see the remainder of the top first round? We'll just see the
good old baby doll hands. Kenny Pickett is their guy going forward.
He's got baby hands. His hands and my hands are confirmed about the same size.
It's not updated, just letting you know.
Okay. Just the draft order, if we could.
That also isn't updated.
That's okay. So we look at where the Pittsburgh Steelers are trading up with New England, and it is interesting. When this franchise can come into play, and typically stick and pick they do in the 20s, to trade up, they must feel like they can get a premium player. There's so much activity in this year's draft as compared to last year. I mean, it was a little bit of a snooze fest last year, let's be honest.
Yep.
We were in the midst of the run on receivers, right? People were calling that not a great class. I don't know. I think this class is pretty damn good when you have all this movement in the top 10 to 12 picks.
Well, I mean, there's a sense of urgency.
Yeah.
There's 20 first-round and grade players.
Right.
So
you got to go get one.
You have to go get one. And if you feel like there's a need that you can fill, and that's why I'm kind of surprised with the wide receivers not going. But the wide receiver group from last year, it's the tackle group this year. Because it looks like Broderick Jones is going to go off the board for Pittsburgh.
You love to see that.
And that's the 4th, if you count Skoronski as a tackle, off the board.
It's a great tackle class. I think the quarterback class, which was great, which was immense, kind of overshadowed how good the tackle class was. And maybe to an extent, the pass rusher class, right? Jalen Carter, bell of the ball, defensive tackle. The receivers aren't that great. Low-key, a good running back class. You look at now, we've got 4 tackles taken in the first 14 picks. And the Arizona Cardinals get the best one, 6 overall, and they recouped a first and a third next year. I mean, that's fantastic value for a franchise that has not prioritized offensive linemen. And, it's weird in a sense, they have taken offensive linemen and they have busted. They busted hard. They took a guy from Penn State that was overdrafted. They took a kid out of North Carolina, and Jonathan Cooper, that had an unfortunate injury, was never the same. I mean, when was the last time, knock on wood, an Ohio State player of this caliber busted, was just not a good player in the NFL? You just feel like taking players from these blue blood programs, these blue chip programs, the floor is immense. You just feel like what you got from DJ Humphries, you're going to get that plus some from Paris Johnson Jr. You're going to have an opportunity to have one of the best tackles in the NFL instead of Steve Keim's special. Let's take a couple developmental guys in the 6th and 7th round and then force them to start because we haven't built up the trenches the correct way. I know it's cliche, and every prospect is a singular entity. It's they're their own person. But, man, you could do way worse than taking somebody from Ryan Day's program right now.
Absolutely. And you know that there's a lot of respect from Jonathan Gannon for a guy like Ryan Day.
Yeah.
Coming from Ohio, I'm sure has Buckeye ties.
Yeah.
And to be able to get a player at the premium position like Paris Johnson Jr.
Yep.
With ties to the Buckeyes, with ties to the Arizona Cardinals, Did you see Paris Johnson Jr. when he was drafted? The LFG energy he had.
Yeah.
And then he's out there and
he wanted to come here.
He's just out there in the Red Sea that's there in Kansas City. He's got the giant hat on. I don't know if you saw that. He's got the oversized cap.
Yeah.
Like he's Lloyd Christmas. He just went and got the essentials when they were down on their luck.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And I can't wait to hear from him tomorrow. I can't wait to hear from Howard Balzer and what Paris Johnson Jr. had to say, the other takeaways from that press conference. But, another tackle goes off the board, and it's the 4th-ranked tackle in this class. Cardinals got number 1.
They got number 1, and they got a number 1 next year, 2024. And, again, we do not have it confirmed whether or not that's Houston or Cleveland's first. But, frankly, I'm not sweating that right now. This franchise dictates how tomorrow starts.
Can we have a little fun with that already?
You want
could the Arizona Cardinals, their own pick could be in Marvin Harrison Jr.
Let's not say
territory.
That. Let's say that the pick that they get is in Marvin Harrison Jr. territory.
I don't care which one it is. I mean, if you're in striking distance, with 2 top quarterbacks and you're a team that has a quarterback again, and you're in striking distance of this very talent-rich class coming up, and you've got 2 picks, I don't care which one it is. I don't care if it's the Texans or the Cardinals. If it's in striking distance and you can get a Marvin Harrison Jr. and then somebody else.
I just draft Ohio State's entire team. You already copied their uniforms. Just draft all their players. So on our big board, the highest ranking player is Christian Gonzalez. We had him 4th overall. Still available. And I don't think he's going to be available much longer. I'd be shocked if he got out of the teens. But then from there, you look at some of these targets for the Cardinals tomorrow. And as much as I want the Cardinals to trade down for more picks, could they get an Osiris Torrance, 33rd overall, right? Could they take Cansey, defensive tackle, Bo, out of Pittsburgh? Nolan Smith's still available. Broderick Jones is off the board. A lot of these corners, I think, that people liked that, were not in that first tier. I think we'll start to see them go in the mid to late 20s. But the Cardinals are going to have some interesting choices. I mean, you got 2 running backs going top 12 and 3 quarterbacks in the top 10. You're in a good spot to have some premium positions pushed down to you.
Yeah, especially with the run on tackles, right? And you've got
man, he telegraphed that right.
Yep. But then you've got this deep edge rusher class,
yep.
and then corners. There's plenty of them, right? There were 4 that some people considered as first round type talent, right?
Yeah.
You had the first 2. You don't have Christian Gonzalez off the board yet, right?
He's available.
His slide continues. So that will push a guy like Jody Porter Jr. down the ranks a little bit.
Yep.
Keely Ringo, a guy who played his local ball at Saguaro. So
Joey Porter Jr. is right behind Christian Gonzalez. Deontay Banks, cornerback out of Maryland, is interesting. Cam Smith, South Carolina. Stevenson, Miami, Florida. But Steve Avila, would it pain you if they took another offensive lineman tomorrow to start day 2?
No, I would love it.
I would too.
2 guys that you would have under contract for nearly half a decade.
Yeah.
And you're paying Kyler Murray during that half a decade a lot of money.
Yeah.
And if you've got 2 guys that project as starters and can be starters, that's a big win for Monti Ossenfort.
What else is a big win for this franchise is the fact that they, for the first time in Kyler Murray's tenure, went with a player that Kyler Murray recommended this franchise draft. And if you scoff at that notion, think about this. Kyler Murray wanted his buddy from Oklahoma, CeeDee Lamb. Cardinals passed. They took Isaiah Simmons. Who else did he want? Tristan Wirfs that same year. Cardinals said no thank you. He wanted Creed Humphreys. They unfortunately took Rondell Moore. They went 0 for 3. All 3 of those players are Pro Bowl, all-pro level players. He wanted Paris Johnson Jr. under Monti Ossenfort. Bam, you're a Cardinal, Kyler Murray. Let's give you your flowers. Kyler Murray's about to hopefully go 4 for 4 with his predictions on top-end player prospects.
Right. Yeah, he's a GM in the making as far as Kyler Murray tabbing top draft prospects and them panning out at the NFL level, because the guys that he's recommended are guys that are going to get extensions.
Yeah.
They're guys that are going to get their 5th-year options picked up. And
100%.
The guys that they picked instead aren't.
Right.
So
100%.
It's huge.
It is huge. We have an updated big board as it relates to what has gone on thus far and who is still available. Christian Gonzalez, as we mentioned. Now Skoronski is off the board, as is Lucas Van Ness. But you look at some of those options. Broderick Jones is also off the board, but Nolan Smith, we talked about it, Joey Porter Jr., Flowers, the wide receiver out of Boston College. No receivers yet. That's interesting. Does that help or hurt the DeAndre Hopkins market? That's up for you to decide. Gibbs, 28th, he's off the board. John Michael Schmitz. I'm putting my card in right now. John Michael Schmitz is available for the Cardinals tomorrow at 33. Run up to the podium. Tell us in the chat, who would you prefer this franchise take at pick 33? We got Han in the chat saying Whippler, Luke Whippler. I'm not sure you get Luke Whippler if you don't take him at pick 33. That's the problem right now. Without pick 66, and we haven't had to talk about the egregious tampering in a hot minute, so why not talk about it now? The Cardinals, big gap from 33 to 81, Bo.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like where you were last year, right?
Yeah.
Where you had you traded Hollywood Brown.
Yeah.
You take Trey McBride in the second round.
Yeah.
And then you have 2 third-round picks, and then you're off the board until the 6th round, right?
Yeah.
And when you're a team that's desperate for just adding talent, and you have the pressure of a new regime to add, turn over this roster and find starters, not just like fill in a few holes. It's find starters. You have to find how many, 18 to 20 starters?
I just can't imagine. I think there's a good chance they make pick 33. There's no way they're making all 3 of those third-round picks. They're trading down from one of those, either 81 or what is it? I can't even keep track anymore. 94, 96. One of those is within a 6. I mean, the Cardinals, they don't want to sit out day 3. They got guys they like, right? But what you're not going to see is they're not going to splurge and trade up and hamper themselves even more for a roster that needs an infusion of young talent. It's okay to like this draft and not love it in favor of next year.
No, you have to love what you see. We've got our guy Howard Balzer on live from the facility.
Howard!
A lot has gone on between the last time we talked to him. Howard, I have to ask you how he drops off here. So Howard goes away.
Come back.
Love to talk to Howard.
There he is.
Howard, give us some more context as far as Monti Ossenfort's comments about DeAndre Hopkins being an Arizona Cardinal.
Still waiting to hear. Howard, you let us know when you've got us, buddy.
All right. Howard dropped off there. Can't wait to hear what he heard from Monti Ossenfort himself.
Paris Johnson Jr. He
talked to
with
Paris
him.
Johnson Jr. Absolutely.
How fast can we get Paris to Arizona, to the desert?
He's going to be here tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll have a press conference. We'll hear from the new Arizona Cardinals tackle, potentially starting left guard.
Here's the quote from Howard Balzer on Twitter. Again, reiterating Bo from earlier. DeAndre Hopkins is a Cardinal. We're moving forward. That coming from Monti Ossenfort. I just think it's a big crock of shit. I don't think it means anything. I think if you're rooting for a D-Hop trade, I think there's a good chance that he's traded before the end of the night. How about this guy right here?
I think so. Are we going to go to Howard, or are we going to?
I mean, that's your call.
Let's go.
I have Jody here.
Let's get Jody on air here. Love to hear his thoughts on this Arizona Cardinals draft. Of course, host of The Drive Monday through Friday on Fox Sports 910. Joins us here on the PHNX Cardinals Draft Show. Jody, he's fiddling with his phone. We got to hear your thoughts here as far as this Arizona Cardinals draft. Monti Ossenfort holding out until the bitter end as there's just seconds on the clock. He trades down. Your thoughts on the trade down and then trade back up to get a guy like Paris Johnson at 6th overall?
Still working to hear him. Have Jody or Howard just start talking when they hear us. Everybody's at a loss for words with what the Cardinals have been able to do tonight. That's how I take all of that.
Yeah.
They're at a loss for words, as are you. Reminder, like this video, subscribe to PHNX Sports on YouTube. I'm going to tell you right now.
I think I hear him.
Jody, you got us, brother?
I don't. Just give us a thumbs up if you hear us. Doesn't look like it.
How about this? The Jets going Iowa State. Will McDonald. Old McDonald had a farm, and the Jets go not a receiver, not a DB, a pass rusher. How about this? 2 Iowa State product pass rushers going in the teens. That's something you don't see every day. Christian Gonzalez, by the way, continues to slide. It's unfortunate for the young man out of Oregon, who I think a lot of us thought was going to be an option for the Arizona Cardinals, maybe not at pick 3, but in a trade-down scenario. I think we're seeing now that likely Christian Gonzalez higher on maybe the draft Twitter streets than where it is in the actual landscape of, NFL front offices and scouting rooms. We saw Christian Gonzalez at the NFL draft. Looked like he was chiseled out of granite. You put his tape on out of the Pac-12. Just a phenomenal player. I mean, the Cardinals, I don't expect to trade up, but, man, if they could somehow find a way to pluck Christian Gonzalez, if he continues to free fall, save this young man, because he's somebody I absolutely think is going to end up as a CB1 in this league. He's got no off-the-field concerns, no injury concerns. He's got ball skills for days. He's somebody who ran a legitimate sub-4.4 at the NFL Combine. So, yeah, it is bizarre to see what's happening with Christian Gonzalez, Bo.
Yeah, it is. It's, relative to the situation, he's falling in the first round of the NFL draft. He's still going to be an NFL player. He's still going to make millions of dollars. But, there was the conversation before this draft even kicked off, he could be as high as the top corner off the board. Then ended up going to Seattle, who, man, did they keep their cards tight to their chest and not reveal who they potentially would have taken at 5. You thought it was going to be like a Jalen Carter. You thought it could be like a Will Anderson if he lasted that long. But instead, it was Devon Witherspoon.
How about all the pre-draft hoopla that Nolan Smith was going to go higher than people thought? What's higher than people thought now that he is about the 6th or 7th defensive end left available in this draft class? We got 2 kids out of the state of Iowa going ahead of him. It's not a knock on Nolan Smith. We like Nolan Smith out of Georgia, but outside of Jalen Carter, isn't it interesting and fascinating? No other Georgia players yet on that defensive front that was so exceptional. And I think it just tells you, like, their pipeline is immense, where it does feel like, it got watered down a little bit, and Nolan Smith was maybe a benefactor of all the elite talent he was playing with, Bo.
Yeah, I mean, as far as a tweener, like when you look at his size, it's tough. I mean, and I think the days of taking a shot at those guys at this stage in the draft, I think GMs aren't willing to do it.
He's too small.
Yeah, you see the production.
Yeah,
it's even higher than the 2 guys who went in the first round from Georgia on that defense, and then you see the performance at the combine. But I think GMs realize that sometimes it's too much of a wild card. There's too many variables that go into it, and it translating to the NFL level. So it's something that I think until they figure it out, until there's a formula to it, not always are guys going to go like a Derwin James from Florida State and it immediately translate to him making big plays for the Chargers.
Yeah,
he's the exception, right?
Right, he is. And Hassan Reddick is the comp for a lot of people. I mean, Hassan Reddick is bigger than Nolan Smith. Nolan Smith is truly undersized for an edge rusher, and he blew up the combine. But I think what you see is the stark contrast from what happens on the field in Indy, where guys try to make their money, and then you go through the course of March and April. What do teams do? They put the tape back on. And they're like, okay, how's this person going to fit into what we do? And, working out in shorts, that's fine. But being able to have on-the-field production means everything for these NFL teams. It's why Jalen Carter was drafted 10th overall, in the top 10, 9th overall. Jalen Carter was out of shape at his pro day in Georgia. He had off-the-field concerns, and that's putting it mildly, but they put the tape on. He was generational. And I think for a lot of these teams, you can be fantastic in shorts. And, Steve Keim fell for it many, many times, where a guy looked great at the Senior Bowl, in half pads, or they were great in Indianapolis, and then it translated to they weren't a good enough football player. And that's a problem. How do they translate to the NFL level? It's a problem that the Cardinals are facing right now with linebacker/safety Isaiah Simmons. You knew I was going to bring it up. It's like he does not have a position going into his 4th year. Like these positionless players, you're sold throughout the course of the draft process that they can play a bunch of positions, but they're what is it? Master of none. What is the saying? It's,
Jack of all trades,
master of all none. Instead of, hey, let's just get a really good left tackle.
Yeah. Let's go to our master of Cardinals coverage from the facility, our guy Howard Balzer. I can see him chuckling. He can hear us out there. So we're going to definitely get Howard on with us right now. Howard, first thing I want to ask you is, as far as Monti Ossenfort's comments on DeAndre Hopkins, we saw your tweet. We saw the full quote, but give us some more context to this.
Yeah, I mean, he was asked about DeAndre and if he thought that he could be traded. And he said, I don't foresee that happening. And then I followed up and said, well, when you say you don't foresee it happening, are you talking about tonight or through the entire draft? And he said, through the entire draft. At which point I followed up and said, so are you saying that there's a chance he could remain a Cardinal? And he said, absolutely. Right now, DeAndre Hopkins is a Cardinal, and we're moving forward. Now, maybe that's a message to other teams that, hey, you don't want to make the right deal with us? We will hang on to him. I don't know if that'll make DeAndre happy, but, we'll see what that truly means. But that is what Monti Ossenfort said.
Howard, do you think it plays in line with how Ossenfort has operated here in the last, 2 hours, where it looked like doom and gloom, and then the man puts together 2 top 10 trades, one to trade down, one to trade up? Clearly, he could turn around and trade DeAndre Hopkins at a drop of a hat, correct?
Well, you would think so. But you do want to get value for him, and that's the key. And I think that's the conundrum which has been the situation with this since the very start, because you have a guy who's making a lot of money. He'll be 31 years old in June. He's had some injuries the last 2 seasons, and while that doesn't mean the teams aren't interested in him, they're probably not interested in giving up a whole lot. Now, the flip side to that is once the draft is over, then of course you're only dealing with picks next year, and those are kind of in a vacuum, so to speak. They don't mean as much as to when you're in the draft season and getting ready for it. So perhaps he's thinking we just wait it out, and perhaps we'll be able to make a better deal because it'll be for picks beyond this year. So we'll see how it all plays out. I still would be surprised if he's here, but I think he's playing it probably the best way that he can play it at this point.
Howard, did Monti Ossenfort provide any insight into what those moments were like leading up to the trading down with the Houston Texans?
Yeah, he did. In fact, when he was asked about it, he said that we talked to a lot of teams. Obviously, we had some different ways we could go. We were prepared to pick at number 3. Obviously, he wouldn't say who they would have picked. But, then he said, the Houston situation worked out. And then I asked the question, well, this was one team that you could have had a lot of discussion with beforehand because they controlled the second pick. So they were the one team that you could talk to that didn't have to wait until to see what happened at number 2. And he said, yes, we did have, discussions with Houston, and I felt, that was the best way to go. And then after that, he said, then we started talking about the potential of trading up, because while Paris Johnson might have been a little high to take at number 3, I think that they didn't think he would last until 12. In fact, Paris Johnson told us that on a conference call. He told Monti Ossenfort in his 30 visit, with his dad having been a 5th-round pick of the Cardinals back in 1999. So the Cardinals have now drafted Paris Johnson Sr. and Paris Johnson Jr. And he said to Monti Ossenfort at his 30 visit, I want to be here. I want to be a Cardinal and finish what my father started. And then he told us on the conference call that he was so nervous at number 3, he wasn't even by his phone for the first 2 picks. But then at number 3, he just stayed by his phone. And when nothing happened, he was a little disappointed. But then all of a sudden he gets a phone call at 6, and he doesn't know what's going on. He didn't realize there was a trade. And he says, am I going to Detroit? And then all of a sudden it's Monti Ossenfort on the phone. And so he was ecstatic about it. But then Monti Ossenfort did say, boy, all of this in 45 minutes and everything that happened, he says, hey, I'm not going to lie to you guys. It was exciting. It was exciting doing all that. And I think they came out of it pretty well. Of course, they give up, in essence, it's 1 pick difference, one of the second-round picks they got from the Texans. But they then traded that number 2 to move up. But the other part of it, of course, is they get those picks next year, the number 1 and the number 3. So that ends up being the real game there. And they get a guy in Paris Johnson who played guard the year before at Ohio State, at left guard, and then played left tackle last season. And he told us, hey, I'm comfortable anywhere. My versatility can help this team. So I'd be surprised, quite frankly, if he doesn't begin the season, assuming DJ Humphries is healthy and all those things. I'd be surprised if he's at the beginning of the season if he's not the starting left guard for this team.
Howard, let me ask you this. You mentioned the first-round pick next year. Did you get clarification from Ossenfort? Is that Houston's first, or is the Cleveland's first that Houston also owns from the Deshaun Watson trade? Because we have not gotten clarification on which first is returning to Arizona?
That's a great question. We did not get that clarification. I'm sure those specifics will be learned a little bit. He also referenced, which wasn't in the initial announcement, and he didn't amplify on it. He referenced a swap of late round picks in the trade with the Lions, but he didn't say what those were. And again, I'm sure we'll learn that when the league comes out with the official trades and all that. But right now, it's not known which first round pick that is next season.
Let me ask you this. You did have the benefit of talking to the athlete himself and Paris Johnson Jr., but what did Monti Ossenfort say that stood out about Paris Johnson Jr. and made him so convicted in him being the guy as the first pick off the board in his first Arizona Cardinals draft?
His versatility, that he can play either guard or tackle. The one thing that he did mention, of course, is what a high character guy he is. This is a player, guys, that learned Mandarin Chinese in the fifth grade rather. He started a foundation in high school to raise money for military families and the homeless and student athletes. So, this is a guy, Paris did tell us his mom's an educator, and education has always been number one. So I think it was the complete package that Monti Johnson liked about Paris Johnson. And of course, he didn't get into it specifically, but hey, we've all been talking about when was the last time the Cardinals spent a high pick on an offensive lineman. And so they've finally done it. And I think that they realize one of the big things they have to do on this team is to, build that offensive line. And one other note, there was a story I know in the last few days about Kyler Murray apparently going on record and saying he wanted Paris Johnson to be the team's pick. And Ossenfort claimed he didn't know about that, although he said someone did tell me about it. But they met during Paris Johnson's 30 visit. And Kyler Murray talked to him and said, I appreciate your game. I've watched tape of you and all that, and I'm really hoping and loving and hoping that you will be here. So how much all that entered into it, it's difficult to say, but I think overall the main thing was his football ability, his versatility, and of course, everyone talks about getting high character guys, but there's no doubt that that's what Paris Johnson is.
Howard, do you get the sense that they're done tonight? I know that Ossenfort told you they were done, but there have been rumors for the better part of today, yesterday, that DeAndre Hopkins pick swap could be in play. You look at a team like Baltimore, pick 22. Do you get any sense Hopkins could be packaged with pick 33 to get back into the first round with any of these teams? Or do you believe Ossenfort when they said, hey, we're waving the white flag, we're all through today?
I always say you never know. I mean, you always take it, you can never take at face value what everyone says. His exact quote when we asked him that, could there be anything else happen? And he says, no, I don't foresee that. He says, that's why I'm down here talking to you guys. Well, there's still a lot of time between then and the end of the first round. So I'm sure if all of a sudden some other team picks up the phone and makes a legitimate offer, he's not going to turn it down just because he told us that. So, I believe he meant that when he said it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't change in a matter of time when circumstances change. So that's the way you have to take with a grain of salt almost anything that anyone says during this entire process.
Monti Ossenfort's been in a lot of war rooms. He's been on a lot of scouting staffs, a part of a lot of front offices that have been very successful. Maybe the most nervous we've seen him was his introductory press conference, but he seems like a pretty cool customer. Did he admit to any nerves as he was going through his first draft, or is he just as advertised?
He didn't admit to any nerves. No one really asked him about it. I will say when the press conference started, he was, and asked about the trade, and he was kind of almost a little jumping around a little bit in terms of describing it all, probably thinking in his mind how little, how many details did he really want to share. But he definitely, kind of was cool through the rest of the talk, was straightforward. And like I said, when he really became engaged, like I said, when he made the comment about, hey, I'm not going to lie, guys, this was exciting. And so, that revealed how much he was enjoying it. He credited, obviously, so many other people that helped in the war room with the trades, and the phones were ringing and all those things. And there's not a lot of time to make anything happen. He said it was kind of winding down there. there on our time, and we really wanted to get this done, and we were able to do that. So yeah, I mean, he was pretty calm and collected, and I'm sure there's always he did say it was pretty tense in the war room. He did use the word tense, but I don't think that's any different than it is with any of the 32 teams in the NFL.
Howard Balzer live from the Arizona Cardinals facility, giving us tremendous insight from GM Monti Ossenfort and Paris Johnson Jr., the Cardinals' first-round pick that they selected 6th overall, trading back. You know, you've been covering this game for a long time, Howard, and we're seeing that this trade that Houston had to give up to get back to 3 from 12 initially with the Cardinals is kind of historic. What were your thoughts as far as this trade for the Arizona Cardinals and Monti Ossenfort?
You know, you wonder to trade down 9 picks. You wonder maybe could they have held out and gotten, a little more for it. But, when you consider where Houston's picking, that early round pick that they got in the 2nd round obviously paved the way for the trade back up to get Paris Johnson Jr. And you do get a 1st and a 3rd round pick next year. So, and again, we don't know which one it is, what team it is, but, chances are it's still going to be in the, if it's even if it is Cleveland's, who knows? Halfway through the round, whatever it might be. But coupled with their own pick, that gives them ammunition and doing some things next year. While obviously it's early to say that. And so like I said, my initial reaction is maybe you could have gotten a little more. But I think that they felt it was a pretty darn good deal when you get 33rd overall pick in the draft. And my sense is, and this is just a gut feeling, that it's probably Houston's pick next year. And even though we don't know that for a fact, because I think perhaps that was why they decided not to really push the envelope in terms of trying to get more, because that's a pretty big trade down for the Cardinals to go from 3 to 12. But I also think in their mind, what they ended up doing was getting the top tackle in the draft. And that can be pretty valuable, obviously, in terms of building that offensive line back to hopefully where you want it to be.
Unbelievable insight from the Cardinals facility just down the road here from Four Peaks in Tempe. Howard, you've earned your Four Peaks beer tonight with the coverage, and can't wait to hear some more the rest of the draft. And we'll be out there, of course, for Paris Johnson Jr.'s introductory press conference. But Howard, tip of the cap to the coverage tonight. Thank you so much for joining us.
Great job, Howard.
My pleasure. Hey, so how long are you guys there?
We cut him off. Yeah, that's a question. Oh man, that's a rough go. Are we going to try to get our guy Jody Arrow back on? Or?
Yeah, let's get him on here in the next couple minutes. Yeah. But are we all good? We're good with getting Jody on here. We got everything figured out. Perfect.
In the meantime, you want to hand me some of that pizza? Or what are we doing?
Are you going to subject people to you chomping down pepperoni pizza on air?
The Cardinals, they're playing with house money, baby. They got Paris Johnson. They got a 1st next year. I can't have some celebratory, delicious 4-piece pizza. Yeah, on air. Little ranch dressing.
No, I'll pass
sauce.
on that. I'll pass on that.
Bo's putting his foot down. He's not going to let me eat on air.
Let's go through the picks that we missed while we were catching up with Howard Balzer here.
Yeah, let's look at all these busts the Cardinals don't have to take. Jack Campbell. This is Kime-esque from the Detroit Lions.
I guarantee you. So Steve Kime is doing draft coverage for some poor media outlet, and he is absolutely applauding the selection of Jack Campbell, inside linebacker, to the Detroit Lions. So now the Detroit Lions have now utilized their 1st-round selections on Jahmyr Gibbs and an inside linebacker.
Kime's like, oh, man, the Lions Super Bowl, baby. That is one of the most egregious uses of a rebuild I've seen in recent memory. All the Lions' good juju, their mojo, it's out the window now.
Gone.
They're
just
like,
gone.
Christian Gonzalez, nope. Oh, an edge rusher, nope.
Yeah.
How about a running back and an off-the-ball linebacker? How's that do for your appetite? Those players don't get extended. They don't get second contracts in the NFL. You know who do? Franchise left tackles. And the Cardinals have one now at the 6th overall pick in Paris Johnson. Locked in with a 5th-year option. He's going to be a Cardinal Red for a long, long time.
Did Howard say he learned Mandarin Chinese at the 5th grade?
He's a genius.
We
know he's a genius. He studied journalism.
Yeah.
Right. So I think. Well, I'm not going to say there could be a job with Paris Johnson Jr. at PHNX.
He was a writer.
Cardinals.
I think he was a writer for the Ohio State paper there.
You might just pull up Go PHNX one day, and there's going to be an article by Paris Johnson.
Him and Howard are going to collab on a piece about how Monti Ossenfort dominated the 2023 NFL Draft?
100%.
All right, let's get you caught up on some picks. How about let's just start from the top?
This one is updated right now.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Emma.
Emma with the quick hands there and getting us up to date here as far as this draft board.
No Will Levis. That's not a surprise.
Oh, man. Well, he's probably enjoying a nice banana with its peel and some maybe put some mayo in your coffee. You're going to be up late waiting to hear your name called here. So, number 1 overall goes Bryce Young.
Yeah.
He's headed to Carolina Panthers. C.J. Stroud is a Houston Texan. They trade up, and they pick 3rd overall. Will Anderson Jr., the Bama pass rusher. He's a Houston Texan. Anthony Richardson, quarterback out of Florida, goes to Indy. Devon Witherspoon, a surprise selection by the Seattle Seahawks. The Legion of Boom is back.
That's a reach.
Arizona Cardinals trade back up from the haul of picks they got from the Houston Texans to 6th from 12th. They get Paris Johnson Jr., the Ohio State tackle, the top tackle in this class. Tyree Wilson, he goes 7th overall from Texas Tech to the Las Vegas Raiders. Bijan Robinson, the top back off this board out of Texas, goes 8th overall to the Atlanta Falcons. Jalen Carter does become a top 10 pick, something that his agent predicted and nailed. Jalen Carter with Philly trading up 1 spot from 10 to 9. The Georgia Bulldog defensive tackle, despite the off-the-field red flags, he is the 9th overall selection. What's up, Johnny?
Well, Darnell Wright was a name the Cardinals probably would have gotten to know because they sidestepped the Chicago Bears for Paris Johnson Jr.
That's right. That's an important part of this draft equation, as the Bears then were on the board at 10. Once they were sitting there like, well, who are we going to go with tackle? We can wait. We can get our guy. Nobody's going to take Darnell Wright, the right tackle out of Tennessee. He is now a Chicago Bear. You got Peter Skoronski, a guy who might be a guard at the next level, played tackle at Northwestern. He's 11th overall to his Tenesse Titans, who you got to say probably outside of the Detroit Lions are the losers of this draft.
100%.
Then there's the Lions who are on the board. They used the Cardinals pick at 12th. They take the 2nd running back off the board, Jahmyr Gibbs out of Bama. Then you've got Green Bay not pulling the ultimate troll job of Aaron Rodgers. They actually go with defensive end Lucas Finesse from Iowa, 13th overall. Pittsburgh trades up. They take the 4th tackle off the board out of Georgia, Broderick Jones. He's now in the Steel City. Will McDonald, the 5th, he goes to Iowa State, or he went to Iowa State. He went to the New York Jets. He's actually going to join Aaron Rodgers there, 15th overall pick. Then Washington, they don't take Christian Gonzalez. They take Emmanuel Forbes, the corner out of Mississippi State.
Yeah, he's not on our top 60.
No, he's not.
And again, that's to each their own.
Right.
But that, to me, that's going to be one of the biggest head scratchers of this draft. Is I know it's this Seattle, but it's Washington. Washington taking a quarterback with Will Levis on the board. I think that tells you everything you need to know about what these teams feel like with Will Levis.
Yeah.
He's not a franchise quarterback. These teams that desperately, I mean, what Washington's taken Jacoby Brissett into the season as their starter and actively not choosing Will Levis. That is something else. And then also, again, what is the quintessential, blunder of the first round is whatever Detroit is doing. Detroit, 2 golden top, 16 picks, one of which running back, the other off-ball linebacker. And again, that's not a knock on the players. If you take those players where they're supposed to be drafted, that's a good pick.
Yeah.
But Jahmyr Gibbs was a fringe first rounder. The kid out of Iowa State, I mean, was he projected to be in the first round? I don't know. I
mean, who do you see that was a threat to take Jahmyr Gibbs between 12 and 18?
They were going nuts in their war room. And then you look at Kancey still available.
No, he just went off the board.
Where'd he go?
He just went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
That's a good pick by them. But
Todd Bowles.
Yeah. What was available for Detroit and what they decided to pass on. I mean, they decided to pass on multiple front 7 players. Lucas Van Ness goes to now your division rival Green Bay. We talked about Christian Gonzalez available. Detroit losing the kid out of Ohio State, trading him away. Positional value is something that matters. And it wasn't a big deal for Steve Keim. And you wonder, I don't dislike Jahmyr Gibbs. I think he'll be good behind that Detroit offensive line, but just what's the shelf life for that position now? Same thing for off-ball linebackers, Bo.
Yeah, so Washington reaches for Forbes.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, not in their top 60.
That's a reach.
And then you've got Christian Gonzalez. His slide ends at 17. New England, Bill Belichick said, thank you very much, Washington. I'll take the second best corner in this draft. Man, playing up with Jack Jones and the rookie year he had out of Arizona State for New England and how they can coach him up there in Foxborough.
This is like a true throwback draft. The quarterbacks are going high. Teams are moving up to get quarterbacks. And then the tackles are going high. Running backs are going high.
Yep.
I mean, it feels like a draft from like 1995, doesn't it? And no wide receivers, as of right now, have been drafted. Seattle's on the clock. Did Seattle trade down with Washington, by the way?
No.
Was that their original pick?
They've been at 20.
They've been at 20.
So you were just having so much fun crushing Detroit. They take Jack Campbell out of Iowa, 18th overall, and then Kalaje Cansey out of Pittsburgh, Combine Freak out of Pitt. He goes 19th overall to Tampa Bay, and now we're sitting here waiting for Seattle. Do they continue to load up this defense?
Yeah, but you know what? They don't. I think
Jackson Jigba Smith continues to be on the board.
I think it's kind of funny. We have tongue-in-cheek fun with our friend Shane Diefenbach, who's a closet Seahawk fan. The Seahawks had an opportunity to change their stars tonight in one of two ways. Jalen Carter, best player in the draft, ingratiate him into their culture, or take a quarterback. And I think we're seeing the Pete Carroll, John Schneider of old, and I mean old in terms of they're not good at drafting again. I just think you have a chance to take Anthony Richardson and trade up or move around for one of these quarterbacks. You don't take one.
Yeah,
you're hitching your wagon to Geno Smith, and we got a full season of tape on Geno, and he's in his 30s now. Foolish. I don't think it's a great play at all. And again, everybody's slobbering all over their rebuild. I hope the Cardinals are in this position next year where they're having a revamp like Seattle. But Cardinals have Kyler Murray. When these two teams are evenly matched with their rosters, I'll take K1 over Geno Smith every day of the week.
Yeah, look, there's no way Levis goes at 20, right? They're not taking their franchise quarterback.
No,
here.
I don't. I think Will Levis is destined either to fall out of the first round, or you look at a team at the top of the second round that comes up and gets him for that fifth-year option, Lamar Jackson style. But Will Levis, to me, the Reddit post, pour one out for that Reddit user that said he was going to go first overall, changing the markets of what exactly took place. But, man, that is wild stuff. The fact that somebody went on Reddit and said he was going to be the first overall pick and then changed the market with our friends at BetMGM among others, and now he's probably not going to be a first-round pick. I don't think he's going to get taken. I think if somebody was going to take him, they would have taken him by now. Clearly, no one feels threatened enough to go get Will Levis. Han in the chat, $1.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Han. Any chance Cards take a QB to develop? Well, this is what we were talking about earlier. The Cardinals don't have a fourth or a fifth-round pick. That's kind of the sweet spot, 5th, 6th, 7th. I think there's a chance, but I wouldn't take one before day 3. They got Jeff Driscoll, David Blau running around. That's a little bit horrifying. I hope it means Kyler Murray's on his way back sooner rather than later. But I think they need to take one on Saturday, Bo.
Yeah, it'd serve them well. It would serve them well. You're talking about the Cardinals, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
A DTR, somebody like that.
I'm not sold on DTR.
All right.
I'm just not.
You didn't like Paris Johnson.
Jordan. I didn't like Paris Johnson at 3rd overall. Can we throw that in there?
Yeah. They were going to take him 3rd overall. Well.
And they take him 6th overall, trade back, just a master class. Are they going to do those? Is it Monti Ossenfort going to have a master class as far as how to be
NFL
but
maybe
GM?
Cut out that part about when you hire a new coach and the timeline in which you have to do that, because he lost 28 spots in the 3rd round. But we won't talk about that. I want to hear from we're going to hear from Jody Ayler. I need to hear from the Pac-Man, by the way.
Yeah.
Pac-Man Jones.
What are his sources saying?
Yeah, Pac-Man, where is this D-Hop trade that was supposed to happen? I still think we get it tomorrow, don't you? I still think it happens.
It makes more sense for it to be a day 2 trade than it is a day 1. It became trickier, right? Did somebody want to give up that extra year that they would get out of a first-round pick?
Yeah.
It's steep. I mean, when you start looking at all that, so
we got Jody.
We're trying our best here to see if we can. We're working through the technical difficulties.
Why are people asking Buda Baker to Cincinnati? I have not heard that as an option. But if you hadn't seen it already, the Arizona Cardinals inexplicably left out Buda Baker from their draft video, like promotional highlight tape. That's not a good look. Even if you intend to keep him, which I think they are, like, you got to put Buda Baker in there. And I know he's upset. He's working through his agent, and he wants a new contract or some more money, and maybe wants to be traded. And just put Buda Baker in the package. He's your best player. I didn't like that by the Cardinals.
No, I don't. I'm trying to work through technical difficulties and listen to you at the same time.
I like Jody Arrow, but I also don't like the Cardinals with how they traded Boonemaker.
Christian Gonzalez is wearing a Patriots uniform. We're waiting for the Seahawks to make their selection. The pick is in.
I don't think Monti.
Is this going to be a pick that's going to strike fear in the Arizona Cardinals fans' hearts? Look at those fools, the 12s. Look at this guy.
Geno Smith. We're going 5-12. Everyone's got tape on our bus. Quarterback. Terrible.
Let's see who Goodell names the next member of the Seattle Seahawks.
So here, Ossenfort, by the way, said, I made a mistake. I own that, by the way, for the tampering pick. This is from Doug Haler. Said I made a mistake. I own that. So then he owns the Houston Texans right after that. After owning that decision, he made a mistake.
Well, that's what you do. I mean, the previous regime was like, oh, we effed up, but that's just how it is. And then, but Monti Ossenfort, he shows that he can make up for it. He can completely redeem himself, and he did. He just traded a sheepdog van for a moped, and he redeemed himself. It was unbelievable.
The Cardinals get the left tackle that many had mocked at number 3 overall. They get him at 6. They get to keep a second this year, and they get a first and a third next year. Nice job. Monti Ossenfort, slow cap for the GM, and he's not done.
No, he's not.
I still think Hopkins gets traded. To me, we've had this entire time.
I don't know why you would lose. I mean, unless you just felt like, man, I mean, that Houston deal just pretty much satisfied our want, our need to accumulate picks and future draft capital.
Man, there's a gap of about 50 picks though between 33 and 81, isn't there though? It's a long time. Which I think if you're not going to trade Diop, I would prefer you trade down from 33.
So trade down from 33. So as soon as you've got
30, go 33 to like
Chicago
40
on the board to start the second round. You're pulling off a deal
that belongs to Pittsburgh, I think. That 32 belongs to Pittsburgh.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Because they traded for Chase Claypool, which is an egregious trade in and of itself. This is
Are you ready for the Seahawks pick? It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt a little bit.
No, this doesn't hurt me at all. Jackson Smith?
Yeah, the first wide receiver off the board.
Who's throwing him the ball? Geno?
Yeah, you can get him the ball. I mean, look, that's a scary receiving core. That's a scary receiving core.
They got DK.
I think Seattle got. I'm not going to sugarcoat it just because we're covering the Cardinals here. That Seattle got better today. They got better covering wide receivers, and they got better at the wide receiver position.
Corners and DBs don't scare me. We need front seven, ass kickers, pass rushers, DTs, offensive linemen. I didn't know this was 7-on-7, Bo Brock. This is not 7-on-7. We need people to push people around.
They have Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf, and Jackson Jigba-Smith.
They've got Geno Smith.
And the Cardinals have Marco Wilson on the outside.
We'll be fine. Don't worry about us.
Antonio Hamilton.
Well, I'm not saying that we're going to contend this year. I'm just saying give me Paris Johnson over that package any day of the week.
I mean, if anything, the Seattle having fun tonight with their 2 first-round picks.
We're going to have Marvin Harrison next year.
It's a look into the future. Sure, you can get the better Ohio State receiver from this team next offseason, right? That's great.
I'm not into this kid. I'm sorry. I'm into C.J. Stroud in the front 5 of Ohio State. I think who's that against? That's a kid.
20,
that's a kid who's going to be selling insurance
at 20
right
to
there.
get the top. The only first-round graded wide receiver.
This is one of the worst receiver classes in recent memory.
I know, but to get the only good player.
Is he good? Or is he the Kenny Pickett of this draft? Or he's the first position player of his kind to fall to 20? I think I would go with that. This is not Jamar Chase, Mike Evans as top 10. I mean, this kid, how many other teams pass on this kid? Marvin Harrison Jr. is the premier, alpha of that receiving core.
Sure.
This Paris Johnson Jr. probably tell you Jackson.
But this is how fun it is. If you hit your first draft, right, and you have low expectations, but you're able to cash in a little bit, and then you go into it, you start to build those expectations like Seattle did last year. Yeah. And then this offseason, it's just all fun, right? It's all icing on the cake. And you get to have fun. Like the Cardinals are eating their vegetables this draft. They take a tackle.
They're getting shredded.
They could take a guard. and then they start to.
The Cardinals have been so soft for so long up front.
Yeah.
It's just so overdue.
And that's what I think Seattle did last year, right? They take the tackle out of Texas A&M.
Yeah.
They take some pass rushers. They take a corner. They take those premium positions. They hit on those.
I like Hollywood Brown. I love Greg Dortch. I love Trey McBride. I like James Conner. They're going to take a back later. Their defensive line is the worst in the NFL, the Arizona Cardinals.
Yes.
Their offensive line, hang on
the
a
trenches.
second.
And Rashard Lawrence,
hang on a second.
Arizona Cardinal right now,
not great.
tweeted out trenches. He just trench.
Well,
Can you agree with anybody at this point?
Yeah, here I'm going to agree with myself. Cardinal O-line, on paper, not terrible. Beecham, Humphreys at tackle, solid. Will Hernandez at right guard, solid. Paris Johnson Jr. left guard, all pro already. And then I think they're going to get Luke Whippler. We're going to get the Ohio State offensive line 2.0. Have we connected the dots that Whippler and Paris Johnson played together, and that they're going to both be Cardinals? I'm into that. I'm into that.
No doubt about it.
I'm into a trade down from 33 into like the 40s tomorrow. Get another pick. Take Luke Whippler. Sign me up for that. Whip it good, baby.
Oh, yeah,
Boa,
Johnny?
what's up? Bo won't let me eat on air.
Why not?
Because nobody wants to hear, when you're listening to the podcast, nobody wants to hear you chew.
Well,
it's a celebratory slice of pizza here at 4 Pizzas. It's delicious, by the way. We've got a packed house here at the PHNX Cardinals 2023.
Have we paid our
NFL.
bill? Like, have we seen our friends that are wearing PHNX gear? Have we paid off our end of the bargain?
If you're not here, you're missing out, because we sent pictures to every table here on behalf of PHNX Cardinals. And you can wet your whistle, have some tremendous food. PHNX and 4 Pete staples in the Valley in just a short period of time. You love to see that. You love to see Monti Ossenfort planting his flag. And interesting, had the post-draft presser, no JG. Remember, that was always a staple. Bruce Arians, Ken Wisenhunt, right? Of course, Steve Wilkes, Cliff Kingsbury. Monty's like, I'll just do this by myself.
Yeah.
JG's probably like, cool, I don't have to do it.
Yeah, I asked JG the other day, I was like, are you going to be in the war room? And he said, I'm just going to be wherever they tell me to be.
Nice.
So obviously it's a collaboration, but it's also, he's not going to be in there and just badgering Monti Ossenfort and say, hey, trade up. Are you trading up? Are you trading up? What'd you get in return? Are you trading back? Who are you taking? They know everything they need to know at this point, and then they just trust the people that they're empowering in those positions, and that's a change, right? I mean, it used to be like, okay, we hired this coach, and this coach is going to take his marching orders from the GM, and then he's going to listen to what the GM wants to do as far as playing time, and then they're going to push back, and then they're not going to play the players that were drafted, and we're going to just do this whole vicious circle to where they're not going to know a whole lot about the players they drafted until year 4, and then they're not going to sign them to extensions, and they're going to go be successful
Is that
elsewhere.
bad for team building? Donnie Anderson saying Osiris Torrance would be a better pick than Whippler. Here's my I
don't disagree with
I
that.
agree with that. But let me ask you this, Bo Brock and Donnie in the chat.
I hope instead of trading down or back into the first round tonight, Monti Ossenfort is taking a tape measure to the door frames at the Cardinals facility. And okay, if I get Paris Johnson and Osiris Torrance, 2 massive humans, how big do I need to make these door frames for them to comfortably go in and out?
Do you have concerns that Osiris Torrance wouldn't play year 1 then?
He's a bulldozer, just run blocker.
Well, but you're predicating that on injury though, because if Paris Johnson's going to play guard.
Got it.
There's no Kelvin Beecham, Humphreys, Hernandez. Now, we all know those guys are going down, except for Beecham. They're all getting hurt, with all due respect. But that would bother me. Like, he's working with the second team. I don't want that. Whereas I know Whippler or Avila can play center, or John Michael Schmitz can come in and play right away. I know that's not good team building, and you don't draft Osiris Torrance for August, September. But it is something to put out there.
Yeah,
the Cardinals want TJ Humphreys to play all 17 games.
Do we need 3 wide receivers to officially have a run, or 2?
I would say 2.
We've got to run on wide receivers.
We do.
Quentin Johnston, TCU wideout. He's going to be the next weapon for Justin Herbert in Los Angeles, playing for the Chargers. The Bolts offense trying to figure out, is Johnston going to help them not just lose a massive lead in the wild card round again?
I think it's year to year with Keenan Allen. Mike Williams is a great player. They've got him under contract. Now they've got 2 just huge receivers. It reminds me of Brandon Marshall, Alshon Jeffrey with the Chicago Bears not too long ago.
I mean, if Johnston was a guy that would use his hands correctly, I mean, and utilize his size more effectively, it would make sense for being as big as he is. And to be the player that Mike Williams is. That would be great.
Yeah.
But he's got to learn a lot.
Tommy's saying in the chat, give the Wing King his wings. Tommy, you should have seen me go to work on some Buffalo dry rub before the show. This guy over here having to use a napkin, he taking a lot of chugs of his water. I was just going to work on like 5 or 6 wings.
I didn't even have a water in front of me.
No. I thought you did. I thought you had a water.
I had a
Do you guys need water?
No, we were just talking about earlier when I was dominating the dry rub.
He's trying to crush me for when I tried one of his wings, which were great.
I offered some.
And I had one. It was the dry rub. I like the sauce. I'm more of a sauce guy than dry rub guy.
Sure. I'm like a caveman. I'll eat my wings right off the animal. I don't care.
Just cook with a flashlight.
Yeah, I'm sounding too much like Ron Wolfley. I'll apologize.
Let's get to some of these super chats.
Yeah, let's do it.
We got Alex, $10 super chat. Thank you so much.
Alex,
That's
thank you.
the Monty Ossenfort of super chats.
It is.
Shiba Dog squeezing a big red heart.
What does that mean?
It's a sticker.
Oh, it's a sticker. Okay.
Yeah, it's a super sticker.
I don't think we've ever had a super sticker.
We might have to clip that.
Okay.
Super chat, $2. Little KZ Bidwell need to do what PHX did. Are we assuming like the Suns and like sell the team? Listen, that's not an unpopular response right there, Lil KZ. But I would say right now he's doing a good job enabling his GM and his head coach, Bo Brock.
Yeah, anytime you empower these guys, let them do their work. Don't maybe get your fingers all over it. You just kind of the guys you hired to do their job, let them do their job right out of the gates. You're seeing the rewards of that now. It's interesting. Think about it right now. When I've heard Jonathan Gannon have 2 press conferences within the last 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And he talks about mistakes he's made. What do you think he's talking about there?
I don't know.
Do you think he's talking about tampering?
Probably. Yeah, and he owned it. He's got to
said it twice.
It's going to be the longest waiting from 66, but now you've got 81. So it's not really 66 to 90 whatever. But that's why I don't think they make the pick tomorrow. I think 33 becomes 40-something, which becomes 60-something. I think if they have an idea of Paris Johnson's like the creme brulee and then they need to go grocery shopping for everything else, they're going to end up with – they got 4 picks tomorrow. They'll have 5 before tomorrow's over.
Yeah.
I do think – you put me on record. I do think they trade DeAndre Hopkins. I'm not buying for a second that we've gone through. They're going to trade him. They're going to get a haul. They can't get anything. They're going to cut him to we're not going to trade him at all. And you've got Pac-Man, everybody, Buffalo Bills players tweeting out pictures of them with D-Hop. Like something's got to give. And I'm going to tell you right now, Bo Brock, this run on receivers helps the Arizona Cardinals in their pursuit of trading DeAndre Hopkins if that's what they intend to do, because the teams in contention, Kansas City and company, that's not going to help them.
We're getting clarification from Darren Urban saying for those asking as far as which first-round pick the Cardinals got and received from the Texans, it's going to be the Texans'
That's fantastic.
Pick. It's not Cleveland's first-round pick.
That's a great piece of information.
Yeah, Houston acquired in the Deshaun Watson trade. So big thanks to Lucas Stewart who passed that information along. Let's get back to these super chats.
Yeah, let's do it.
As those are people are firing up, and appreciate anybody chiming in with super chats. And what else do we have from our friends in the chat? Dropping some super stickers and some super chats. What do we got? Sean Marks, big friend of the program. Love you, Sean. Monty killed it. Dropped the mic on the way out of the door. So happy right now. And that's great. That's what we needed. I mean, as vibes were down, I'll admit it, vibes were down even as this draft was getting started. For Monty to completely just turn that tide is unbelievable. Topic 64. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Buddha to Cincy.
Seeing that again.
Yeah, that's what you were saying from earlier. B Money chiming in. Money boys, y'all gonna do a post first round grade?
A+. They get an A+. B Money. It's what I never saw in middle school, high school, or college. They get an A+. Monty Ossenfort put the tampering aside.
Yeah.
Took the Houston Texans to school. They got a first and a third next year. Hello.
I'll put it like this. Think about the NFLPA team report card grades. It's the opposite of that.
It's the opposite.
It's the opposite of an F-. What's that?
Han Sagan, $4.99. At what point do you take Levis for future draft capital, Belichick style? I don't want Will Levis or Kyler Murray anywhere near each other. I think that would be an unmitigated disaster. Let Will Levis fall because I just don't think he's very good. I think Hendon Hooker could be taken over Will Levis at this point. I think that's out of the question. Sly, $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Sly. Buffalo trades for D-Hop at 27. Johnny's eating wings. You got it.
I read that originally as you're eating 27 wings. There's no way even the Wing King
could do that.
No, I couldn't pull that off.
I clean my wings, by the way. Bo will attest to that. I clean those wings, those Four Peak wings. You don't leave any meat on the bones here at Four Peaks. That's for damn sure. Man, what's Baltimore going to do? Do you think Baltimore, being rumored to be interested in D-Hop, they take a wide receiver, are they out on the D-Hop train?
So the only person that they would want to take is Zay Flowers, right? They're pumped in the war room there in Baltimore.
That's who they're taking.
Okay, so the run on receivers continues, and that's about it. I mean, that's all she wrote as far as top wide receivers in this draft.
Buffalo Bills, what are you going to do? Are you going to continue to be destroyed by the powerhouses in the AFC?
It's a hell of a point by my co-host.
I make good points sometimes. What's going on
Buffalo
here?
At 27. Do they pick up the phone? Does Bean pick up the phone and say, Monty, I apologize?
I think it was always the Buffalo Bills. The Buffalo Bills have the most to lose in a scenario if DeAndre Hopkins ends up to being a Kansas City Chief. If you're Sean McDermott, are you looking at realtors right now? Are you about to get fired in about 12 months' time if you can't secure DeAndre Hopkins? You lost to Lou Anarumo and company in the first round. You were embarrassed. You're not an offensive coach. Are you maximizing Josh Allen's abilities as a runner and a thrower?
Was this Monti Ossenfort like pick 3, where everybody was like, oh, he's not going to get it. He's lost his leverage. There's no leverage.
And then, you know my answer.
Then his phone started ringing, right? When it came, that push came to shove, and CJ Stroud was off the board. What happened? His phone blew up. He got the right deal.
I think you know my answer.
Is it happening again?
I think Monti Ossenfort, who runs the show in Buffalo? What's their general manager?
Brandon Bean.
Brandon Bean, you're on the clock, my friend. You're on the clock, Brandon Bean. The Arizona Cardinals, let's see here. So we're going to talk about the projection here after the Baltimore Ravens are on the clock. They're going to take Zay Flowers, the Boston College wide receiver, who, by the way, I think it's important to note, Bo, had been working out with Patrick Mahomes. So now Lamar Jackson gets Zay Flowers and Odell Beckham, and you look at Kansas City and you look at Buffalo, and it's like, where are their additions at receiver? How are they getting better? You know, Kansas City, their receiving core is Kadarius Toney and Sky Moore, and that's about it. I mean, for them, I think they're in a position where you have to be aggressive, just like Buffalo. You have to come to the Cardinals with your best offer.
Who's the next receiver on the board?
I'm going to tell you that right now. So Zay Flowers, Jackson's gone.
Do we have our
Quentin
big board
Johnson.
here? Emma, can we look at our
Jordan
big board?
Addison is the best receiver remaining.
At USC.
And he's 173 pounds. Good luck with that. Jalen Hyatt's a good player. 176 on our big board. I mean, there are guys that we like, but these were, as you pointed out, these are the triplets, the trio of first-rounders that could have gone anywhere from like 10 to 25.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Addison probably the last option for Buffalo.
Some good players left. Nolan Smith, Joey Porter Jr.
Nolan Smith, poor guy's drop.
Osiris Torrance, Miles Murphy, Brian Breezy. Brian Breezy, to me, if you could find a way to get Brian Breezy, the defensive tackle out of Clemson, to help that just dismal defensive line crop that you have in Arizona, that would be a home run for Monti Ossenfort. Mozzie Smith, John Michael Smith. I mean, you just do the math. There are going to be some really good players for this franchise to take tomorrow. All these tight ends, all these receivers starting to go off the board. Kansas State pass rusher, Felix Azuma, Brian Breezy, as we mentioned. Nobody from our top 13 remaining on the big board still left. Nolan Smith, our highest rated player at 14th overall, is remaining. Will Levis, 17th. Joey Porter Jr.
Is this the Levis pick? Is this his last opportunity here?
I don't think he's getting taken this in the first round.
I mean, Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota, I mean, this is a team that just is fraudulent, right? Last year, solid, one of the last undefeated teams throughout the regular season, and then they get beat, just manhandled by the Giants in the first round of the playoffs.
Right.
Can you take a project quarterback? I don't think that you should, right? I mean, unless they're just going to start to reset things. But
can I make a point about the Tennessee Titans real fast?
You want to continue to drag them.
The Tenesse Titans, 90 minutes before the draft, were rumored to trade up, get C.J. Stroud and DeAndre Hopkins. They since did not trade at all. They had their trade blown up by Houston, and they had to stick and pick with a guard, Peter Skoronski.
Yeah.
And I know they've got a nice program over there, but, I mean, you talk about a team that's just stuck in neutral. They're in just purgatory 6, 7, 8 wins.
That's why it's like you're either contending, you're making your way to the playoffs, or what are you doing? And I felt like the Arizona Cardinals got into that routine and being content with that.
Yeah.
Instead, if you hit the reset button and you rebuild correctly, and you start to do it at premium positions and build the trenches, something that they never did, you can set yourself up for sustained success, consistent, sustained success. They never had that chance. They had a puncher's chance to have a good start to a season and then hold on for dear life. It was Cliff Kingsbury.
Help!
Right. And it just never happened, right? And then they back into the postseason. And now you have a chance to where you can have from top to bottom, you have to face injuries and the rigors and reality of the NFL and still have a good chance with a properly built roster.
DeAndre Hopkins is the Arizona Cardinal after tomorrow. Saturday morning, we wake up, we cover day 3 of the draft. Is DeAndre Hopkins
it's always a negotiation. I as much as I wanted to play devil's advocate with you on air, I think that it's very good chance this is the next checkpoint as far as your ability to deal a guy like DeAndre Hopkins, and I don't think that intention changes at all with the dub that you got at the beginning of this draft. I think you continue, and you can continue to build draft capital. Now, does DeAndre Hopkins turn into future draft capital? Is he draft capital you can utilize this draft, or is he draft capital you can utilize next draft?
I think you go back to, and I hate to bring his name up on this podcast, it's Steve Keim after he took Kyler Murray saying, I can go into camp with Josh Rosen as a quarterback on my team with Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
And I think it's the same scenario. We can go into the season with DeAndre Hopkins. I'll pay DeAndre Hopkins. We're not paying anybody else. They're not going to, though. You look at the updated picks for the Arizona Cardinals. They have pick 33, and then it's all the way down at the 3rd round. They no longer have pick 66, but they have pick 81. They have 94, and they have 96. Who is sandwiched between the Arizona Cardinals at 94 and 96? Kansas City. Could Arizona end up with 94, 95, 96? Buffalo at 91 will be very interesting. I think we're going to get to tomorrow. Cardinals are going to have at least 4 to 5 picks, minimum on day 2. They're going to parlay that into even more picks on day 3 to begin rounds 4 and 5.
Are there any teams that you see here in the first round that missed out on their opportunity at a wide receiver that could enter the conversation? Because Baltimore got there.
I think Kansas City and Buffalo. Kansas City and Buffalo.
There's nobody that because I think we got those checked out. I mean, is New York, do they come back? Do the Giants come back into the conversation?
I don't think so. I mean, you look at these teams. The Cardinals won a 2nd, but they're going to take a 3rd, right? So you look at these teams with a 3rd. I mean, like, does Vegas, who was rumored to take D-Hop, like
still a ton of draft capital?
Like, do they float pick 70? The Patriots pick 76. You talk about, I mean, Detroit. They're like going all in. Does Detroit try to flip you a pick in the 3rd round? To me, if we're going to get a run on receivers, and we need to be rooting as Cardinal fans for receivers to go early and often now, like, you get to tomorrow and it's bone dry and you're having to reach on people. It's the money thing, but they have to figure that out anyway.
Yep.
Like the Cardinals need to write a big check for D-Hop to make him go away and to get ample draft compensation in return. Like, there's no scenario in which the Cardinals are dumping D-Hop's salary.
Yeah. But
you're in a rebuild year anyway. You pay for a pick. There's nothing wrong with that. No one's going to fault you for that.
I just saw a gentleman stand up. He was wearing one of our PHNX shirts. I don't know if we've gotten him his beer yet.
Uh-oh.
If he could stand back. I saw he came up, snapped a pic of the broadcast. He's right behind our broadcast crew. If we can find out his name, and if we can get him a delicious cold beverage here from Four Peaks, we can pay off our end of the bargain here.
We can.
But it's really fascinating just to see Monti work, just to kind of how he's not only just working the phones, but he's also trying to leverage media members as far as what he's putting out there now. And you're seeing a guy who's on the job, and it's on the job training and figure out how to do this. looking at Mel Kiper's best available, Will Levis, Nolan Smith, Dalton Kincaid, the top tight end on the board, Deontay Banks, corner from Maryland, and then Jordan Addison, the wide receiver. That last guy, huh? That Addison, we'd love to see him go here the next couple picks before Buffalo.
Well,
wouldn't we?
I don't want anything to happen with Buffalo and Kansas City.
Let's let the Giants just pick Jordan Addison here at 26.
Yeah, let's do it. Well, Jordan Addison in the first round is a gross reach. And if you're Kansas City and you're Buffalo and you're talking yourself into these kids that are by no means a first-round pick, just so you don't have to pay DeAndre Hopkins, you deserve to lose. Like if you're Brandon Beane and you're Sean McDermott and you're talking yourself into 170-pound Jordan Addison to go from USC to Buffalo, you deserve to lose. When all your players are talking about, hang on, nope, thought we had an update. This is the Cardinals confirming that the pick that they got from Houston is their first-round pick in 2024. The Bills have no margin for error. You have more. Oh, here we go. Jordan Addison to the Minnesota Vikings at pick 23. You absolutely love to see that. The Arizona Cardinals are being done a favor by these teams in the early 20s, Bo Brock. How about it?
So they replace Adam Thielen with the talented wide receiver that Johnny just dogged. But look, 5'11".
I love him in Minnesota in the Dome.
Yeah,
I don't love him outside.
With Jetta's there.
Yeah.
I mean, Justin Jefferson. I mean, it's a talented, extremely talented wide receiver core. Don't sleep on KJ Osborne and the tight end there, TJ Hawkinson. I mean, Kirk Cousins is never been short on playmakers, and it just got a little bit richer there.
I like Jalen Hyatt more than Jordan Addison, but that's fine.
Here's why I love this run on wide receivers, though. There was one first-round graded wide receiver. There's a run right now at the end of the first round, and who's sitting there at 33 just waiting to pick up these legitimate players.
That's right.
Guys who had first-round grades. We talk about there was 20 first-round grades, and some of those guys are on the board like Brian Breesy.
The Cardinals are going to be the benefactor of these other teams playing 7-on-7 small ball, and they're getting back into the trenches. What do you think? What do you think the percentage is they take a front seven player, either offensive or defensive line?
I mean, after you went tackle, I mean, unless you're going to go with the center of the position, center of the future, I think front seven is the way to go.
I would say
it's so thin
I meant to say line of scrimmage.
Yeah,
I think there's like an 80% chance line of scrimmage player, 20% it's a corner. And this is, by the way,
I mean, what corner would you take at this point?
Well, Joey Porter Jr.
Okay,
there's
Keely Ringo,
Deontay Banks, Keely Ringo. This is going to end a streak, by the way, with all these receivers going down. This is going to end a streak of the Arizona Cardinals using a first or second round pick on a wide receiver every single year dating back to 2018. For 5 years, they used a first or a second round pick on a wideout. That's going to end this year. How about it?
Mercilessly. Thank God.
Thank God.
It's over.
And it's not like there were
the reign of terror is over. Trade alert.
Jags. Hello? Who'd they trade with?
Who are the Giants trying to trade up for?
The Giants traded up with the Jags. Jags need picks.
There's a lot, as we mentioned, there's a lot of great players on the board. It's not a Will Levis. His slide's going to continue.
Producer Shane from Mexican prison tweeting in the chat, talking about how great the Seahawks draft is. I don't want to hear from that man.
No. Don't appreciate. So did the Giants just add a pick? They didn't trade out of. They didn't swap with.
They got a 5th and a 7th. The Jags did, going from 24 to 25 to 24.
Okay.
All these tight end. It was a generational tight end class.
So the Giants wanted to get ahead of the Cowboys for somebody, and you love that division rivalry.
Yeah.
Back and forth.
Probably one of these defensive linemen.
Yeah. That would make sense. I mean, with what Philly's doing with their draft, and they continue to
I love all these
invest
trades.
Yeah.
These are fantastic.
This has been an unbelievable first round. And for your team to be able to take part in the fun, it's great not to be on the sidelines.
No, like last year, they traded for Hollywood Brown. That was fun, but we previewed prospects for 3 months. They didn't make a pick.
I know.
They didn't make a pick, and now they
just lit our mocks on fire.
They have an opportunity tomorrow to own the second day.
Yeah.
They have pick 33. They've got pick 81. They've got pick 94. They've got pick 96. And they don't have a 4th or a 5th. But, you know what's better than the 4th or the 5th? 2nd and 3rds. So I'll take it.
New York Giants on the clock. Under 5 minutes to go there. We've flown through this first round. last year it felt like it kind of dragged along. I'm sure our staff behind the scenes that our GM Saul Bookman highlighted on Twitter. You got to check out at Saul Bookman, Jacob and Emma and Mac behind the scenes, Max behind the scenes. Big thank you to them. A big thank you to everybody that joined us out of here at Four Peaks, taking in the delicious food and beers. It's been an unreal night. And some really wise guy before the draft began, PHNX Cardinals asked, with the 3rd overall pick, the Cardinals do what?
They were going to trade it.
Say they trade down and select Paris Johnson.
Who said that? This guy right here.
Some guy at BOBRACK on Twitter.
No,
he's not verified, so take that
not.
with a grain of salt.
Well, you hate Paris Johnson, so we're not going to talk about that. You're going to love Paris Johnson when you meet him.
I hated him at 3, and it sounded like Paris Johnson even felt he wasn't even by his phone at 3.
Giants are taking Maryland cornerback Deontay Banks.
Okay.
Deontay Banks goes to the Giants. The Jags are now on the clock after
so
security.
Here's my prediction, and I like a lot of your predictions that you've made tonight.
All of them been correct, by the way.
They've been – look, I'll give credit where it's due. Absolutely. You've been on point from even hours before this draft that the Cardinals were trading down.
I had to sweat that.
You did. You did.
We did it, though. We all manifested that together.
You almost got dragged.
Wouldn't be the first time on these Twitter streets.
You almost pummeled and torpedoed all the momentum PHNX Cardinals and PHNX Sports had.
But instead, some could say I added value. I added to it, which is great.
You did. As I see one of Sean DePaz's great graphics go up here as Maryland's cornerback Deontay Banks goes off the board. Officially to the Giants. It's weird that the Giants felt like the need to get up there, but maybe they knew Dallas was going to be a team that was going to vie for him. I don't know.
DeAndre Hopkins is available, and no one wants to trade for him. That just to me is a joke. Julio Jones is, on his last legs. I was going to say Julio Jones' corpse, but that would have been disrespectful. On his last legs, went for a second, and D-Hop is still one of arguably the 5-7 best receivers in football, albeit expensive. Somebody can't throw your guy a 3rd-round pick for DeAndre Hopkins? I love Monti Ossenfort coming out guns a-blazing in the presser. Yeah. We're keeping him.
Yeah.
Suck it. We're not giving him away, Albert Breer. I wish you would have named Albert Breer by name, by the way, on that broadcast, on the presser. Hey, Albert, we're not cutting DeAndre Hopkins. Is this a joke? You want me to cut all my good players? Why don't I give Budda Baker away for a 6th? That's a joke.
So we got the Jaguars trading down, 25th overall pick.
Jags not taking Levis. Will Levis.
No.
Not a first-round pick.
There might be that Jackson type trade.
Yeah.
Get that 5th year, but maybe not. Maybe it's like last year where people just didn't have a first-round grade on a guy like Will Levis.
Will Levis last year was really good, and then this year he loses his offensive coordinator at Kentucky. He was bad.
Yeah.
He was a turnover machine. He was erratic. Kentucky fell off at the end of the year. And then, as an avid fan of, throwing around some weight at the gym in the lab, people have been knocking Will Levis because he's too jacked. That's a real thing. Remember when Brady Quinn came out and he was too jacked? And people are like, that's going to hurt your throwing motion.
You identify with that issue?
I do. Because, I have trouble throwing the football because I have, equal physical stature to Will Levis. So just in a smaller
Is
package.
That why you have trouble chugging beers as well? Is it because you're just too jacked?
Yeah. It's my body rejects the carbs sometimes. So they're like, this isn't a protein shake, Johnny. I'm like, I'm so sorry. But if it's Four Peaks,
putting this delicious just nectar of the gods from Four Peaks into my body, my temple, and it's not a protein shake with just all the nutrients that I need and crave.
100%. Where's our D-Hop trade, by the way? I know it's coming. Come on, let's get a D-Hop trade.
Do we need to update the draft board here? The 3 of the last 4 picks have been wide receivers. Actually, they had 3 in a row. It feels like that position.
Joey Porter Jr. overrated by me. I thought he was better.
This is your big board without the last pick.
Big board for a couple big boys here at Four Peaks and Tempe. Nolan Smith, tweener, still available. 14th best player. What do you think about that?
Remember after his combine performance, people were putting him in the top 6?
Somebody mocked him to Seattle.
Yeah.
They're like, Nolan Smith ran a 4.4 or a 4.3 and looks great in shorts. They better take him.
All right, let's go through these prospects and why they're still on the board.
Okay.
Will Levis.
We got it. Joey Porter Jr. is a legitimate NFL first-round cornerback.
I think he's a ball-hawking corner out of Penn State. Obviously, great pedigree. His dad played a lot of important downs for the Steelers. Played a couple, played for the Arizona Cardinals at the end of his career. O'Cyrus Torrence only played big boy football for a year. He transferred along with the new coaching staff out of Louisiana Tech to Florida. And
that feels like a guy who's going to go early tomorrow, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I mean, the size, you can't teach that. Physicality. If there's a run-heavy team, I think that they're going to get a guy like O'Cyrus Torrence, and they're going to love it. But I thought it was an interesting point that you made. I mean, like, the Cardinals taking a guy like Paris Johnson Jr. at 6th overall and the potential to play right away at guard. Do you want two guards when one guy's going to have to redshirt potentially in his first season, even though the inevitability of injuries?
Somebody's going down.
Sure.
If you have a first-round grade on O'Cyrus Torrence and you think he's a future Pro Bowl guard, you just take him. Because this team, we've talked about it, and part of the reason there's hesitation with Kyler Murray's return is what's going to be the state of the offensive line come October, November, December. Well, how about the fact that you would have two first-round talents there to cement Kyler Murray's protection for the next half-decade plus? You could go a lot worse route than taking O'Cyrus Torrence, 33rd overall. Come in and just say, okay, O'Cyrus, go beat out Will Hernandez. Go beat out, Paris Johnson Jr., and Paris is going to play left tackle because DJ can't move and he's got a bad back.
Yeah.
I don't want to put this rebuild for a year on hold because we're placating to aging veterans that are overpaid that can't stay healthy.
Yeah.
If O'Cyrus Torrence and Paris Johnson Jr. force their way on the field, so be it. And that's how Jonathan Gannon operates. They're not going to play because they're making the most money. That was a Vance Joseph thing. It's like, I like these veterans, so they're going to play, and we're going to sit these young kids like an Isaiah Simmons and a Zaven Collins. That shit's over with. We're not doing that anymore.
Yeah. The Buffalo Bills are on the clock. They've traded up. Jacksonville trading down once again. So the Jags trade from 25 to Buffalo for 27 and 130. So as far as Buffalo's draft capital,
still intact.
But they had 6 picks to start. Now they have 5.
They're going all in. The Bills are taking tight end Dalton Kincaid. So they're not going receiver, they're going tight end. Does that hurt Arizona's chances?
Man, so an upgrade over Dawson Knox, I apologize. You can't have 2 Daltons, so you got Dalton and Dawson.
I was about to say, they have 2 tight ends named Dalton.
So Dalton Kincaid is the newest Buffalo Bill. I mean, Stephon Diggs, Kincaid, it seems like all you need is a DeAndre Hopkins to add to that passing
I don't think
attack.
that affects the Diop trade at all.
No. I mean, that's an upgrade over Knox. That's an upgrade over Knox as far as the passing game. Our resident Bills fan loves it.
We had him 33rd, best tight end. Michael Mayer, a lot of people thought was significantly better. He's still available.
This is a deep tight end class.
It is. I think that's a little bit of a panic move by Buffalo because they were hoping that one of those wideouts was going to fall to them.
I mean, look,
Aris, our fan of the program, Aris saying now Buffalo can trade for D-Hop. I agree with that.
Yeah, and it would be a mismatch nightmare. I mean, as far as having a playmaker at the tight end position, you've got Stephon Diggs, and then, it does make things easier for Gabriel Davis, too, if they want to stick with Davis. I just don't know if they have the capital this season for it.
I think. Would it surprise you if it's a third this year and a third next year? I think D-Hop could be traded for future draft assets as well. So they traded a 4th to come up or a 5th? What pick was that? Do you remember what it was?
So they went from 27 to 25.
And they gave up pick 130?
Yeah.
So that's a 4th round pick. But they also have the Cardinals' original 5th. So I'm not saying this is my preference, but what about 137 and a future 3rd? You could do that. Cardinals have made it clear, they'll take 2024 picks. And I know that's hard in the intermediate without having D-Hop, and you're waiting on 2024. But that's not a problem for the Cardinals, and it's not a problem because you're going to go into training camp, and if D-Hop's on your team, you're going to be scouting teams around the NFL that are losing players, and people are going down. So I do buy Monti Ossenfort that he will wait to trade him.
Don't you feel bad for Will Levis as you see him in the green room?
No.
He's got these beautiful women on his arm. Does anybody feel bad for Will Levis at this point?
He'll be fine. I'll see him down at the Maricopa Gold's Gym. We'll get a couple squats together.
Right.
I think he'll be fine. I think he'll be like Malik last year. He'll go where he's supposed to go on day 2, and he'll compete, and he'll play, and he'll be exposed, and that'll be it.
Feels like the pick swap option is out of the question unless it's Kansas City at the end of the first round.
And that almost doesn't feel worth it to you because of how, I mean, you're not swapping with KC from 33rd to what are they picking? 31? That's not worth it.
The last pick of the round.
I think it goes back to what it's always been. A day 2 pick for DeAndre Hopkins. And I think they're on the clock the minute this first round's over. I think teams are going to reassess, Bo, and they're going to look at the landscape of the receiving core and what's available. And the carcass has been picked clean with this receiving core in terms of this draft class. A lot of guys have been overdrafted, right? Some of these playmakers, we could have a couple more receivers go before the end of the first round.
Yeah.
So
let me ask you this.
Yeah.
How do you feel like the Arizona Cardinals maximize 33? And you mentioned a couple different scenarios. Do you trade 33?
I think you do. I think you trade down and try to recoup a 4th to be able to play in that sandbox. And then you pick in the 40s, you take a center of the future or defensive lineman, and then it allows you the flexibility where you could maybe package 2 3s to come up in the early round of the 3rd round. I don't think picking 33 with teams maybe having a sense of urgency to go up and get a position player that you don't need or quarterback, maybe a Levis. I think you trade down. Not a huge trade down, but a trade down of like 7-10 spots.
So 3 third-round picks
You
are
get
in the
it.
future.
Yeah.
Right?
You can make all those picks.
Yeah. And look, I mean, you got 2 guys that I think vied for playing time last year in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
Right? Cameron Thomas and Myjai Sanders, and we'll see how the new coaching staff use those guys. But
here's the problem is I was hopeful for 2 seconds.
and I think you can take some of those thirds and get back into the 4th.
Yeah.
Or in the 5th.
My hope was they had 33 and 34. But if that had happened, we'd be talking about probably Christian Gonzalez and not Paris Johnson Jr. And that would not have been worth it, in my opinion, because they clearly had an infatuation with Paris Johnson Jr.
We have any super chats? Are we good on that? Have we caught up on super chats?
No,
Yeah, but I also just made a promise to the chat.
Okay, what is it?
I don't like
that
this.
Johnny has to. Sorry, you both have to chug a beer before we read ads.
We're not doing that. Those days are over.
Why?
Those days are. We're not doing that. We're not chugging beers here. Daddy's
You
got to work.
scared?
Daddy Wing's got to work.
You're scared, Johnny?
I'll do it for everybody that's stuck around.
He'll do it for the cause.
Absolutely.
I'd like to eat maybe at some point.
I do see that in the chat. People are concerned about your well-being.
I was slamming brews before the show started, and then I got to co-host a 4-hour show here and drive home to the Copa. So I'm just trying to be responsible.
I mean, it's 1 beer, but
Emma, we're unified front here.
I'll chug
We're
one
not.
with Bo.
I can't wait to leave this show and this guy next to me.
So we do have super chats. Let's get to them, and let's get maybe a couple beers, and we'll coerce my co-host into doing
I'm
something
not chugging
he
a beer.
doesn't want to do.
I'm not doing that.
Trash Talking Collector, thank you for the $5 super chat. Big shout out to producer Emma and all the folks behind the scenes that make JV and Bo look so smooth. Absolutely.
Man, they do a great job when
Emma,
they're not peer pressuring.
Jacob, Mac, Sean, who's celebrating the pick that was just made. Max, of course.
Who'd they go, Will Levis?
No,
Buffalo
this
Bills go Will
was
Levis?
the Dalton Kincaid. Dalton Kincaid in his home. Well, poor Will Levis is there in the green room.
Dalton Kincaid looks like he's about 16 years old. He's got a baby face. Good luck with that against
there were
Cincinnati,
big boards.
Kansas City.
There were big boards that had Dalton Kincaid in the top 12 prospects.
Okay. You sound like the Buffalo Bills message boards right now. Let's get
I
topic.
sound like you trying to spruce up the Trey McBride
Topic
selection last
Topic
year.
64. Shut the hell up. Topic 64, $1.99 super chat. D-Hop to Buffalo for Ed Oliver and picks. I'm going to say no. I don't think the Cardinals want Ed Oliver. I don't think the Cardinals want to take on salary and expiring contracts. I think they want a day 2 pick for D-Hop, and I'm going to say they get it. Super chat $4.99. Another one from our guy Han. Johnny Bet. Levis pans out, you get a Levis tattoo. He flops, I buy you a truck. That's not worth it at all. And as much as I love a good truck, love a good automobile, I'll never get a tattoo, especially of Will Levis.
Okay.
Will Levis eating a banana with a peel on? No thanks.
Wait, Johnny, would you never get a tattoo in general or just never of Will Levis?
I think if the Cardinals win the Super Bowl, we'll talk, but that's probably about it.
Oh, another one from Topic.
I don't think it looks – when guys my size get tattoos, I'm not sure that's a good look.
It's a very good look. Have you seen Toe Tree?
Yeah, that's true. He can pull it, but he's in his early 20s. He's in the peak of his prime. I can't – I'm in my mid-30s, man. No one wants to see me inked up.
Yeah, they do. Come on, Johnny. Do
No,
it for the people.
I don't think so. No thanks.
So did Buffalo snatch the Cowboys tight end out from under them?
I don't know. But the Cowboys thought the Cowboy. I'm getting peer pressured into chugging beers and getting tattoos. I thought this was a family show.
Johnny, it was never a family show. You knew that when you signed up.
Yeah, it's PHNX. I don't know.
PHNX, MA.
Nothing qualifies as family programming here. What do we have for Super Chats left? Topic 64 jumping back in. Thank you for the $1.99 Super Chat. Bates and ATL, you know who to Cincy. All right. Let's calm down. The Cardinals have no sense of urgency in trading Budda Baker. If
they did, it would have to be for this pick right now, by the way. Like, it's not worth it unless it's this pick here.
Well, I mean, with Dallas or Cincy coming up?
Cincy coming up.
Cincy
You're not
coming
trading,
up at 29?
You better, if you wanted to get rid of Budda, you'd have to do it with a first. And everything we've been told is they don't want to trade him. They're not interested in trading him. They want to keep him around. Monti Ossenfort, though, if he's shown you anything, is a tough son of a bitch. And how he navigated the top 10 in this draft, does it sound like he's going to cave to anybody's demands?
Right.
He's not caving to people's demands about DeAndre Hopkins for, pennies on the dollar. So I would say, with all due respect, I love Budda Baker. I hope he retires as a Cardinal. I think he's a Hall of Fame player. Like, Monti Ossenfort is not here to be, strung around. He's not Kime where you can sit out training camp and get a new contract.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Classy, nasty saying PHNX tattoo on your lower back, Johnny.
Let's get nasty.
Look at these tall boys.
Thank you so much.
We found the tallest, biggest glasses in the restaurant for our chug.
We're not chugging anything.
What did we get? The wow wheat? Is this the light at least?
I need Frank Sanders here to even things out with me because he doesn't like to chug either.
As we had a run on wide receivers, we have a run on tight ends. The insufferable Dallas Cowboys war room pat themselves on the back.
By the way, the minute this broadcast ends, we're doing a post-first round show, by the way. No, we're seriously doing that. We're doing a post-first round show. Producer Jacob gave us the thumbs up.
It's not ending, though. You're just going right into it as soon as the draft is over.
Okay.
Or as soon as you guys are done.
Are you guys fooling me?
No, we're never going home. We got to get all of our reads in on that show. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
I'm 100% serious.
Nobody told me this.
Oh,
Nobody told us until like 20 minutes ago.
Okay. I'll see my family on Sunday. I'll sleep on Monday.
Can I sleep in somebody's home? Somebody here at Four Peaks? Is there a chance I can sleep in one of these barrels?
Johnny.
No.
Wait, actually, I'm pretty sure there was like a haunted bedroom up in the basement here.
Anthon in the chat. Johnny's nightmare became a reality as soon as those beers came out. Listen, I love Four Peaks beer, but I'm trying to navigate this first round and trying to stay sober.
Currently on Twitter a picture circulating that has a worse face than Johnny's actual face when these beers were sat down on the table.
Saul Bookman came over here and took a photo.
I have about 18 chins.
And it looked, and Saul's like, that's the winner. Let's post that. It's like, you got two guys up here doing a 5-hour show, and that's the thanks we get. That's fine.
So Mike Mayer goes off the board, Notre Dame tight end. Some people had him
Dallas?
To Dallas. So Dallas, they move on from Dalton Schultz. He's a Houston Texan now.
That's a reach.
And then you have Michael Mayer going from Notre Dame to from college's Dallas Cowboys to the Dallas Cowboys.
Let's talk about best available. Georgia's Nolan Smith looks like Kansas City's an option. They like their fast edge rushers. Could they move off of Frank Clark? Joey Porter Jr. is an option. Osiris Torrance, Miles Murphy, Brian Breezy available. Breezy. Here's some triplets to keep in mind for the Cardinals tomorrow. Actually, a foursome, let's say. Osiris Torrance, Brian Breezy, John Michael Schmitz, and Mozzie Smith. All four of those guys. I mean, you talk about chef's kiss. Could all four make it to tomorrow? I say we'll see because, again, clearly the priority for these teams in the 20 is they want to load up on weaponry. The Cardinals
I'm sorry. The Cowboys took Mozzie Smith.
They did not take the tight end, Michael Mayer?
They did not take Michael Mayer. That was my fault. I jumped the gun there.
Oh, Brock.
Mozzie Smith is off the board.
How dare you?
The beef from Michigan.
I don't like that.
Big interior defensive lineman.
He's a true nose tackle, by the way. He's an old school nose tackle.
What's he gonna do for Micah Parsons? I mean, that's a good pick. I hate to give credit to Dallas.
He's got his shirt off.
Yeah. Hate to give credit to Dallas, but this is a good pick.
That is a good pick, and it's a pick that I think the Cardinals would have strongly considered had he made it to pick 33.
So now, I mean, you look at the rest of this this defensive line class.
Yeah,
it's not one unless you're looking at lottery ticket guys.
Well, true defensive tackles.
Yeah,
outside Breesy's available. Brian Breesy's available.
Okay, I apologize. Interesting that they like Mazi Smith over Brian Breesy.
Yeah, well, better.
Wonder what the red flags are on him and his slide. Because he was as close to a top 10 guy early in this draft process.
I think Mazi Smith has a higher ceiling. He comes from a better program right now in Michigan. Harbaugh's churning those guys out. Their floor is immense. You come from that program, you're not busting. You may never be an all-pro, but he's going to be able to slide into their defensive line rotation with Dan Quinn, and they're going to get the most out of him. But, yeah, I mean, I think people are – when's the last time that Clemson's had a great front seven player come into the NFL and produce at a high level? And I'm not saying that as disrespect to Isaiah Simmons. I'm just saying I think that we have a little bit of an ACC fatigue here. I mean, that conference, in terms of being able to push people around, that's not something they're known for. And so when you want to look at big heavies, you're looking at the Big Ten. You're looking at Paris Johnson Jr., and you're looking at Mazi Smith. And you're looking at some of these tackles that were taken, Georgia, these premier programs that are known for bully ball. I look at Clemson, and I think you almost lost to Syracuse. Didn't they almost lose to Boston College? It was heralded as a great defensive line for Clemson. Too many times they were trailing in the third and fourth quarter and giving up 30-plus points at home. I think it's a little bit of fool's gold. Now, I would be more comfortable taking some of those players on days 2 and day 3, but a premium first-round pick, I think we've learned with Isaiah Simmons, that program defensively is not great.
When you look at a guy like Miles Murphy, as they show as a guy, one of the best available, does his ceiling, is it high enough for a team in a rebuild? Do you just take a guy that you feel like, hey, he can be a productive NFL player, or do you look for a guy that has a higher ceiling than Murphy?
I'm gonna say something that's unpopular. I'm going to say the Cardinals next year are going to be in a position to find their disruptive pass rushing defensive tackle of the future. Unless they get lucky and they hit on a lottery ticket this year, which is definitely possible. This defensive tackle class, though, it's not great. And so why force a pick? Dallas is probably thinking, we're going to plug a hole and a need right now to be able to go into next year and try to win a Super Bowl. The Cardinals have to think beyond that and say, where is the next Calais Campbell, Darnell Dockett that we can get that's going to be the staple of our defensive line for the next decade plus? Could that be Mazi Smith, or is Mazi Smith, Bo, Dan Williams? Nice player, not going to get extended, have a cup of coffee in the NFL after he leaves you, but did his job, was a nose tackle. That remains to be seen. But it just, to me, I think Cardinals are going to have a top 10 pick next year, whether it's from them or Houston, and they're going to be in a position where they're going to have a chance to get a really good defensive lineman. It's just not a great class this year. Jalen Carter kind of ruined that for him.
Ruined it for himself. I mean, but he got himself into a good situation. We talked about that with Saul Bookman as far as Jalen Carter going to that and getting that opportunity despite the tumultuous, for the embattled defensive tackle, for him to land as a top 10 pick in Philadelphia, a team that represented the NFC, and kind of the kind of turnover for that defense as they go from the JG defense. So many names exited via free agency, and now here they are, and getting a prospect the caliber of that, that just proves the point. Like, Howie Roseman knows how to find talent, knows how to land on talent, and you hope that Monti Ossenfort is a similar GM and can do the same for the Arizona Cardinals. 5 more picks left in this draft. Your recent run, the last 5 picks in this 2023 draft, you had the Boston College wide receiver Zay Flowers go after Jackson Smith-Jigba went 20th overall to Seattle. Quentin Johnston went to the Bolts, the Los Angeles Chargers at 22. Zay Flowers goes 23. Jordan Addison goes 24. So you've got a run on 4 wide receivers there. And then you had Deonte Banks, the corner out of Maryland. Dalton Kincaid, the tight end, the first tight end off the board here in the 2023 NFL Draft out of Utah, goes to Buffalo. And then Mazi Smith is the most recent pick we have here out of Michigan to the Dallas Cowboys. Jags, who's traded down twice, they're on the clock now. We'll see if they pick at this point.
They're going with Oklahoma tackle Anton Harrison.
Okay, so the fifth tackle now.
Yeah, somebody that we mock with this franchise, the Arizona Cardinals, in numerous trade-down scenarios in the late 20s, early 30s. So this is about where we thought he would go. Jags, in a position where they're looking for some offensive line help for Trevor Lawrence. I don't hate it. And from a blue blood program like Oklahoma that's got, tremendous history of developing offensive linemen. I think right now all eyes for me are on Kansas City. And I know they're the belle of the ball, the Super Bowl champions. I think they're probably going to go, just based on the quality of player left over, probably going to go defense. Nolan Smith, Joey Porter Jr., Miles Murphy, Brian Breesy, Felix Uzuma out of Kansas State, Brian Branch, who's a fantastic safety.
Yeah.
A lot of good players available left for them to try to tackle. I don't think they're going to take Will Levis, though.
Is there a different girl on the arm of Will Levis? Is he just
rotating? One of those people must have been his sister.
Okay.
The blonde from earlier must have been his sister, but she was.
The blonde that was on his left.
Okay.
His left side was his sister, and the blonde that's on his right side is his mom.
Okay.
I'm assuming that's his
So who's in the red? Okay.
That's his girlfriend.
All right.
I'm assuming.
She's going to bail real quick when he's a developmental pick in Detroit. When she's got to go live in Detroit. She's going to say, honey, it's been fun.
It was fun when he lasted. Well, I thought you were going to be a top 10 pick, but yeah.
Hey, I got Anthony Richardson's number, and you enjoyed Detroit with Jahmyr Gibbs.
So the Bengals, the Saints, could that be a landing spot for a guy like Levis? Could they say, hey, we got Derek Carr?
Sure.
Do they say, we're in win now?
Yeah, I think they probably are feeling Dennis Allen is not a good coach, and he's feeling the pressure to try to win games. So, yeah, people are ridiculing my critique of Will Levis. You think I care about Will Levis? Come on now, he's an easy target.
I like Hans saying Levis getting redder and redder as the night goes on. It's tough, man. I mean,
redder is in Reddit.
That's in Reddit.com. We probably all face more adversity than hanging out in the green room in the first
with
round
a couple
of the NFL.
Tens on your arm.
Exactly.
It's a power play. It's a power play. Levis and Zach Wilson are going to have the same career trajectory.
The issue here, though, is you look at 29, 30, 31, and 32 are teams that build well through the draft, and they do take premium positions, and are probably the main, I guess, threat to the Arizona Cardinals between them getting a player that could fall out of the first round and right into their lap.
I think Cardinals are in a golden spot.
And I don't disagree with that, but when you see, I think that when you look at New Orleans, they could definitely take two of those players from Clemson, one of the two guys, Breesy or Miles Murphy,
sure.
Right? Cincinnati, I don't know what direction they'll go. The pick is in. Looks like they've identified who their 29th overall or the 28th overall pick is.
How about this? This is a laugh riot. Josh Reed, who works in Buffalo, Brandon Beane saying in his presser that the wide receiver run didn't impact their pick on taking a tight end. He's being dragged on Twitter, that being Brandon Beane. There's pressure on Brandon Beane tomorrow to secure number 10 out of Arizona. I'll tell you that right now. There's significant pressure on Brandon Beane to be able to secure DeAndre Hopkins. Miles Murphy goes to Cincinnati.
Okay, so he joins Trey Hendrickson there in that pass rush.
I don't want Clemson players.
That feels like a Cincinnati pick, doesn't it?
Yeah. Lou Anarumo, our guy, friend of the program, maybe one day, but we saw him at the Combine after hours.
Cardinals' great coaching candidate finalist, Lou Anarumo, tabbing the 6'4", 268-pound edge out of Clemson. Productive at Clemson, right? I think high floor, low ceiling. And I think Cincinnati's built with high floor, low ceiling guys.
Yeah.
You know?
Guy, I mean, when you have Joe Burrow and you have Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and that offense, it's just can you be capable defensively?
Right.
And they are. They're actually above average. And Lou Anarumo, I don't know if he's getting a head job anytime soon. They're playing with house money. That division, I think, is, I think Baltimore's better, but I don't think much of the Steelers or the Browns. They're clearly ahead of Buffalo, in my opinion, in the hierarchy of the AFC. And I don't mean to keep, banging on Buffalo Bills, but Cincinnati's got a better roster. They just do. They have a better roster.
When you look at the the positions that have fallen, and I love the chat pointing out, Joey Porter Jr., you got Keely Ringo at the cornerback position. You see some guys, later in the draft that showed up in a lot of our mocks at the corner position. But can you cash in? Can you optimize what you're trying to get out of 33 by taking one of those guys at corner?
Yeah.
Or do you see guys, as far as it seems like you just have to punt on the defensive tackle and play the lottery system later in the draft and see if you can hit on one of those guys?
Well, but you don't have lottery tickets outside of the third round. That's the problem. It's a big problem why I think
you Monti Ossenfort do what the previous regime could never do and create a strength in your offensive line right out of the gates?
You definitely could do that.
And just go back to back.
Well, what are you playing, 11 personnel, 12 personnel, or are you playing 10 personnel with Jeff Driscoll? I think I know what I want to play.
Yeah.
I want to play bully ball with James Conner. I want to take it back late tomorrow. I want to take another offensive lineman.
One of those 3 third-round picks?
You know it.
Yeah.
One
of them has running back on
it.
It
does. It absolutely does. Whether it's the kid out of Auburn, whether it's the kid out of, what's that university that just got reinstituted? There's a
UAB?
Yeah, UAB, Chardonnay, our buddy from UCLA.
Yeah.
There's a ton of good backs available. And I would feel better about it.
Like, I think Charbonnet probably becomes a second-round pick after seeing Jahmyr Gibbs make his way all the way up to 12.
Probably. Just play to this draft strength. And this draft has a bunch of really good interior. Like, we haven't talked about him. Like, Steve Avila tomorrow, if he's the 33rd overall pick, I'm going to lose my mind.
Yeah.
Because we think he can play center. If not, he can play guard eventually. Paris Johnson Jr. and Steve Avila in a future first. Hello.
Here's what Monti Ossenfort, here's what he has to weigh. This is what he's facing right now.
Okay.
33, you can get a really good player. Like, you can get a guard for the future.
Yep.
You can get a guy like Joey Porter Jr. potentially, depending on what happens in the next 3 picks. You could get Nolan Smith, right?
Yep.
If you take that, you're rolling the dice, and then you have 3 third-round picks, and you have 3 centers probably worth doing it, right? You've got John Michael Schmitz, probably won't be there, right?
I think Luke Whippler is the trade down target.
With some of that capital you have, the 3 third-round picks?
I think you trade from 33rd down in the second to get Whippler. Remember Tony Pauline, what he said? He said the Cardinals are going to draft Luke Whippler.
But I think you have the luxury of 3 guys remaining that you could pick with 4 picks tomorrow.
Whippler,
one of those 3 guys, and it's Whippler, who's probably
the Wisconsin center's good too. Joe Tippmann.
So you want 4. You can expand that to 4 if you wanted to. So you have Whippler, you have Juice Scruggs, and you have John Michael Schmitz, who's the guy who's going to go earliest in those guys.
And Steve Avila can play center too.
He's not the center of the future there. He's a starting left guard of the future.
John Michael Schmitz to the Arizona Cardinals that pick 33 tomorrow, and
that's a win.
That's unbelievable. That becomes,
if you have Schmitz and you have Paris Johnson Jr.
and then you get a 1 next year. It's a long way.
Then you've got Lamar Jackson signing an extension, Jalen Hurts signing an extension. Kyler Murray's extension looks a whole lot easier to take.
I also think it frees you up then. If you pick a player at 30 tomorrow, it frees you up to just focus all your attention on trading DeAndre Hopkins between 33 and 81 and calling every team and making your pitch to everybody that, hey, he's available, trade for him. Look, there's nobody left, trade for him. Not that they couldn't anyway and they wouldn't anyway, but I think that's interesting. John Michael Schmitz, they didn't use a top 30 visit on him. They used one on Steve Avila. They met with Luke Whippler. I just think, like, has a franchise ever done it where they drafted 2 of the 5 offensive linemen from the draft class from the same school with Whippler and Paris Johnson Jr.? Clearly, they watched a lot of Ohio State tape.
Communication, the continuity on the offensive line it's so underrated in the NFL. And if you can draft guys, develop them together, and then 3 years down the road, you're looking at a strong offensive line.
I just feel like this franchise, the way they operate now, you need big heavies, you need offensive and defensive linemen. But I truly believe Jonathan Gannon can take corners and safeties and linebackers and find them late and develop people. Like Zeke Turner with Jonathan Gannon probably going to play the best football of his career. And that's not a sexy name to people, but you kind of get what I'm saying. And then offensively, I think we're going to see the best version of Hollywood Brown in the contract year. We're bullish on Greg Dortch, and it's an offense that's going to play probably 60-70%. They want to run the football. And they don't want to throw on early downs, especially without Kyler Murray. So Kevin Massery, who I've been chatting with, he's the co-host of the Going Deep pod. He's got almost 11,000 followers on Twitter. Buffalo Bills writer saying Bills need to be all over DeAndre Hopkins now. Of course they do. Bills have a sense of urgency. Their fan base, the people who cover them, like it. You got to get your shit together and go after D-Hop. You have to. You have not been good enough in the postseason. Everybody on your team wants D-Hop. It's what has to be done. Brian Precy, Saints.
Next pick, huh? Didn't I say that?
I don't think so.
I thought I said New Orleans could identify as two of those.
Oh, you said they could do it.
Yeah,
yes,
absolutely.
Nice prediction by you. The Clemson defensive linemen are off the board. I don't hate it.
No. Philadelphia on the clock, 31. Chiefs to wrap up this first round. So
it's been a banger of a first round.
It
man.
has.
We've been live for about 4 hours. I'd go another 4 hours if I could.
Well, you could do that tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be in studio tomorrow in our more furniture, and I legit may take a nap in between. If they don't have a pick between 33 and 81, it could be a tough time for your boy.
We had to do that. We had to do that yesterday or last.
We
draft.
had Frank Sanders at our disposal.
We did.
We will not have Frank, unfortunately, tomorrow. But we love Frank. We love Damian Anderson, and hope I have him back at some point.
125,000 people in attendance at the draft live in Kansas City. Big thanks to Justin Spears who joined us live from there. Of course, you can follow him on Twitter.
Yep.
You can listen to him down in Tucson. We've had Howard Balzer on twice. Emma, what do you have?
Adam brought up a great point. You guys haven't touched your beers.
Johnny, shall we?
I'm not going to chug it.
You're not?
I'll drink it casually, have a good time.
You're so lame.
I'm having a great time. You're lame.
Am I? Because I would chug the beer.
Come over here and chug it. Are we sure Emma's even 21?
Hey, you can check my ID.
She's nearly 22.
Wouldn't
Thank
it be
you.
very fitting for the Eagles to draft Nolan Smith?
Yeah.
They get the big man, Jalen Carter. They took last year. Who'd they take? Defensive lineman, I think, out of Georgia. And then they took a defensive tackle.
Yeah.
And then they took that linebacker from Georgia. They're just only drafting Georgia players.
Jalen Carter.
But
Jordan Davis.
Jordan Davis, yeah. And then they took that inside backer that everybody loved.
Yep. And they're big on him. I mean, as he recovered from his knee injury.
Yeah. Well,
and they let their two linebackers walk. One of them wearing a Cardinals uniform and Kazir White, and then you have T.J. Edwards wearing a Bears uniform. So,
yeah,
and people are bullish on him and his ability to. I think they like what he can do.
This has been a really interesting first round. If you watch some of these teams that are obviously in different stages, right?
Yeah.
Detroit thinks they're going for it. They're adding 2 players that are going to start tomorrow.
It's absurd.
Gibbs and the linebacker. These teams that are all.
They had Christian Gonzalez on the board.
And they took a linebacker.
Yeah.
Then you look at these teams in the 20s that are like, we are a piece away. It's like the Cardinals once upon a time were Robert Nkemdiche away. And they weren't, right? And you can get burned by that. And then you're looking at these teams like the Cardinals and the Bears in the top 10, and it's like, we need to get back to basics.
Yep.
And the Cardinals, for so long, it's been refreshing now this offseason. As much as it pains people to talk about rebuild and retool and reload, every offseason the Cardinals would sell their fan base on quick fixes, and we're going to get it right real quick, and we're going to be back in action real fast. And you can see us in the playoffs. And then you watch the product, and it wasn't sustainable. And it's like now it's just like, okay, like the old regime, they would have been like, Humphreys and Beachum, they're fine, we're good. And they would be hurt 5 weeks in, and then they'd be like, well, who are we going to play a tackle? And now you have this. I mean, I haven't even looked this up. Is Paris Johnson Jr. even 22 years old? Paris Johnson Jr. is 21 years old.
Yeah.
He's 21. He's 6'6", almost 6'7", 311 pounds.
This is his honors at Ohio State. Unanimous first-team All-American 2022. Walter Camp Award. First-team All-Big Ten. Academic All-Big Ten 2022.
Very smart.
Yeah. Scholar Athlete 2021. Academic All-Big Ten 21. U.S. Ohio State Scholar Athlete in 2020. It's just he does it. I mean, he's the ideal athlete prospect draft pick for this new regime.
I love this super chat. Emmett, $1.99. Lions lost Dave Sear, forgot how to draft.
That's a great point. New Cardinals assistant general manager, and it's like they completely lost their way. They're disoriented. They have no idea how to draft. They fired up the Madden on their Xbox console, and they're taking a running back 12th overall. They're taking inside linebacker 18th overall. It's just It's
the linebacker
hilarious.
pick is less shocking because that's where Zaven Collins was
Let me ask you this. Are we going to see a trade back in for one of these quarterbacks, Levis or Hooker?
No.
Does anybody want that fifth year?
No
Is anybody calling Philly, Kansas City?
Scraps. I did think it was interesting, though. You tweeted this out, that Hendon Hooker is going to be ready for the season, and he basically got hurt around the same time as Kyler Murray.
So he got hurt on, I believe, November 19th.
Okay.
He had his surgery the day after Kyler Murray tore his ACL on December 13th. So like Kyler, he waited a couple weeks, let the swelling go down.
And he's not the runner of Kyler, but they're both
right. He had
athletes.
His surgery about the same age, give or take a couple months, right, as far as difference in age. Hendon Hooker, an older college athlete. But here's the difference. Kyler had the meniscus.
Yeah.
So he had that
Kyler tore
cleaned up
meniscus.
a little bit. Yeah. He had that cleaned up. So he had not only the ACL reconstruction, but he had the meniscus. So that might make, so 3 weeks difference between surgeries, and then you've got the meniscus variable in there as well.
Nolan Smith, Philadelphia Eagle.
So Nolan Smith, so they continue their run on Georgia players. Are we going back out to Kansas City? We're going to talk to our guy, Justin? Let's do it.
Justin, what's the good word, my man? Bijan Robinson, product of Tucson, going 8th overall to the Atlanta Falcons. You got us, my man?
Still waiting to get him on here. There we go. Justin Spears joins us here on PHNX Cardinals. Wrapping up the first round, Justin. Bijan ends up in Atlanta. Was he surprised? What's the word from KC?
I don't think I can hear you guys.
All right, we can hear Justin fine.
I
don't know if he can hear us. All right.
Nolan Smith, Philadelphia Eagle.
Yeah.
Bookend with
can't hear
Haason Reddick.
They're doing a really solid job in rebuilding that defense.
Howie Roseman's an elite GM. Now, the question is, without Nick Rollis and Jonathan Gannon, are they going to be worth anything defensively? And I think that's everybody wants to knock JG outside of this market, that it's a Howie product, it's a product of the talent. They lost a lot of good players. And Jordan Addison barely played last year. And so I think that you got to have realistic expectations for these. Jordan Davis, I'm sorry. Barely played last year. And you have to have realistic expectations for these young players. Justin, you got us, my man?
Sir.
Justin, can you just take us through, obviously we're covering this from a Cardinal standpoint, what the vibe was in Kansas City when the team in the final seconds pulls off the trade? What did the 125,000 people do inside that venue when the Cardinals trade down with the Houston Texans?
Well, I would say probably more so the people from Houston who are in Kansas City covering the draft. There's a large contingent of Houston reporters, and once that trade was announced, chaos ensued. And so there's a lot of mixed emotions. I don't really know how to describe it, if it was good or bad, but a lot of people were just kind of interested in this big trade, and obviously it turned out well for them. They got a great defensive player out of Will Anderson, and then a quarterback in CJ Stroud. They have two just difference makers on both sides of the ball. So it was a good day overall for the Houston Texans.
And then you had the move for the Arizona Cardinals to move back into the top 10. They go from 12 to 6, kind of a la the Miami Dolphins trading down with the San Francisco 49ers to trading back in with the Philadelphia Eagles, in a couple drafts ago. What was the reaction to that? And then they take Paris Johnson off the board. He was all full of energy. He was partying with the Cardinals fans there. What did you see from Paris in that selection?
Yeah, Paris is very happy to be selected by the Arizona Cardinals. And you guys, know this better than me. Kyler Murray really wanted this guy.
Yeah.
He was a guy who had a lot of praise for Paris. And Paris, he comes in and is going to be protecting the franchise quarterback. He is such an athletic offensive lineman. He's so skilled. And I think that now that he's an Arizona Cardinal, big things are going to be ahead for him because, as you guys know, Kyler Murray really struggled to get protection. And that could be a big reason why he's dealt with injuries in his NFL career. So getting a guy like Paris Johnson to beef up the offensive line, I think is a step in the right direction for the Arizona Cardinals. And Paris, from the little bits and pieces that I've heard from him out here in Kansas City, He's a big fan of the uniforms. I can't say the same thing.
Oh,
Johnny, you and I
get
have
the
had
hell
this
out of here.
conversation.
You're fired.
Justin.
I'm not a big. I will say this: the black uniforms are sweet. I will say that.
And the white. The white are great.
Paris is. I like it because it's a kind of a tribute to the older uniforms. I didn't know that when they first came out. I looked at it and I'm like, okay, who the heck got the Arizona Cardinals new uniforms out of the Wilson catalog? But then when you look at the history of it, the Rydell, yeah, like I think I got those Arizona Cardinals jerseys out of East Bay magazine. But those I think the black uniforms are sweet. Paris Johnson's a big fan of it. And he's really eager to come out to Arizona.
Let me ask you this. Bijan Robinson goes 8th overall. And, I know that most in the NFL inner circles, people were high on him. What's the vibe with the folks in Tucson that have made their way to support Bijan? And did he expect to go that high? Because, frankly, until you see a running back go in the top 10, it's hard to believe. And then, of course, we had Jahmyr Gibbs go 4 picks later. What was the vibe when Bijan went to Atlanta?
Yeah, so a lot of people are very excited about Bijan, especially from Tucson, Arizona, because Bijan is the highest selected Tucson native in NFL draft history.
Nice.
The other two that went in the first round were John Fina I'm blanking on the year, but he was selected by the Buffalo Bills in the first round at number 27 overall, and then Mike Dawson, a former Tucson High Badger, he was selected number 22 overall in the 1979 drafts. So Bijan easily, without a doubt, became the highest selected pick from Tucson to go in the NFL draft. So a lot of people from Tucson are just so happy because we have a representative at the highest level. You know, when Bijan went up there and hugged Roger Goodell and got his jersey, he was doing it for us down in the old Pueblo. And you know, people have always had this perception of Tucson being a trap, and you know, not many people can get out of it in athletics. And Bijan exceeded the expectations and more. And now a lot of kids in Tucson, Arizona can look at Bijan and say, wow, if he can do it, then, you know what, if I really put my mind to it, I can do it. And, you know, Bijan has a lot of God-given abilities. He has such a great support system, and everything was so calculated in his entire, you know, playing career, and it's still going to be calculated. But he's taken all the right steps, and he's worked hard. He's a great human being, and I can't wait to see him go to the Atlanta Falcons. Now, he did not expect to go to Atlanta. A lot of people expecting number 10 to Philadelphia. He visited Philly. He also visited the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So those were only two teams that he visited. And then, you know, somebody asked him in the press conference, what did you think about Atlanta? And did you have a hunch that you could, you know, possibly go there? And he said, I didn't. It was just it was all in the moment. And, you know, I was monitoring my phone, and then all of a sudden I get this area code popping up from Georgia. And he said, oh, shoot, it's the Falcons. And he answered it. His life has changed. He got up and hugged his mom, Lamore Sauls, and hugged his grandfather, Cleo Robinson, who's had such a profound impact on his life. And to see Bijan have that moment with his family and also represent Tucson, like I said, man, I know, you know, we're biased here in media, but it was really difficult for me to fight back tears because I saw this guy as a chubby-cheeked freshman at South Point Catholic as just a 14, 15-year-old. And now here he is as the number 8 overall pick in the draft. Like I said, man, all of us in Tucson are just joyful for him. And I can't wait to see him at the NFL level.
I mean, I think it was a great point as far as growing up in Tucson. I mean, there's been a lot of great players from the second best college program in the state. At U of A, you've got Gronkowski coming out of there, Teddy Bruschi. Countless amount of players there, Justin. And you got somebody who actually just came up as a native to the city of Tucson, and now he's getting his name called in the top 10 of the NFL draft, and he's going to be wearing an Atlanta Falcons uniform and being able to represent the city after going and representing University of Texas. I mean, that's fantastic. That's awesome, and we appreciate your insight from the NFL draft. Are you there tomorrow?
I am here tomorrow, but tomorrow's more like my barbecue tour.
Okay.
I
All
got
right.
my work
We
done
won't tap into you then.
today.
We'll let you
choice.
take advantage of that.
I love you guys. Thank you again. Anytime.
Love you, Justin. Justin of ESPN Tucson.
Just a couple bros in love. I love that, you guys.
I go on his show. He comes on ours now. Yeah, absolutely.
And when you're not available, I'll go on his show.
That's true.
Yeah.
Give you the old stiff arm. I was going to blow Jody's shit. I've been on the show like one time, but we couldn't get him connected. But maybe we can get Jody on tomorrow. That'd be great. Thank you to Justin, Howard Balzer, all of our guests today as we wrap up the first round of the 2023 NFL Draft. Is Kansas City on the clock? And again, firmly in a position where Kansas City, Buffalo, will they be players for DeAndre Hopkins this time tomorrow? I think yes. I think we're going to see these teams reinsert themselves, throw their name in a hat. There's a long time to go negotiate.
Yeah.
Especially when you consider the wide receiver board is not what it once was after the run in the early 20s. But we blinked there. Producer Emma, do we have an updated look at the first round? We had projected a lot of defensive linemen make it to tomorrow, and then suddenly all of them were gone. Brian Breesy, gone. Mozzie Smith, gone. Nolan Smith, gone. Miles Murphy, gone. And I think you play to this draft strength. If you don't force a pick at corner or defensive line, if the best available players are on the offensive line, it doesn't matter you took Paris Johnson 6th overall. You continue to add to that unit because the unit by itself is not good enough without it.
No, it's not. And look, I mean, it becomes picking the best player available. You have so many needs. But if you can start to continue to work on the trenches on either side of the football, or create a strength on a future strength as far as the offensive line, that would be huge for Monti Ossenfort in his first draft. Already a W with the trade down, the accumulation of picks. You can check that box off. Getting a premier player at a premium position.
It
projects as a franchise caliber tackle. You can check that box off. And now, as far as the rest of the draft, that's really going to be fascinating to watch and how Monti Ossenfort navigates that. We're doing a draft wrap-up show after this, correct?
Yes, I think so.
We'll save that and our look forward to what Monti Ossenfort could do in the second round of that.
Yeah.
But let's wrap up this first round and our coverage here of the first round as the Kansas City Chiefs. The pick is in, Johnny. Are we seeing on the Twitter streets who it is?
We have not, and this is what is fun about it is the deeper we get into the draft, the less it's telegraphed. I would not – oh, here we go. Another defensive lineman, and this time it is Felix Ozuma out of Kansas State. So we got a serious run on receivers to begin the 20s, and then at the tail end of the first round, all defensive linemen. That means tomorrow, John Michael Schmidt's available, Steve Avila is available, Luke Whippler's available. All of these premier interior offensive linemen for the Cardinals. That's what you have to look at. Joey Porter Jr., Osiris Torrance. I don't think they're going to be players for Michael Mayer. He's still available. Brian Branch, safety, don't think so. It's played to the Cardinals' hand if they want to double down on O-linemen.
Yeah.
And how many times have we said with this franchise, address the O-lineman early in the draft, and it would be something else if Monti Ossenfort put a stamp on his first draft by taking two premier offensive linemen early in the draft.
It would be just a completely large breath of fresh air after seeing that, for the lack of that for 10 years, right? And
so
to
it's
immediately double down.
It's Pittsburgh tomorrow, pick 32, right?
Yeah.
So if we go to Pittsburgh, the Pittsburgh Steelers offensive depth chart, they took a tackle as well.
Let's wrap up our coverage here for the first round now. The final pick is in, and then we'll look ahead at round two and recap what Monti Ossenfort was able to do. Also, might use the restroom in between that.
No, you're not. That's not allowed. The Arizona Cardinals traded back, then they traded up to secure their left tackle of the future. Months of speculation and wonder culminated tonight with the addition of Ohio State's Paris Johnson Jr., 6'6", 311 pounds. The All-American now becomes the heir apparent to DJ Humphries on the left side, Bo Brock to protect Kyler Murray, and is the quintessential poster child for this rebuild for Monti Ossenfort and Jonathan Gannon.
It absolutely is, and you look what Monti Ossenfort was able to bring along with Paris Johnson, even with the trade back into the top 10, the picks that he was able to add not only to this draft, but beyond this draft, the future first-round pick that he was able to get from the Houston Texans, which is the Texans' pick. the Cardinals this draft, they got Paris Johnson Jr.
They did.
You outlined it on Twitter at Johnny Venerable. Round 233 you have left. You have round 381, 94, 96, 180, and 213, plus that future first with the Texans and that future third with the Texans. Monti Ossenfort, a solid, real first day of work as Cardinals GM, because the last couple months he's just been cleaning up the mess.
Yep.
Right? And then this was him like, okay, it's time for me to show you what I'm about.
It's time to add talent. You've added talent and hopefully some joy to your evening watching us here on the PHNX Cardinals draft live stream from round 1. Stay tuned momentarily for our post-first round show. Like and subscribe. Leave us a 5-star wherever you get your podcast. Thanks for sticking with us. For Bo Brock, I'm Johnny Venerable. We'll see you in a bit.
This is the same show.
Johnny, we're doing the same show. They also haven't officially announced the Chiefs pick.
Okay. Well, I thought we were getting replacements to come up here so Bo and I could use the restroom. But I guess it's not happening.
Sean and I can hop on.
Yeah, we need. Let's get
do
Sean.
a fun segment.
Let's get Sean and Emma up here.
How close are you? How dire are you to using the restroom?
No, I'm okay.
Okay. Well, I'm almost out. I need
Sean and
I
Emma.
need Sean to pause up here.
Yeah, let's get him up here. I've been confused about what's happening. I'm sorry about that. Taking a breather.
Hey,
Everybody
Sean.
give it up for Emma. What's poppin'?
What do you mean? Okay, Sean. So, have you seen the new Snapchat update?
No.
So it has AI.
Okay. Oh, the robot?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've seen that. Yeah.
So I asked it to give me some really weird questions with answers,
Okay.
or like some weird conversation starters.
Got you.
So if you could have an animal as a pet, but it had to be the size of a mouse, what animal would you choose?
I don't know.
It's the size of a mouse. So like if it was like an elephant, it would be a mouse-sized elephant.
like a manatee.
A
And a little
That'd be
aquarium for it, I guess. I don't know.
That'd be pretty electric. If you could have any mythical creature as a pet, what would you choose? I feel like a unicorn would be pretty cool, no?
I mean, a dragon.
Ooh.
Yeah, easy. Dragon, easy.
Would you like mix the dragon though?
What?
Would you mix the dragon, like the horse human guy?
Would I want my dragon to be part human? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
No.
Why not?
Because I want a dragon. I don't want a human dragon. What?
True. What fictional character from a cartoon growing up would you want to be your friend? I'd want like Timmy Turner or something. I feel like we would go on like really cool adventures.
Jimmy Neutron.
Ooh. What was your favorite show growing up?
Blue's Clues.
Just Blue's Clues? That was it? That's all you watched?
No, I mean, I watched a bunch of stuff, but yes, what my favorite was, and Blue's Clues is my favorite.
Okay. What else did you watch? Oh, the pick is
Bo is back.
official? Nice.
We're still live?
Yeah, we are.
All right. What are we talking about here?
I asked Sean if you could have an animal as a pet, but it was the size of a mouse, what would you have? So, like, I gave him the example of, like, an elephant. It would be an elephant-sized mouse.
Oh.
Or no. I'm so dumb. It would be a mouse-sized elephant. I'm so
Right.
sorry.
Yeah, no, that's how I heard it. I mean, you can't. Dog's still the number one seed. I don't.
You think?
Yeah, I wouldn't want even a lion that size. Still is ferocious and probably would bite you and tear you up. So I don't think I'd want that.
Why not?
Because dogs are obedient. They're domesticated. You still have to go domesticated.
Okay.
You know. So it's a great question. It's a solid question. Who's performing here at the draft? Is it Pink?
I don't know.
I saw that they had Dude Perfect, and
Ooh.
the guys that launch basketballs into hoops from far away, that does nothing for me. I thought it was interesting.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't think their videos are pretty cool?
No, and then it was ruined. I saw that they have like a green screen. They've got somebody
Yeah.
that catches the ball and then takes it to the hoop. So they're
Yeah.
kind of fraudulent at the end of the day. So, I mean, there's never an opportunity. Very rarely there's an opportunity to do this. But with Emma on set here, big thank you. Everybody give her flowers, deservedly so. Crushed it behind the scenes this entire live draft coverage. Emma, thank you so much. Everything you do for us on a daily basis. Doing a daily Cardinals podcast without Emma is impossible. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you guys. You make my job so easy. This is actually the first time I've been live.
I know.
On camera before.
So, no, you can't drink my beer.
Wow.
This
guy. This guy just came up to Bo and just asked, can I drink his beer and buy him a new one?
Somebody in the audience is coming up, a viewer, a listener, saying, can I drink your beer so I can buy you a new beer? I appreciate it. What's up, buddy?
He's literally drinking his beer right now.
I've drank already a quarter of it.
But you didn't drink enough. I've been watching.
Okay. Well, I'll let you. He's gonna chug it for us.
He's spilling all over.
Yeah. Well, it's down the hatch. Well done. What's your name, man? Oh, he's gonna pummel this one.
I just love the content. Oh, hey, do you want to add? Can you pour this? Can you pour it on top? Actually.
This is borderline.
Yeah. Wait, make sure it's on camera.
Don't mix. No.
Yeah. Mix.
Don't cross the streams.
Mix.
That's good. That's the Redbird Lager there.
Oh.
This guy down the hatch
Hype me up.
for Monti Ossenfort and the Arizona Cardinals.
What the fuck are you doing? Just get it down. That's really slow.
Hey,
And
this
you're
guy's
spilling?
crushing it. I'm impressed by this. There it is. He's an animal. He's an animal. What's your name, bud?
I don't.
All right.
Daniel.
All right.
Daniel.
Hey.
Daniel.
Daniel Palladino.
Daniel Palladino came on, crushed about
anything?
2.5 beers.
I'll get you 2 more. What was it?
Wow.
Those were the wows.
I got you. I love wow.
All right.
Great choice.
Who is this guy?
I don't know. We have no perimeter set up here. Just people walking onto the set.
Hey, Johnny, if you were.
I'm at a loss for words. What I just walked into. Like I try to go use the can. I mean, I come over here. Got that. He's a wild animal.
That guy was the opposite of Johnny crushing beers. He did
Hire that man.
2 1/4.
I wouldn't say a quarter at all. That was. Like
I mean,
2
some of
and
it
a
was
sip.
in his beard. Most of it was on his shirt. But still,
Where did he come
golf
from?
clap. I don't know. He just emerged, and then he was chugging beers. And then yeah.
I don't even see this man anywhere. Do you guys see where he went?
Are you eating from that?
That was from Bo's wife.
Yeah, it was from my wife. You ate my meal.
Put it up here like it was.
For Bo. His wife.
Yeah. My wife and my
Haley, I'm
son
sorry.
came here, and then Johnny just decided to make my meal his meal. That's what you get.
I'm gonna put that up here like it was fair game with all the other food.
Daniel up here crushing beers. Johnny crushing the food my family left me. I'll find scraps.
No, we'll get you food to go.
If there's anything on the floor of the kitchen, I'll gladly take it.
All right, we're not gonna have a pity party here.
Yeah.
I took a few bites of his wrap.
Jose, absolutely.
I'm so sorry
Daniel
about that.
was the party crasher.
Things
Marley saying, yeah, let's hire you, Marley, for security. Absolutely.
Emma, we order one of those for Bo.
Does anybody believe that Daniel's going to come through on his promise as far as
No.
replacing these
That
beers?
I honestly
that
think
guy's
that
halfway to
he
Tucson right now.
straight up took the beer and just walked out. I'm not kidding.
What kind of wrap was that? Somebody order Bo another wrap. I'll take care of that.
No, don't worry about it.
No,
I'm going to eat the pizza that's been out for
Hey,
an hour.
Johnny, tell us about Four Peaks.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you about Four Peaks. Four Peaks is a staple in downtown at Tempe. We've had a great opportunity to have a relationship with Four Peaks that I think has reached a very pivotal point tonight for the 2023 NFL Draft with the Arizona Cardinal coverage that we do for PHNX Cardinals.
Yep.
They have been a fantastic host tonight. We packed this place damn near to max capacity. You're talking about screens, premier beverages. We were doing $4 pitchers. I mean, it was unbelievable. We had pitchers ready to
Daniel
go.
had a lot of those.
He did. Hopefully Daniel's got a ride home. But everybody here had a great time. I'm not just saying that. Food was fantastic. It was on point. And the drinks
how
were
was my
flowing.
wrap?
Come on.
That's the Italian beef beer bread that you had there.
I'm trying to do
It was delicious.
It was excellent. I couldn't
Yeah.
stop eating it.
Mhm.
I saw it right there, and I honestly thought it was Emma's leftovers, because what she does sometimes is she's petite. She puts her leftovers up here for us to eat when we're done, and that's what I thought she did.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that,
It
man.
wasn't. I mean, my wife showed up, brought my my 1.5-year-old.
I'm trying to do right by you and get it taken care of.
Yeah. And yeah, you pummel my wrap there. It was
All right.
It was delicious. Daniel running. If you see a man jogging down
The last 5
University,
minutes have not been kind
he just
to Bo
drank
Brock.
our beers.
It has not been kind to Bo Brock. Oh, wow. Look
a man
at
of
this
his
guy.
word, dropping his beers. There you go.
This guy's unbelievable.
Yeah, he is. Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
Take care, brother.
Thank you for letting me drink your beers.
Of course, man.
Thanks for coming. You're the man.
Daniel's the man, as is the folks at BetMGM Sportsbook. We've been on BetMGM all night, telegraphing the picks ahead of the first round of the NFL draft.
I thought there was no chance Daniel was coming back.
No, they're good people here at Four Peaks. They are good people.
I thought after the bet I placed on BetMGM a month ago about Anthony Richardson, I'd never bounce back from that. But with this app, I am going to bounce back. I'm going to make good on that.
So we got an opportunity. You can get back on there and dabble ahead of round 2 tomorrow. You can also dabble on the NBA playoff matchup of your choice. Signature Bets tab. Each game and market has its own unique set. So you can do time of the first point. You can do player to hit the most points in a game. You can talk about tip-offs and player combinations. Any combination you want ahead of the NBA playoffs into the second round semifinals of the Western Conference with the Denver Nuggets and the Phoenix Suns. You're going to want to dabble on that. If you haven't signed up for BetMGM yet, use bonus code PHNX. There's a few different offers depending on where you live. But at our Arizona audience, you're going to get up to 100 in bonus bets on your first wager at BetMGM. Make sure you use your bonus code PHNX. We got our friend Shane Diefenbach, Mr. Jacob, to do our fun disclaimer. He's going to talk about it, hopefully not from a Mexican prison, but you absolutely love to see it.
Disclaimer, 21 plus to wager. Visit BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. U.S. promotional offers not available in Washington, D.C., Mississippi, Nevada, New York, and Ontario. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Colorado, D.C., Illinois, Indiana, Louisiana, Maryland, Mississippi, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Virginia, West Virginia, Wyoming. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369, New York. Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP, Arizona. 1-800-522-4700, Kansas, Nevada. 1-800-327-5050, Massachusetts. 1-800-BETS-OFF, Iowa. 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help, Michigan.
We finally had our damn Daniel moment here on PHNX Cardinals. It was him drinking 2.5 beers and then buying us beers. The equivalent of that with OGs is taking like a handful of OGs, and we don't recommend that. We recommend doing everything responsibly. And OGs, just like Four Peaks, is synonymous with the Valley of the Sun. And OGs, we love everything they're doing. You got to check out all their great products that they have. Check them out online at ogsbrands.com. That's ogsbrands.com. Woven within the fabric of this great state, the number one cannabis kitchen that they have. They've got all these products, including the Aquaberry. You can't sleep because you're thinking about all the great prospects left on the board for Monti Ossenfort to pick at 33 overall. The 4 picks that they have tomorrow. How could you possibly sleep at a time like that? Well, Aquaberry Sleep Edition Gummy will get you to sleep. Also, you got that happy balance, strawberries and cream, CBD to THC ratio. It's unbelievable. Got to be 21 years or older. Even if you're like somebody like Johnny all the way out in Maricopa, if it's in a dispensary, it's there for you from OGs. Check out all those products. Check out all of their socials as well at OGs Brands. Also, hopefully you're not driving anywhere, but if you have to and you're drinking, you didn't drink tonight, and you're driving, you're the DD, you're responsible one of the crew, you're going to Circle K, you're grabbing some snacks, grab some premier snacks at not premium prices. Absolutely. They've got elite beef jerky.
They do, and they have elite snack selection. I'm going to hit one on the way home. I need gas before I head on the 5-hour journey to Maricopa, and I'm going to load up on snacks. I'm going to get a Polar Pop, and I'm going to do it all at not a premium price, at a premium convenience. With the ultimate convenience store, that being Circle K. I was at Circle K the other day, and even in my small town, my hometown, there's a couple Circle K options. They dwarf everybody in terms of cleanliness, the price per gallon, and then I also have this card, takes money off. You can be part of all the reward programs. We love partnering with Circle K because they're a staple. They're a staple of the convenient business, like PHNX is a staple of Valley Sports. All right, everybody wants to talk about preferences for tomorrow, Bo Brock. Cardinals are picking on the clock at 33rd overall, and I think the consensus is trade back if you can, but if you can't, what I'm seeing on the Twitter streets and the chat, they went Joey Porter Jr., the cornerback out of Ohio State.
Yeah, I mean, that's nice. I mean, it's cool to think about, but
you're not in love with that pick.
It's also awesome to think about, the possibility of really bolstering this offensive line. And I think you have an opportunity to do that. I mean, think about the inconsistency at the center position that the Arizona Cardinals and their fan base has suffered for so long, for far too long, right? And they tried to remedy it, and Rodney Hudson was going to become a free agent, and then Steve Keim was able to swoop in, and he gave a day 2 pickup to get Rodney Hudson.
Yep.
Rodney Hudson plays half the games in the last 2 seasons. Now, when he was healthy, he was really good. The Cardinals were really good. But when he wasn't healthy, the Arizona Cardinals lost. And they need to figure out, who their center of the future is going to be. And they have 3 options here. And they could go right away. They could take 33, and they can use it on John Michael Schmitz, the consensus top center. It seems like it's easy peasy lemon squeezy, right?
Well, the Pittsburgh Steelers, who they started center? Mason Cole, once upon a time, mid-round pick of the Arizona Cardinals. So I don't know if they've got competition in Pittsburgh, but Pittsburgh.
I mean, Joey Porter Sr. played for a lot of heavy downs for Pittsburgh, right?
And their cornerback room is Patrick Peterson.
Right.
So they could use. I think either one of those players, first-round caliber players, fall into the Cardinals at 33 are in good shape. But I also think there's going to be a temptation for them to recoup some of those assets that they've lost on day 3 while also scoring. Because John Michael Schmitz, we like him. How much do the Cardinals like him? They didn't use a top 30 visit on him. They did meet with Steve Avila. They have strong ties to Luke Whippler. Like, they may just like those guys more for what they want to do offensively. So, I don't know. Michael Schmitz, though, to me, you get the best center and the best left tackle, and they're both Big Ten products. One went to Ohio State. Minnesota always contributes good offensive linemen. I mean, it's a dream for people who want to see this team impose their will up front. I mean, it has not been that case. It's the opposite of whatever Cliff Kingsbury was trying to do with that horizontal screen game. That would be the Cardinals' equivalent of the opposite end of drafting Paris Johnson Jr. and John Michael Schmitz.
You get away, though, you could try to go best player available versus premier position.
Yeah.
So, like, to your point about Porter, you got a corner who's going to immediately help, right? And I think you can say he's going to vie right out of the gates for playing time over an Antonio Hamilton Sr.
Well, he's 6'2". He's a huge.
He's a big kid,
huge
absolutely. I mean, his dad was a big, imposing linebacker in his day, right?
Yeah.
And he's slimmed down. He's a lot more athletic than his dad, and he's a guy he's familiar. We talked to him at the Combine. Do you emphasize premium positions or best player available? Because I think if you're looking best player available, you're looking at the Osiris Torrances of the world. You're looking at the Steve Avilas. Of course, you're looking at John Michael Schmitz.
Yeah.
But those aren't premium positions, guard and center, but are also positions that are important going forward for the Arizona Cardinals.
I think that Jonathan Gannon takes pride, I know he does, in taking afterthought DBs and safeties and making them into players. And that's not to say you can't trade for a Darius Slay once upon a time like Philadelphia did. I think they have a new way of team building, and their philosophy is we got to get big people up front on both sides of the ball, push people around. And I would say if there was a priority defensive lineman that was available, a guy who had a first-round grade that fell, I think he would be the option, like we talked about. But we saw a bunch of quality defensive linemen go off the board in the late 20s. And so I don't think defensive line's an option at 33, so I'm with you. I think it is going to be a corner, an offensive lineman, or a trade down.
Jacob, do we have our big board available? Can we see the latest big board and who's available? So the highest person on this board is Joey Porter. Will Levis is out of the conversation.
That's a joke.
Jacob's joking, kind of waving his mouse over him. Yeah, Will Levis, he remains in the green room. Michael Mayer, Osiris Torrance, the guard.
He remains in the champagne room.
John Michael Schmitz. But otherwise, pretty good job on the big board, Johnny.
Hey, thanks, guys. Everybody laughed at me because I had, Bijan Robinson at 12. Positional value.
Yeah.
But we had Jahmyr Gibbs as a first rounder.
And he went 8. He went 4 spots ahead.
So we about hit what we wanted to. You know who always hits what they want? Our friends at FOCO. So I have a tremendous bobblehead at home from our friends at FOCO, J.J. Watt squatting. And I'm always thinking about, like, what can we use on our display cases, our backdrops, fun, cool pieces that you wouldn't really find anywhere else. FOCO's got you covered. They're the leading manufacturer of sports and entertainment merchandise with a product line that includes apparel, accessories, toys, collectibles, novelty items, and more. It's baseball season. They got a ton of cool shirts, hats, polos, bags, whatever you want. And then their football selection, especially when football season rolls around, is tremendous. And we got a tremendous deal for you. Head on over to their website, www.foco.com. Use that promo code PHNX for all pre-sale, non-pre-sale items. You use that promo code, you're going to get 10% off. They do such quality work. They ship it well. They ship it fast. They've got deals on deals consistently coming out. FOCO, I've got an homage jacket that came from our friends at FOCO, throwback Cardinal jacket. If you're looking at stuff maybe beyond just like the team site, which does good stuff, NFLshop.com, FOCO has got you covered for the unique and high quality, Bo Brock.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with that. You can't go wrong with Fubo TV. Of course, you want to watch the rest of this NFL draft anywhere from any possible location. You can do it on your phone, your tablet, wherever you're logged into Fubo. You can do that with this. Stream it on any of your devices, 140-plus live channels. You can get that NFL Network. You can get ESPN, sports shows, movies, news. Stream live TV from any device with Fubo TV. It's unbelievable. No contract, no hassle. No cable, just sign up, just start watching. The Arizona Diamondbacks, an absolute wagon.
Yes.
That's absolutely true.
Excellent.
And you can check out Bally Sports on your Fubo TV. It's just that easy. You got the Suns continuing their playoff run. You got the D-backs continuing to be a wagon. You got this NFL draft continuing, and you just got to get in there for Fubo TV. Jump on, get 15% off your first month with Fubo Pro using the link in the description. It's unreal. It's the best way to cut the cord with Fubo TV.
The Cards cutting the cord with DeAndre Hopkins between now and tomorrow, so we've got a complete coverage broadcast, rounds 2 and 3. We're going to be live the entire time. Do we get a DeAndre Hopkins trade from about right now? We're at 9:14 Mountain Time, Arizona time, to 9 o'clock tomorrow. What do you say, yes or no?
There's still two very important players left in that conversation. The Buffalo Bills went with the tight end, as you mentioned, Twitter going after GM Brandon Beane for taking the tight end, and there's the pressure on him. And I think that there's the pressure on Kansas City, who decided to go a different direction with their first-round pick. But, you know, are they willing to pay the price in day 2 of this NFL draft? It's another one of those checkpoints for DeAndre Hopkins and in his market. And if not, I mean, if we make it out of this weekend, it becomes very interesting. But Monti Ossenfort's comments tonight saying DeAndre Hopkins is a Cardinal going forward.
Yeah.
Or he's a Cardinal. And, you know, it's really going to be interesting. Is that a part of the negotiation, or is he changed his mind as he looks at things? I don't buy into the latter. Let's get into some of these super chats.
Yeah, let's do it.
How about Marcos jumping in, saying for Johnny's Uberfund. Johnny needs an Uber. Look,
Johnny's sober and is driving his weak ass home to Maricopa tonight.
We needed to pour Daniel into an Uber and have a fun for that guy.
Oh my goodness!
Put in an absolute show out here. I mean, Monti Ossenfort, Daniel. That's how you rank them tonight as far as the performances.
That was absolutely unbelievable. I walk out of the bathroom. I eat my poor co-host's wrap, unbeknownst to me, and then Daniel is chugging beers on set, and I'm like, now the draft is taking it to another level.
Yeah, and we got Marcos going back in, $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Keim would have drafted a slot corner at 3rd overall pick. Not far off. I mean, that's too premium a position probably. Maybe a linebacker that he would have turned into a slot corner, possibly. Yeah, for sure. I can see that.
Yeah, how about our friend Picking Spreads back from the TikTok stream?
Oh, my gosh.
Hope it went well, my friend. He said, I was very disappointed at the Paris pick. What? Then I realized we just got the Texans' first-round pick. That's literally a top 7 pick. I'll grade it a B. At Picking Spreads,
Pickin'.
He was adamant. He wanted, Tyree Wilson. He wanted one of these edge rushers. I think you're in a good spot when you can go out and get the franchise's, the draft's best left tackle.
And then Nick saying, just tuning in, but WTF going on with these trades. It was a chaotic first round. It was a fun one for every NFL consumer. Lots of trades, lots of big names going in places people didn't expect. It was overall just a blast to cover as far as the first round of the NFL draft. And the coverage doesn't stop tonight.
No.
We continue tomorrow from our friendly confines of our PHNX studios. Full 2nd and 3rd round coverage from PHNX Sports here at PHNX Cardinals. Hopefully you'll join us as well. Make sure you subscribe to this channel. We still have some love to give out here too as well. Beyond, we got the Fubo. We got everything taken care of, actually. I think we're all squared away with our fine sponsor.
Go to gophnx.com, become a diehard. You become a diehard right now, you get our new shirt for free. The Bird Gang Till I Die tee, hottest shirt on the merchandise locker. There it is. Become a diehard. You get a piece of merchandise for free, every year, hat, shirt, whatever you want. Go pick up this shirt right now at the PHNX merchandise locker. I cannot wait. Get this shirt, sport it this summer. Be the hottest shirt in the Valley. Book it, just like the Arizona Cardinals are booking their ticket. Hopefully, back to respectability. We're going to have to wait and find out, Bo Brock.
Back on the clock. What's round 2? Is it 8 minutes? 5 minutes? But it's going to be quick, man.
Can't come soon enough.
We've got we're just counting the minutes until then. Cannot wait, but it's been a blast. Everybody that came out and saw us tonight, everybody that tuned in, unbelievable here at PHNX_sports. You got to subscribe to the channel to not miss out on anything.
Yeah.
D-Hop trade comes down. I'll wake up out of my slumber. Johnny will take off his sleeping cap. We'll be live with you in an emergency podcast.
Taking off my retainers.
That's right. Taking off the headgear.
Yeah.
It's quite a sight to imagine. But look, there's teams to monitor. There's a big board, lots of players remaining, and Monti Ossenfort has picks to select them with. It's exciting. Let's just recap real quick, real short, so we can get our unbelievably hardworking staff home. Monti Ossenfort's first NFL draft, first round. Just your thoughts on it.
He gets an A, especially when you're grading on a curve where he had to deal with the kind of humiliation of being knocked 28 spots in the third round, going from a premium pick to what's basically a compensatory pick. He turns around and he fleeces the Houston Texans. Cardinals know a lot about that in their days of taking DeAndre Hopkins away for a song. He fleeces Houston, and he does it with a minute left on the clock, like it was Jordan-esque. It was Devin Booker-esque to be able to hit a game winner with a minute left for a non-premium player. They traded all that for Monti Ossenfort convinced them, we're going to take Will Anderson. You can't have him. Yep. Okay, give us all your picks then. That was bullish. And then I'm also bullish. I've told you for months on end, I think Paris Johnson Jr. is the best tackle, the best offensive lineman. I think he's better than Skoronski. Cardinals agreed, so they jumped Chicago, giving up a second-round pick in the process. But then they have a first and a third next year. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's a master class. He gets an A. This is the anti-Steve Keim era, and you absolutely love to see it.
I would have loved to hear some of the sound bites from Steve Keim trying to break down somebody do the job that he held for 10 years at a higher level. Just very impressive what he was able to do. It was just sweet music what Monti Ossenfort was doing.
Yeah.
It didn't show throughout this entire pre-draft process with all the noise going on surrounding this organization, with everybody, all the naysayers, all the pundits saying that they can't trade down, they're desperate, and then they get this return from the Houston Texans. And the Texans were the team that was holding everybody up this entire process.
Yeah.
Like, oh, we're not scared to pass on a quarterback. And then the first time they faced the reality of that.
Oh, Tennessee's coming up. We better do something.
Monti Ossenfort did what? He took advantage of it. He's not going to be taken advantage of.
No.
He's taking advantage of GMs around the league. His first round, he proved that to be true.
Well,
let's see what he does with the rest of this. He's got 6 more rounds of draft to do that.
We can't wait to hang with you tomorrow. Check us out. Go PHNX.com, PHNX Sports on YouTube for Bo Brock, Johnny Venerable, live at Four Peaks in Tempe. We'll see you tomorrow.